see. Hopefully now. We're all in a position where I can see you all now. Beautiful. Are we unloved and abandoned? Very briefly. Ah, there's Mel. The win rate's not fantastic. She's not. She's had her moments. RQEW, yep, that makes sense to me. The W doesn't actually get all that much with level. Slightly lower cooldown, but it's already a really long cooldown. But yes. Good to see you all in here. Hey, everyone. Good to see you. Let me move things down. We're all good. It is 7 AM. It is quite early. It is quite early. LPL has the hardest track for breaks and jump select, I swear. Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, it's all copyrighted. So we can't use it. Very annoying. Very annoying indeed. And there is the various win rates on some fun champions there. And priorities. I'm assuming there's something under me. I don't know what it is. I'm curious. What is underneath this? 1 second. 1 second. Let me just turn the cam off. I should have just turned the cam off. That's what I should. It's too late now. Sorry, guys. My brain isn't working yet. I gotta pick up my coffee. Coffee's in the other room. In fact, I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna get my coffee. Then I might actually be functional. 1 second. Pro first team skins on sale. Oh, good for you. Aurora for Doomby. Had a very good Doomby. Oh, no, not very good, but very good Aurora time. Little Wukong skin for Tarzan. Makes sense. Jachi as well. My goat. Comes up from LDL. Throws up some solid damage per game. Some solid damage percentage. Solid kills per game. It's third all pro. That is, and of course, Doomby over here throwing up some phenomenal stats. Obviously, the win rate's cool, but I would the damage per D, I believe, is damage per death, and DT per death, I think, is damage taken per death. So basically, the guy's doing a hell of a lot of damage every time he dies, and also not dying that much either. Or he's actually taking a lot of damage before he dies as well. So basically, he's just fighting really well at the minute. Obviously, on things like Rise and Pantheon, right? So you are able to bruise and brawl your way through quite a lot of scenarios, but still very well played. I'm right, ask today. Thank you, Andy. I actually also, I'm going to run some ads, guys, so we don't get them in-game, because we're getting our teams and stuff up. So I'm going to do that just now, because I realise we don't have side select and stuff to have, not side select, the 1v1 stuff at the minute, because it's all being decided elsewhere. So I'll run some ads quickly. So that means we'll have no ads, theoretically. In-game, which matters a whole lot. So this should hopefully avoid the great adpocalypse in-game. LPL set time, same time as LCK is today. We're getting double, but we are having 2 best of 5, so it'll be going on beyond LCK, nearly guaranteed, because we can have minimum 6 games, maximum 10. Please don't be a 10-game day. I don't know how functional I will be after a 10-game day. I don't have to deal with a 10-game day, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you all. Switch that over. There we go. Shun versus Bejuan. Shun had a very sad series against Weibo. Bejuan had a very exceptional series against Billy Gaming. So we are now in a position where what's going to happen in that jungle role, I think that's not an unreasonable one to be focusing on right now. And also, bot lanes will be fun as well. Partly because I think Yushen or 1xn, depending on how Western you are at the time, is in a similar kind of position to Pays without having had the success that Pays had last year, right? So Pays moved up to JDG, moved up to Genji, had a really good run on Genji, was replacing Ruler and did a fantastic job of it. 1xn came up to Thundertalk and had to go through the trenches bluntly. And now they're both in a position this year where both of them are playing really well on teams that are playing well, and that's pretty cool. Scout is putting up some good numbers, which is good news. I think Scout has been pretty good this year. It's partly why I'm a little less I'm not defending Shun as much as, say, Alex is sometimes. Not that Alex is getting loads and loads of defense, but I think that Shun has had some good laners, particularly towards the top side of the map, to offset how he's been playing. Whereas I don't think it's necessarily all that acceptable, the level of performance we got out of him. There's our predictions for the day from some of our casters out there. Thinking JDG, that's fair. Don't blame them. They should be favoured. But we said that about BLG versus TT, and here we are. Now, of course, BLG weren't paying all that much attention to TT. JDG, you'd hope, are. So we might well be in a different scenario with that in mind. But I'm going to sit back here with my coffee. Enjoy life. Ooh, polls up. I hope the shot calling for JDG is better than those their last games. Yeah, their shot calling was not fantastic. They won in spite of themselves, I feel, in a lot of ways. Oh, very cute. Interview. Wait, let me go mute Spotify and pull up the interview. 1 second. Gareth Coker, nice. Where art thou?
往旧赛的形式，那旧赛的形式是以排名靠后的队伍开始打，那这次淘汰的阶段是以消毒第一打消毒一，然后再打第二的情况下去打，那局势会不确定性会比较高一点。
在常规赛的时候，其实 TT 已经给我们带来了非常多的惊喜，所以对于这一次的淘汰赛，作为主教练和你的团队，对于队员们有一些调整和强化的。
Bale's got the insights. Please do some translation. Always appreciate it. 对手他们会选出的阵容，然后我们如何去应对。
好，也感谢你。好的，欢迎回到我们的赛前采访环节。我们同时也请到了京东的 Scout 选手，欢迎 Scout 选手。这一次常规赛当中，可以看到京东的整个状态是属于一个逐渐上升的形式嘛，所以这一次淘汰赛有什么样的期待吗？
就我们常规赛的时候，
其实状
态不是很好，然后。 再慢慢磨合吧，然后我们通过每一场的比赛会一直成长过来的。然后这淘汰赛的话，我们确实进步了很多，然后最终状态也不错，所以这次淘汰赛挺有信心的。
也是期待你们淘汰赛的一个表现了。其实，在一些采访里可以看到 Scout 现在在队内啊，好像是一个比较稳重一点的形象，所以今天在赛前有没有什么加油打气的话跟队友说的？
就希望我们队员们就按照平时做的就做就行了，然后就好好准备吧。
好的，也感谢你，比赛加油。
There we go. They've not muted the guy because the cast is on mute because it's not clean feed. Ah, it's genius. There we go. Comes back on. Where is my preview? There we go. We're all good. 5 minutes of the games. And we should all be good to go. Three crazy fun best of 5 stages across LPL. Okay, what a blessed day. Yeah, it's really cool. Gen G versus DK should be really cool as well. Who's going to win out of DK and Gen G? There's a question. I think it's DK. I think Gen G looked really, really suspect. I think Nogshim should have won. Ooh. There's our lights coming up. We are in Xi'an, so it's WE's arena. I think DK is stronger. I think it should be a DK HLE final, probably. I think for this game, it should be JDG favoured on paper. But I think TT have already proven they are much better than people thought they were. Now, how much of that is BOG being disrespectful? And how much of that is TT being legitimately good? My personal suspicions is a bit of both. What's our second series today? I'm having a mind blank here. It's very early. Where are we at? NIP versus anyone's legend. That's the one. Jachi! Good cleanse. Good cleanse, son. When your goat is making a Phelios work, you know it's alright. Yeah, Jachi's good. Good for you, Jachi. Do you think PLG and IG can win still? Yeah, I think honestly they probably could. We need to see exactly where it all ends up. I think they're both good teams. It's just a question. I think IG might need another bit of a split to come online because they've still got a few teething issues. But they will be good. I have no doubt about it. It's just a question of when. Yeah, thank you for the follow, guys. Appreciate it. And hi, I'm Initialise. I'm not on these yet. Hi, I'm Initialise. I'm Nymaera's brother. You may have seen us on LEC. You may well have seen us on this chat here. Channel's the correct term. There we go. So if you do have that opportunity to throw a follow, throw a sub, please do. Please follow me. I'm in the title as well. I tend to stream after the games. I'm not sure whether I'm going to be able to do it today because if it is going to 10 games, I am going to scream and then go sleep afterwards. not do more streaming, or I might die. So please bear with me. But you know, you can follow me for a future day of additional streaming. Hey, oh, that's super fine. Honestly, that's very reasonable. Poopsley or Popsley. If I was in a position to have JDG on my second screen, I probably would too. In fact, it probably will be on my phone. I just can't have it on screen because we don't have the rights to that. It's a bit of a shame. So we are allowed to do LPL, not allowed to do LCK as it stands. Might change as things go on, but it means we are not in a position where we can have those games up at the same time as Saturn. In another world, maybe. There's Jachi earning his Rookie of the Split awards. Good for you. And hello from Kelly Chaos. Hello. And also hello over to YouTube, and hello to Onivia's chat as well, as we are collaborating there to make sure we get streams across 3 different platforms at once, which is pretty damn cool. So wherever you're watching, it's a pleasure to see you all, and I hope things are going well. Ooh, players walking, looking spicy. That's Milky Way, or was Milky Way. There's 369. We should know that man by now. He's not very shy, despite his name. There's Bin. Oh yeah. And we'll see how it goes in multi-view. Don't blame me. You're more invited. Such a difference. That's because I'm not actually Nymaera, is the other thing, to be fair. I am Sam, otherwise known as Initialise, Nymaera's older brother. We do have relatively similar accents, but we are quite different still. But yeah, we cast the LPL together, but Alex isn't on this morning because he's got LEC this evening, which is wonderful, but if he did double best of 5s, especially waking up this early to do stuff, he just wouldn't be functional. So he just said, look, do you mind doing the first series? And I said, yeah, not a problem. So he'll probably be on for the second series, or at least some of it, before call time. But it does mean that I am here to take you through the series for now by myself. Alex will be joining us a little later. But I am indeed Initialized, and I do indeed cast. That's the one. You're not Nymaera? No, I know. I've even got a little sign under me telling you it's Nymaera. It's not. If you check the title for the stream, you'll see me in there. It says Initialize casts. And I'm Initialize, and I do the casting thing. So, yes. Hi. You may have seen me on LEC last weekend, which was pretty fucking cool. Initialize casts? That's the one. Yeah. It is worth just clarifying. Obviously, I know there's some memes going around in chat as well, because obviously we're on Nymaera's channel and the memes come around, but it is worth double checking for people who don't know. Yeah, I know, there's some shock in chat, really is. What? I know. Who would have known? Glasses and bearded, not the same guy. The hair has gotten shorter. Never mind that, but my camera's going off because we've got ourselves first game coming right up. Oh yes, that's some exciting stuff. Beijing JDG Intel Esports. That's a hell of a lot of name deals. Am I just as much of a weeb? Oh yes I am. Oh yes I am, unfortunately. So fun fact, in some ways I'm more of a weeb because I used to live in Japan, guys. I spent about 1.5 to 2 years out there. I had a great time. I was in Yokohama for a couple of years. Weibo Gaming tap 88 VPP, let's go. Yeah, there's a bit of that, that's for sure. There we go. Do I have a prediction for this series? Okay. If JDG is coming in prepared and not making stupid macro decisions, I think it's 3-1 JDG. If it is not, I think TT are smart enough and dangerous enough to make this a 3-2 TT. Part of my issue here is how much do I read into the BLG series? because I think BLG weren't as prepped as they should have been and are deservedly punished for their arrogance. I don't think that was necessarily true here for JDG, who will have done their prep for playoffs. So they've got to try and figure it out from there best they can. BLG have a bad record after New Year, don't they? Yeah, they do. Ironically, they haven't won a series post-Lunar New Year in like 4 years. I think it's been very, very silly. Just keep losing after Lunar New Year. They had, however, not lost a best of 5 in the LPL since 2022 for Knight, and 2023 for the whole organisation, which was pretty wild. So we just have to have been best of 3s before that. Where is indeed on Fraud Watch? Yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. JG is not a top team, just big names. I don't know if I agree with you. I think they've got some flaws, and I think they are not a perfect team. However, I think the top side of the map, in terms of Scout, well, actually, so in terms of your all-pro votes, right, you had Scout, you had... Oh, I'm having a moment here. You had... No, you didn't. You had like, yeah, Scout and actually, let me go pull them up. Let me have a look. We had quite a lot of JDG people in the various all-pro teams, and I think that's deservedly so. It's just the people that are missing from that all-pro team, no puns intending, in fact all puns intended, that have been more problematic. LPL 25. There we go. So who was our all-pro again? To remind myself before I just lie to you all on air. Who would do that? So you had hang on, where are you? There you go. So yeah, you had Ale and Scout were your second all-pro team, top and mid, which I think is deservedly so. They actually had a very good year, and Pays was third all-pro team. Now, of course, the irony is on the other side. 1XM, Page1, and Feather are also on second and then third all-pro team as well. So actually, you've got an even amount of all-pro teams. But I think deservedly so. It's partly what makes this matchup quite exciting. But I think saying JDG is not a top team is probably slightly disingenuous. They aren't perfect. They aren't 2023. But I still think they are quite scary. Pho, the best food and soup in the world. You're so right. Pho is so good. I think in fairness, there are quite a lot of good soups. Knight is the #1 mid laner. I don't know if he was this year. I think he's deservedly not in that all-pro team right now. I think he's been a bit elo held, but I think he has not been performing at the best of Knight. Like, the guy was getting solo killed by Setup pretty regularly last series, which isn't great. Doumbia has been performing exceptionally well. The only thing is, of course, these have been in siloed groups, right? They have been against two others in their groups, and it means actually, okay, was your group stronger or weaker, yes or no? And that can colour how well you think of players. There's reason these all-pro votes are always going to have a bit of a caveat, because it wasn't against the strength of the whole league, right? It was against the strength of your group. It's the reason playoffs will now be quite interesting to track to see where people are actually at. So, JDG versus TT Game 1 starting up. First pick is the Nidalee, for Shun is famously a big Nidalee player. I think Alex might have better memory on this one, but I feel like Shun hasn't had the best Nidalee performances in recent weeks. So that said, did have a pretty solid one against Tien. The game they won against the Zyra in Game 2, Shun popped off on the Nidalee, did really, really well. So there has at least been that in recent weeks. The bans here I don't think should be surprising. Jace, very good, very flexible. Kalista, just don't give it over to anybody in the LPL. Can't give Hoya Rumble. The Aurora's very strong in general. Sejuani is a bit of a base one specialty to allow melee champions. So instead they go Aurora, they go Corki, and they already know it's into the Nidalee, so you can vie third here and be quite happy. So they've gone to two other picks that are really powerful. The Corki's a flex, the Embessa's really strong. You're pretty happy. Do you just Cassante now for Ala? Because obviously they've not picked Cassante themselves, so that suggests that they were much preferring having Hoya on something like the Zambessa. Is it still fearless? Yes, it is. It's just not with the side select 1v1 because it's best ofs now. So seeding matters here. Seeding determines game 1 side select. So they've gone for Leona. Fine. Though I don't think Missing's Leona was that clean the other day. Now they've gone for the Renekton as well. So you've got Renekton in Italy, you've got Leona, you've got 2 very, very easy setup tools for Shun to pop off on. BH1 has done really, really well on the Lilia. It's a bit of a specialty for him. He got a 5-level lead. 5-level lead, at least momentarily, against Wei in BLG. So that if he gets ahead, can do really, really scary things. That'll be worth keeping our eyes on. Hey, Lewinsky. Welcome in. I wanted to try and put Shun on comfort. Honestly, a little bit. I think it's also, for a fearless draft, this is another one of those kind of Nocturne Orianna style compositions where what you have got is, particularly for the Nidalee plus the Renekton, a combo that is really, really good together and just way less good apart. So this is a good draft, not necessarily always fair weather champions that will fit into every draft. And so you're getting use out of champions you might otherwise have to finagle around a little bit. Of course, Renekton and Leona are pretty flexible. We see them quite a lot. So there is a certain amount of rising an eyebrow on that one. But basically, for a first draft here in JDG, you've gone for a combo comp of your champions rather than one that is like, this is, you could plug and play different champions in here and it works the same. That's not quite right with particularly Nidalee plus the laners she's got working with right now. Hui plus Yone, fine. It's good dive options. It's good AD mids. The Hui is good poke follow-up as well onto a lot of what the Renekton and Leona are doing. So, last ban. Maybe it is a support here. Poppy, yeah, fair. Feather plays it. I mean, ironically, I think Hoya's the big Poppy main on that team, but they got Ambessa locked in. And I don't think we're seeing Ambessa support, guys. So what are we locking in? We've got a mid laner or bot lane to lock in. We've got a support to lock in as well. Ezreal is a bit safer, adds a bit of range, takes away from Pays, who would have had a good Ezreal angle this game with the Leona and the Nidalee, so fine. Do you just Kai'Sa now as Pays? Varus also fine. Can match the poke. Solid in lane, very good in lane. Will eventually be better in lane than the Ezreal after the first back. Solo casting today, at least in the first series, yeah. Okay, so they've hovered through a few different offerings. I personally would have gone for the Varus or the Kai'Sa. They go for the Varus, that's fine. Double poke now. Assuming it's not on hit, which I don't think it's going to be that great this game. I think it would be a bit risky. Might keep you alive a bit more though if you do people do get on top of you. But I think it's a way of making the Lilia's life a bit harder. Azir, similarly, good range, good disengage, good team fight, consistent AP threat. Okay, JDG, it's a poke comp with very good pick. So you've got, obviously the Emperor's Divide, the shuffle is solid in a team fight for that, but actually a lot of it is Leona, Renekton, Varus hitting someone with their single target stuns, having Nidalee and Varus follow up with their kind of burst combos, their ranged poke, and blowing people up. Feather debating an engage option. I think they really need it this game. Rel is fine. It will help set up for the Ambessa and the Lilia. Because basically, TT are a lot more all-in. Their all-in is very good. And especially if they get onto someone like this Varus or probably the Nidalee, honestly, you can blow them up in an instant, and that's really, really good. And obviously the Lilia is a better team fighter than the Nidalee, but it has to get in melee range of people. At least you've got the ability to match the Nidalee and clear pretty well on the Lilia, and you can threaten a lot of these guys on the other side, especially if you get ahead enough of the curve to get to Riftmaker, get to Zhonya's, you become a lot harder to manage. I think if this game gets rolling for JDG, it's going to get quite tricky. I need to prep to stop Spotify, that's the one, so we get ourselves ready to head into game. So we will pause that, head on over to this, unmute our music, get ourselves ready to go for game 1. And Scout on Azir has always been a great team fight. I had a bit of a weird time laning on it last year, I'm not going to lie. Al's in chat, you can say hello to him. He's keeping an eye on various people. And there's our beautiful players for the day. JDG's names you should all know. They're all very, very famous over the last few years. Don't talk gaming. You will know. You'll know a few of these names by the time we're done. Page1, 1xN in recent weeks been performing very, very, very well. I think Feather has also been a bit of a revelation to go alongside Yichen. Or 1xN. I'm just going to keep alternating because I can. But let's let the crowd take it for a second. Follow you. TT getting some proper gyros. It wasn't so long ago that they had a bit of an absent audience. Not so much anymore. People very proud of them. Nice. Level 1. 1xN. One shot, one kill. Down to a 3rd HP. Not going to lead to all that much. Doesn't look like we're getting a lane swap as yet. Missing and Pays looking to try and punish someone stepping the wrong side. That ward there will spot out TT being very deep in the river. And it looks like actually Thundertalk are going to theoretically instigate a lane swap. Are they going to potentially switch back? We're going to get Australia lanes? I feel like Ezreal Rel shouldn't be absolutely unplayable versus the Varus Leona. Varus Leona should win because they're just very good. 2021 Scout Azir was insane. Yes, I agree. That was probably at its best. A lot of people voting for JDG over in Onivia. I see it there. Yeah, don't blame you. Interesting, starting the arrow, not the hail of arrows, which is often the Varus level 1. Basically, because you get better wave clear and better AoE poke on it. And the slow is really valuable to set up your sports and stuff, but that's not happened. Of course, with the way the map is split, Beidwan's gone Raptors and coming on over, but Nidalee is going to try and join, is going to be off vision. Oh, Beidwan's in danger here, may need to flash. Javelin goes wide, Feather now around. It's going to be a smite fight over this. We'll need to back away. Gets a fair amount of damage down onto Missing. We'll need to leave. Javelin goes wide. Blue buff resets. Are they going to keep playing this? I think they might. Feather may need to crash down. Over comes the Corki. Goes into pounce form. And everyone backs away. Some health pots burn from both supports. And Shun defends the blue buff. Has to now be on a bit of an awkward clear. Because has left a lot of his camps on the other side. But does get to start up that second buff just fine. Smite burned on the Krugs to keep the speed up. Nidalee could theoretically invade after this. That'll be interesting to track. I don't know whether they actually will be, but it's worth noting. Oh, I saw that one. Crash down, away from the arrow option. Nidalee hasn't invaded. I think otherwise it would have been a bit of a mistake, but they know where all the junglers are, so it gives laners a chance to do this, because they're all clearing a bit slower. Because you can sort of vaguely track it by where your junglers are. So, okay, well, they'll be roughly where we are. Nidalee will be slightly behind because she had the whole quadrant to clear. Beidwan had to leave back towards zone jungle, but because of the way that people moved in the early game, should be on relatively similar tracks. I now need to see, however, whether Beidwan is going to play around this bot side Scuttle Crab. I suspect not, and understandably has backed away from his blue buff. Are we going to see the invade after this? Because theoretically, Shun could come and invade on this blue. So we need to keep our eyes on this, why the observers are doing what they're doing. They're going to see it's gone down now, throws down the ward, and a good ward from Corki helps keep this Nidalee on track. We're not going to see an invade. I think it would have been a little bold. The warding's correct. Beidwan going to clear up this blue buff and then head over towards topside Scuttle would be my imagination. It's also indeed 15.4, absolutely. Well, 25.1.4 or whatever the new nomenclature is. So we are now on players, and now the patches are caping up again a little bit. It's just basically the reason we didn't change a little earlier is because otherwise certain teams would have played an uneven number of games on stuff. There's nice roam from Missing. Flash out from Beidwan, gets away, but can't get over to that Scuttle Crab as a result. Really good stuff from the bot lane. The reset time is from TT. Suck a little on that one, not gonna lie. So this Lily is gonna lose both Scuttle Crabs. Failed invade. Good tracking from JDG. Nice. Yeah, missing not resetting there, taking some time to do it. Really messes up Beituan, who can't get over to that Scuttle Crab, who would have loved to have to spot with, especially because Setup had TP'd early to get lane prio. A little bit more out of that. Didn't happen though. And our bot lanes have switched. That's the price of switching around. You don't have prio where you hoped it would be. Screen, oh, it is a little bit, isn't it? Hang on, let's go see if we can just check the, let me go check. No, it is on max. It is on max. Yeah, we've got our quality as good as we can. That might just be their end, unfortunately. I'll try reloading. But it might just, in fact, be the quality we have to deal with. Reloads have helped. Hoya about to get dove. Flash, flash. Lots of dashing around. It's not the easiest dive ever. Can't quite secure as yet. Shun backing away. Gets the primal surge. Gets a decent amount of the healing here. Hoya. Public execution comes on through. Nice dashing away. Shun's had to flash. Javelin toss goes wide. And good Drake Cam step out. Well played from Hoya. Gets the level 6 just about off the minions. Gets away with it. Gets a flash off missing. Gets a flash off Shun. They don't get the kill. The Nidalee dive doesn't work. Also, this Lilia then gets to invade. You'll lose grubs off this, but honestly, I think if as a Lily, you go, well, I'll take Raptors, thank you. I'll make him take Grubs as well. You're feeling just fine, and I think if Lilia gets 6 off these Krugs, you feel really good. So they're lane swapping away to try and defend the dive. Oh, they're going to be fast enough. TT, I think, need to leave. Yeah, they do. They basically, Pays was hovering around just in case they went for a counter dive themselves, but the lane swap comes on through. They'll lose Grubs off this. Rel going to get spotted. We'll have her back delayed a little, but the resets come on through. And basically, JDG are chasing around this bot lane, trying to ensure that their Varus can lane into the Ezreal, be as obnoxious as they can be until Ezreal gets the first item. Feather is 2. Do they want to play that? No, okay. They'll leave it alone. That's another Scuttle Crab down. That's really annoying. TT, because of the lane swap shenanigans, at least in part, haven't had the most fun time. Remember, Hoya doesn't have ult, so Arla could theoretically all in, especially with the flash advantage too. Bit of a frustrating difference there, and also, Arla's been able to lane a lot freer than Hoya. And so Arla's really, really strong in a way that Hoya just isn't. Had to drop a lot of that wave topside. It's led to a pretty solid early Goldie, and a lot of it really is top. And a bit at the bot lane too. So I don't know whether TT are going to be that happy with the lane swap, honestly. Cost you 3 Scuttle Crabs for the jungle. It's cost you a few plates, which Pays has picked up. And yes, I know it's lethality Varus. It's pretty miserable to lane against. For this topside matchup, that's 30 CS is kind of in the hole. We didn't see all that much of the early lane, so I don't actually know how this happened. Because I feel like actually we did end up getting Arla versus Hoya for a fair amount of the early game until people switched again. Maybe it's just bad wave timings. Still, Arla is second place All-Pro, understandably so. And Hoya gonna have to play from a bit of a deficit here. Not the most fun. At least he got public execution up. Nice tree shot barrage. Missed the Q. Unlucky. Yeah, JDG got to play this faster or they get outscaled. To an extent. They've got the Renekton Nidalee comp. It would be nice to make that happen, and Nidalee wants to accelerate, and actually the Lilia is doing a fairly decent job of matching. However, I still think it's not that hard to execute in team fights, because basically, whoever gets hit by the CC of the Varus, of the Leona, Hella Protect and pressing W, should theoretically still die a horrible death to the Varus Q plus Nidalee Q plus everyone all inning. So you still have got really good pick and very good range. You outrange this game on the whole. Rockets aren't what they used to be on Corki, and Ezreal is only 1 versus the 2 of the Nidalee and the... Okay. Wraps still secure. Nice rotate up from JDG. And the front line for TT isn't superb, right? It's Feather, who is only tanky when he goes forwards, and Ambessa, who isn't tanky, just disruptive. So JDG's scale fine. In that sense. I think especially into this comp, I think if it just comes straight to team fights though, it's not always going to be easy, because, you know, Lilia, theoretically a better team fighter than Nidalee in most situations. Ambessa is very good with items and levels. The Ezreal will still be really obnoxious and be probably a much more consistent damage threat than a Poke Varus. Corki should match the Azir okay in terms of damage, even though the range isn't quite the same. It's more of an ease of execution thing there. TT, the way they get their damage largely is through all-in. Feather goes in, everyone piles on top, you blow everyone up with your AoE skills. I just know how easy that's going to be. JDG do get both sets of grubs. Setup's going to be in serious danger here. He doesn't know the scout's around. Nice match on the shove. Missing's over the wall. Good flash to avoid the Emperor's Divide. Missing's flashed over the wall himself. Lots of trading. I think this is just a dead Corki. That teleport sucks. Probably execution the other way. Yeah, that TP was a bit late. Flashed the Emperor's Divide, but missing flashing over the wall played that really well. And missing someone we've had a lot of criticism for. That's actually now a couple really good plays. The flash on Bay trying to stop the Scuttle Crab contest early on. Nice flash there after the grubs to get a nice kill for JDG. And they are now kind of at a pretty solid spot in this game. 6 grubs plus Nashes is really, really good value. Arla just got a load of plates bot, especially because Hoya teleported to try and save setup. That sucks for Hoya. Beitran's going to go farm the other side of the jungle in trades. Let's have a look at the replay, because basically setup doesn't spot Scout going into the alcove, and he gets alcove gamings. Blast coned over by the looks of it. Flashes the Emperor's Divide. Missing's coming over, so setup tries to stand and deliver. The teleport comes on through. It's just very slow at this point in the game. So yes. But hey, your Lily has gotten to 1 item. Farming just fine. The Nidalee isn't ahead in that curve, which is okay. Ambessa got her first item, which is fine. You're a bit behind in terms of other items, and that does suck. But hey, you do what you have to do. Didn't get... they've gotten a couple plates bot. That's about it. Gold lead is there for JDG, just not back-breaking. Partly because the Corki's just cashed in Cull. Partly because Lily's done a pretty good job. Nice hop away, but it's missing in a horrible spot. Chains of Corruption land. Eclipse isn't as value as they're hoping. Feather hit with the Solar Flare. Alright. Decent hop away from 1xn, who did cleanse, and you get the Ignite out. So you got a Summoner out of that. Dragon spawning in a minute and a half, so yeah, you'll have your spells up before this. Won't have Summoners, though. True Shot Barrage to help try and clear wave. Resets will start coming on through, especially if TT want to play around these dragons. Setup is going to have a really unfun time. Feathers around. Man, Nash's plus 6 grubs is silly. Setup doesn't have enough wave clear yet. There we go. Wards from JDG going down everywhere. They are trying to make this as difficult as possible. Feather sidestep, setup, resets. That turret bot's gone. That's understandable. They're just giving it up. They can't play for that. That'll be a big gold injection. Dragon spawning. Resets come on through. Scout gets it. Shun needs to be a bit wary here. Okay, blue buff secured. Who flashed there? Was that Feather? Or was that Hex Flash? I didn't see. Placing arrow wide. There's some good wards right now from JDG and blue side. The TT have now cleared out. But the blue buff still comes on through. Does have, I mean, Smite will be up in time for Dragon though for Shun. It was the 2 charge stuff. That Ala's going to get the second turret. Oh boy. 6 scrubs and better lane states. That's a much better gold lead for JDG. Second Dragon will still likely be secured here. So yeah, they get that. What's our rift going to be? Hex rift. Good rift. Good soul. TT happy to play for that one. Wards there. Beichuan trying to clear up some Raptors. Defensively, I don't really know. I mean, also getting speed up off the Raptors with the Q, so it should be harder to get on top and can prance around with that. So where are we at now? A few minutes till next Dragon. Herald's up. JDG got both turrets. They've held on to mid just fine, so there is that. But side lanes are a bit miserable right now for TT. This is a very strong Redactum versus the Ambassador, who's now up 40 CS. Herald secured. That's the third neutral objective. That's feat to strength. TT going to trade on a turret. I think that's probably the wise decision. Missing. Does have flash. Good Zenith Blade away. Ambassador going to get hit with the Chains of Corruption into the All-Out. Not the All-Out, into the Empress Divide. Into Herald mid. Yep, that's a bit of an overplay. Missing is not as squishy as you think he is with Eclipse. And Aftershock, Zenith Blades away. Hoya dying leaves a lot of room for this TP to start coming on, this Herald to come on through in mid. And JDG kind of just starting to run away with it a little bit over the mid game. I'm going to get the second turret as well. Oh my days, the wave clear's just not there. Massive moment. Okay, turn around. Missing's going to die. Lilting Lullaby. Oh boy. Oh, you missed the swell seed. Okay, it's fine. 1xm picks it up. Shouldn't have to flash away. Okay, you get a kill back. That's something. Not everything though. Hoya's going to back away. But they were getting a big shove bot. Yeah, TT are not having fun in terms of the tower trades. That's what, 4-1 now? Oh. Yeah. Grubs plus Herald plus very scary poke slash dive leads to a lot of value. So basically, this all goes off TT trying to threaten missing on the rotate up because they know they've just done Herald. If they can get this kill in a much better spot, they keep chasing, and Hoya here, solar flared and immediately full comboed. Just dies, and then basically they can't defend mid as a result. So the pick goes wrong, and TT is swiftly slapped in the face for the temerity of stepping forwards there. It's not all over for TT. 3,000 gold is significant, but it is not game defining as yet. I think if it turns up to this next Dragon fight and they give it up for free, it gets a lot trickier. Because that then leaves things like Atakan up where they're not fighting Atakan with Soul as a win con to back them up. So they can't split the map as freely, and I think then you just end up getting Atakan, and it's a really bad time. You really want a second item, though, for this Corki and Ezreal. If you can get more Amanas on, suddenly life feels so much better again. The big discrepancy is in top lane. Hoya is increasingly falling behind. Feels like every play he's tried to make with the team has just led to Ala having more time alone in a lane, and that's been really problematic. So Ala's going to hit second item very fast, and this Ambassador's not going to be that useful. I need to go look back exactly see how Hoya ends up giving up so much wave control from the early game. I'm assuming a lot off the lane swaps. Then he had that really unfortunate TP top. He just got picked off there. So there's been a couple team plays that haven't worked out, plus lane swap shenanigans. I just don't know whether Ala's just been manhandling him in a 1v1 state. So basically, is this entirely Hoya's fault, or is this team macro decisions that have basically left him with the short end of the stick? It might be a bit of both. It probably is. And Hoya is someone who has, at points, been considered a lost condition for a team. Ala is not going to have fun here. Lilting Lullaby, Dominus pop, nice turnaround. TP's come on through. Beige 1 needs to be really careful here. So the TP comes on through. Oh, Beige 1? Okay, all out goes way wide. Was expecting Scout to keep going further forwards. Flash from Scout. Okay, so a little bit awkward there. You get a flash and teleport off Scout. You get the ult off Arlo, who survives. Ult off Beige 1, ult off Hoya, who I guess was trying to ult Scout, but who didn't keep stepping forwards. So they were trying to catch Scout on the turret, was what that was. So it was a reactive read, didn't happen. Does have, I mean, Scout down, flash down, ult down, teleport. Very pickable coming up to this dragon. But being down Lilting Lullaby and Public Execution is pretty significant for your team fight power. I'm not gonna lie. Dominus is big though for Scout. Sorry for Arlo. Okay, couldn't rush the dragon. But they've got a ward down in that banana bush to spot out what's happening. Hoya's gonna leave to get towards the wave state. Atakan's up. Are they just giving this one up? That's a shame. At least you got the first 2 dragons. I know we said it was problematic. Are they gonna try and rush for Atakan? I don't think that's doable. They maybe just need to get some wards down. Yeah, okay. Pull away, keep scaling. They've got the Muramanas in now, for at least for the Ezreal. Oh, nice pick onto missing. This didn't work out the last time, though, did it? Okay, this is just a Hex Flash. Didn't burn all that much. Fine. TT just not being able to find significant picks. I think the Ezreal is just... No, the Leona's been tankier than I think was vaguely anticipated. Merc Treads, very valuable. Blood Song. Good. Shun hops out. Extra camps to his name. And this is the problem of losing all your turrets. It's just so much easier for this Nidalee to hop in. And then hop back out again. Ghostblade procced. At least one extends even enough in the gold and farm. Down a little bit, but not significantly. So your AD carries are now online. Congratulations. It's just a full Sterex difference in top lane, which is really sad. It was 2 ults for both teams, in fairness, before Drake. It's just which ults they were was relatively significant. And they couldn't capitalize. They came over and decided against it. Honestly, JDG just have made better macro moves in terms of where they've been on the map. We had questions about their macro decision making against Weibo. Less so today. Thundertalk could still win this. They are 4,000 gold down though, which is a bit frustrating. I think a lot of it now is starting to turn up in the jungle. It wasn't there earlier. It is now. And Horizon focus in a comp like this really, really hurts. Because that extra damage when you've got all the CC lockdown from people means this Nidalee is a legitimate additional threat. Not that the leader is entirely weak, right? And you know, and Beige 1's done an okay job about had been staying even enough in CS. Has kind of had to drop a few camps now, basically because the turrets are down. Oh man, they can't see a damn thing. That tribe rush is frustrating. And the poke now, because the javelins keep coming. The arrows keep coming. Control wards all over this one set up. Hit with the solar flare. Nice pullback from missing. He's gone a bit deep. As a result, chains of corruption onto setup. He flashes out. Okay. Stays alive. Has TP. Can rejoin. Has Hex Gates. Can rejoin. Cleared the wave well enough. Oh, they haven't. Okay, they're going to keep diving there. Feather's dead. You need to leave setup. Hang on, missing. Doesn't die. Doesn't take damage to Terror aggro. Hoya on the other side has joined with a blast cone. Has to flash out. That's pretty ugly. Are they going to want to TP behind this? I don't know. So, setup survived. Feather didn't. They lost the turret. Hoya somehow gets caught on one side. Pays. Has the Edge of Night popped. This one's been a little bit awkward from TT in the mid game. That's Atakan as well. They have... That play in the mid game where they lost 2 turrets is going to really haunt them. And then they had that additional play where they end up losing Pays. That's actually pretty solid. They get his all out. Oh, they get his cleanse. They're TPing in. Are they going to be able to claim this turret? No, they're not. Oh, TT. Oh, TT. And they just got the withdrawals as well. Nice hop over the wall. Oh, Arla just burns more. He's going to get Feather as well now. Oh, my days. That is a big crocodile. That is a really big crocodile. Well, they didn't get the turret, they didn't get 1x, they didn't get pace, they didn't get Arla, and they die. That is just the worst of every world there. Okay, base one's going to do quite a lot of damage here, theoretically. Woo! Gets the withdrawal. Okay, nice. A little bit too far that time, Arla. Has not got TP, so he's going to be a ways for a while. Hex Gates means they can come on over and play this, though. Scout's going to get this tier 2 bot. Oh, man. That's every tier 2 down. Oof. 6 grubs to JDG is always a mistake. So, the Ghost Blades pop before he gets hit with the public execution. But it also means they don't then have it to come and to stop Arlet. They don't claim the turret. Setup gets absolutely eviscerated. And then 1xN hops the wall, but Arlet's waiting for it. There is a crash down there from Feather, but it's just not quite in time. It saves your inhibitors going down, is what happens with that. You can't really play this next dragon because there's withdrawals and hex gates. Missing's had a much better game. At least you have got 1 or 2 checking tools between a Swirl Seed, Double Farsight, Q, R from Ezreal. You're gonna lose another dragon though. I don't think the Lilia Gambit has worked out as well as they were hoping. At least Lilia's at 2 items now. There is that. Gold on an Italy can sometimes be a little bit of a fake stat. But the Arm Guard will make it very frustrating. Can you hold on for a 3rd item? I don't know. I think it's very, very tricky now with this comp because you're walking into a poke pick comp with no vision. It's miserable. No one from TT can face check. Rel is not tanky, is level 9. That is 6 levels lower than Scout and Shun. Base one's 2 levels behind now. At least should be able to get to level 14 soonish. But yeah, it's even looking at the side, it's still pretty even. That's Baron going down. Arla's tanking. Yeah, that's going to be Baron. Not a lot the TT can do. Man alive. They'll try and... okay. No need to test Shun's Smite's key this time around. Use the end of Atacon to force Prio, get Baron. This is a textbook game from JDG. Hoya does still get hit by the Chains of Corruption. Can keep Drakehound stepping, but takes a lot of damage to do it. Dominus down. Chains of Corruption down. Space won't want to look for an angle. Okay, hang on. This could be a big lilting lullaby. Pays, cleanses. Missing will die. Nice. Okay, you got cleanse off Pays. Scout did a weird Revenant shuffle forwards, then backwards to try and be as obnoxious to hit as possible. You don't actually get all that much of it, but you do stop the Baron Shuff immediately. Beige one had to flash for that, so it's a flashy combo that doesn't lead to all that much. But Pays doesn't have cleanse, and that means theoretically Feather could all in him. Arla, no ult. Shun Scout has TP'd in. Okay, they want to make this happen. Oh my god, Shun! Needs to go golden, needs to go golden. Does it go golden? Oh my days, has now. Scout's really deep. Oh, True Shot Barrage at least gets 1 back, so they've gone 1 for 1. Scout's now very, very deep. It's so bloody scary, man. This is here is ridiculous. Okay, Beige 1 dies. That's a bit sad. It ended up being a 2 for 1. Hoya's going to be run down by Scout, who can just start autoing again. Man, Leandri's, Nash's, Zhonya's. This Azir is just not under threat. Oh, God. Can they just end the game? I don't know whether they can quite end it, but they can certainly get a lot of damage done. Oh, my days. Scout. That is nasty. It's going to be Arla who's the MVP. Oh, well done, Pays. Flash ult. Feather dice well. Game's over. Reminder, Scout can still go golden. And then just Leandri is you down. Yeah, game's over. GG. TT got walked. Put a collar on. That was pretty brutal. That was pretty brutal. Wow. Wow. I mean, welcome back, folks. Hello. I am Initialise, not Nymaera. I am Nymaera's brother. I am his older brother, no less. We cast League of Legends together. We cast this together on this channel quite regularly. This is the LPL for those of you who are here without knowing what's going on. We are watching JDG versus Underdog Gaming, and JDG very handily managed game one. Very handily. That was Nidalee plus pushing lanes doing Nidalee plus pushing lanes things. You get all the outer turrets and your poke pick comp gets to explode the map. TT tried to pick off missing a few times, failed, gave up a lot of structures for it. And every play that TT made didn't work. Nearly all the ones that JDG did work. Game falls apart. Please, if you can, by the way, before I completely lose the train of thought, throw a follow, throw a subscription here on this channel, Nymaera. Do the same over on mine, Initialise Casts. Please send some love and affection our way. We love you all. TT mental broken team. We'll see. I think they're pretty... Remember, they nearly got reverse swept by BLG. They can pull back from this, yeah. I think this game ended up falling apart a little bit, basically because the lane swap really didn't work out. Hoya fell miles behind because of the lane swap, and they didn't get an advantage on their bot lane either. So I think part of this is just some of the draft decisions hurt a bit. Ironically, though, I feel with seeding, TT should have been the one to choose side select, right? No, left-hand side gets to choose is the way it works. It's coin flip, is it? Okay, there you go. Despite coming first in the group, no side select. There you go. Here's our graphs. Gold started was close enough for a while, then got bigger, and then really exploded. You can sort of see the three stages of this game. Early game, where it was even enough until first turrets fall, and then Atacard into end game. It's pretty simple. Oh, and there's our damages. They were the damage-jings. And here's our highlights. Have a look. Because this is the one where they try to pick off missing, timeout is aftershock, and then they just jump on that single target. Remember when we said Chains of Corruption plus Solar Flare plus Shuffle will be quite a lot of CC for your poke to then land? Yeah. Arla also did absolutely foul things on this Renekton. It might end up being Scout as our MVP. I think probably Arla deserves it. Game 5 is 1v1. I believe that's the correct choice. Yeah, game 1 is coin flip. Game 5 is 1v1. I think if JDG are on this form, TT gave a very sad time. Sedab couldn't get far enough away. Scout murders him. It's a nice pick-off with the True Shot Barrage. And then they basically feel like, well, we have to try and trade onto Scout. But then he just gets to stand and deliver. He's so strong at that point with the Zhonya's as well. Nice from Pays. Really baits out 1xN. Nice combo. So, let's have a look who MVP is. I think probably Arla. I think TT are going to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Of course, this is with the Nidalee. I don't think you're going to have this kind of composition to deal with again necessarily. It's a bit frustrating that Beitwan burns his Lilia to do this. Obviously, you matched the farm speed well enough, but there was like 2 big lilting lullabies, neither of which earned you decisive wins. You got a kill out of them. A single one, which isn't that great. Because I think a lot of this needs to be better lane swaps, if you're going to do it. And you need to be managing your wave states a lot better, because you just lost every turret. And the game was not playable into that comp when you gave up all outer turrets, plus the mid-tier 2, somewhat sequentially. Pretty rough. Felt like TT were behind the macro tempo a little bit by about 30 seconds, which was really problematic. So they're basically a wave behind. Didn't see how many kills Hoya got. Check afterwards. Am I casting LEC this weekend? No, at least as far as I know. It's back to the regular rotations. And I'm pretty sure Medic's feeling better. I'll drop him your well wishes. How did your boy Arlo play in game 1? Very, very, very well. He had a mean old Renekton game. Huge individual advantage into some very impressive TP plays. Basically, so 1v3 double AD carries plus a Rel by himself. Got 2 kills. Got out alive. Giga Chad. Player of the game is Arla. There you go, 2-0-2, but just got vast quantities of gold. He had a 4k advantage individually. Hey Esther, good to see you. Alex, however, is on LEC this weekend. He's on the desk. So go say hey to him. Right, let's pull back. Hello. Good to see you. So, GT vs KC on Monday? Yeah, apparently Targamas was saying they felt like they've been scrimming pretty well. I mean, scrims are scrims, right? And that never entirely matches the... Okay, some for jungle, one for support. I think Missing also had a really good game. Pace is a boulder call. Pace was fine. Some good chains of corruption. I would have put Scout over that personally. But hey, here we are. Okay. Are we just into second game straight away? Oh my days. I was expecting a break. Oh no, oh, there's the break. Phew, right. I'm gonna run some ads. Sorry, Twitch viewers, not really. Help support the channel. Means we don't get ads in game. Deal with the ads. Are you and your brother from Australia? No, we're from the UK. We do get asked that a fair amount. A lot of, for some reason, to the American ear, we sometimes sound a bit Australian. But nope, from the middle of the UK, from Nottingham, or near Nottingham, so I'll be back for NLC finals in a week or so, and that should be really, really good fun. And that is, of course, with, in Nottingham, so I'm in my hometown, which should be really exciting. Yep. But there you go, descriptors. Sorry, I don't know accents well. Are you enjoy your living in Germany? Yeah, definitely am now it's not lockdown. Lockdown and not knowing anyone here was very stressful and very lonely. A lot better nowadays. But yeah, it's been cool. Berlin is a cool city. I somewhat miss London, but that was just home for a long time. So it's always a bit weird being away from home for an extended period of time in that sense. But yeah, but definitely doing our best to have a good time out here. Love to live in UK or Germany. Yeah, they're great. They're great countries. I had a lot of time for both. Germany, I will say, Berlin is not Germany. Berlin is very much its own thing compared to the rest of Germany. Berlin is after Frankfurt, the word C in Germany. So there's that's just it. 'Cause Berlin is, if you like what Berlin has to offer, which is lots of artsy stuff, loads of cafes, cool museums. If you're into your club scenes, you know, the Berlin club scene is incredibly world famous. all the beer gardens, those kind of things, especially if you like the ones which are like really run down and full of fairy lights and weird pop-up pizza stalls with weird toppings, that's Berlin. It is not anything like the rest of Germany. It is not Köln. It is not Munich. It is not so many other cities which are a much more traditionally German experience. It's certainly not living in the countryside, right? Like, and it's not like, I don't know, out in Neukölln or whatever in Berlin. It's not the same as big somewhere else like Nuremberg or whatever. So, oh, guys, interviews. Oh no. Oh, I should be need to tab over. Quick, unmute this. Mute that for a second.
自己的小目标的话，先拿下冠军吧。
I was too late. I'm sorry, guys. Go back to the chill music. Where is my full screen production? There it is. Hello, guys. I'll be stretching. How many guesses I have? I actually don't remember. Honest answer. I'm sorry. Someone else in chat might remember. I thought Blödfield was the worst German city. Might be. Does Blödfield even exist? No idea. Hello, Onivia's chat. Good to see you too. Would you prefer Berlin or other parts? I think I've grown to quite like Berlin at this point. I've got a lot of friends and stuff here, so that's fine. I think Cologne's really lovely as well. I really enjoyed my time in Cologne when I visited. I've not actually explored Germany that much yet. I'd really like to. Where's Alex? Sleeping. He's got LEC this evening, so I think he's trying not to screw his sleep schedule up too much. So he's trying to get a bit of resting. It'll be a long day this evening. We've got LPL, not LPL, LEC playoffs and stuff to cover. So he just said, look, if I did double best of 5 this morning, I would regret everything I did in my life, and that is a reasonable take. Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. If you can, throw a follow, throw a subscription. Please do at this channel and over at Initialise Cast. Game 1 went to JDG. It was pretty one-sided. Early game, TD were holding on until they really weren't. 6 grubs, plus Azir, plus shove. Turrets disappeared. And Hoya was left holding the bag. The bag being a weighty ton of crocodile smacking you in the face with a big sword thing. I don't know what weapon they hold. A glaive. Does that count as a glaive? Because for me, I suppose it might be a glaive, you know? Maybe that does count as a glaive. Did my LEC to the LEC cast go well? I believe so. People seem to really like it. I felt like it went pretty well. The Monday games in particular felt pretty tight. I'm very happy. Shurima won game 1 for sure. Oh yeah. I mean, basically, Ala had a really good game. Scout had a really good game. And TT were a bit shell-shocked, bluntly, by how things worked out. So for Thunder Talk, what do we need to see next game? We need to see a little bit better lane control. Probably some lanes which feel a bit better. I think the Ezreal takeaway was fine, but like Hoya needs to not fall behind like that again. However it happened, whether it was Hoya's fault or lane swaps or both, can't happen that way. And you just need to manage your lanes a bit better, because they were second to the plays quite multiple times. The invade really put Beitwan in a tricky position. Missing was better on the map than Feather, so it would often end up with Missing in a position where Feather wasn't able to support as well as they're hoping for. And once the turrets fell down, it was a whole mess. I don't think... Did Hoya get any kills? I don't know if he did. We'll see. I don't remember. I'm sorry. But eventually at a point where Beitwan couldn't farm anymore, right? And the Nidalee was just nabbing all the camps, and suddenly your jungler was having a lot harder time. Couldn't get to Zhonya's. Kinda sucked. And thank you all for the follows, guys. I do appreciate it. Missing watched your fraud one and said, yeah, no, this was a very good game from Missing. It was a good game from Missing. He got, like, I think especially because when he got caught, his team was there to defend him, so I think it was just much better placement relative to his team as well. But he has been quite up and down, so we'll see. Yeah, he might still end up doing some inting yet. He's not safe yet. One good game does not a removal from the fraud ward earn you. He's on fraud watch anyway. So, game 2 coming up. I'm going to mute. Oh, I didn't make myself more coffee. This was a foolish error. Oh, no. Right, draft's going to come on up. In fact, I'm going to stick some in the background while I'm doing this. So I can pick it up once we're properly in-game. Kettle is on. Coffee will be secured post-draft. That'll be the idea. How exciting. And speaking of drafts, here we go. Lights, camera, action. Thundertalk versus JDG. TT on blue side this time around. Skarner banned, Vi banned on the other side. Is that going to force a Wukong ban? They're banning the Nocturne as well. Oh, this is interesting. Because these are dive champs from TT. It's also pinching Shun's pool. Because Shun has been a good Nidalee, but there have been serious questions in his time on JDG about what his champion pool looks like that's effective. Because Kindred and Nidalee are one thing, other styles of champion have been quite another. Hey Trinity, good to see you. Drink water, yes boss. And what's the LEC castle? Oh, thank you mate. Enjoy, say hello to Alex for me. Kalista ban, interesting, so they don't want to first pick it. Sejuani ban. We're getting a lot deeper down into this pool. I think at this point you're looking theoretically at a Wukong first pick even, or Aurora. What's your last ban, JDG? Jace. Okay, fine. So, what are we first picking? I am imagining Ashe is the first pick. So Ashe has fallen down a little bit in priority, but obviously still very, very strong. It's a much more dominant lane. I think they didn't get away with the Ezreal last game. Not that 1xN necessarily played the Ezreal poorly, but with the way things worked out, they didn't have pressure elsewhere enough to manage what happened. I think this just ends up being an Aurora Shinto and Aurora Wukong. Double big circles, the combo works. Let's see what Shun does with it. Do you just Zyra here then? Because it can make Shun's life really difficult. I think you might Zyra here. Aurora can manage it. Rumble's up as well. Do you Rumble Galio is the other thing. Because you could Rumble Galio here and just say, yeah, I don't think you can deal with this top. Or Braum with the Ashe. Actually, I'd take that back. Ashe Braum is the S tier pick. You land one auto, you land one Q, you run people down bot lane. It's miserable. It's a much more dominant lane. Makes Pace and Missing's life a lot harder for getting out of the map. I like it. Do you now have to consider a Galio for Arla or it gets banned? Are you sure? Because normally you just see the Galio into the Rumble. Maybe they feel like they want this in because it's a good combo with Paze and it can try and manage the Ashe Braum bit because you can just outrange and all your damage goes through the shield. Okay. Paze is historically a very good Ziggs. Orcs out there knowing all the Ziggs tech. So, at this point, you're banning junglers as JDG. Oh? Draft issue? That's the draft gone down. Looks like there was an issue. And we could just about see some notes there, by the way. A lot of magic damage and low CC. Yeah, I don't know. But I feel like that Ziggs was a choice. Maybe he's gonna be like Scout on Tristana or something again. Bring our cams up again briefly while we're waiting. Hello, guys. Clearly been some issues with draft. So we'll figure this out in a second. Did you send Alex to the Shadow Realm? Yeah, he's dead now. I killed him. His body's off that way. No, he's sleeping in my room because he's got LEC this evening, so he's getting a bit of a nap in, which is very reasonable. How am I? I'm pretty good, just tired. Early start when my schedule has been shifted later again recently, so it's like, oh, 6 AM start was not what I wanted for the day into double best of 5s. But hey, here we are. I still get to go some League of Legends with you lovely folks. Is that looking hopeful? I was thinking as early as yeah, it was double best of 5s today, so we've got NIPAL after this as well, so double up bracket. Pretty big deal. We're back. We are back. Wonderful. Enough postulating. Okay, are we gonna run speedrun bans? He is desk for LEC tonight, so I think it's him and Finn. They got some fun segments cooked up, actually, guys. So try and tune into the ready check. They've got some fun stuff prepped. Alright, Ashe, Aurora, Shinto. Again, all of these looking the same. They'll just run through these, I'm assuming. They'll take a bit of opportunity to do a bit of chatting while they can. Old man Sam, do you have a Discord server? I do. I do. If you head over to my Twitch channel, you should see a link up there. It'll also be in my link tree on my Twitter and stuff. And Trinity can probably grab it because he's one of my mods. Shared mod between me and Alex, so please do that. Don't JDG drive a lot of magic damage in low CC? Yeah, we had that conversation. Okay, so it was supposed to be a Ziggs. They were thinking cannon. Oh, cannon into Rumble. Cannon sucks in a lane in a way that Rumble doesn't. This needs to be a good lane from Arla. Arla has pulled out the cannon and done really well with it recently. One of the games they won against Wave, I was just off the back of Arla popping off on cannon. So, Jhin. They are still very low on AD, aren't they? Big AoE team fights. Cannon plus Aurora plus Jhin ult is great. I think the Viego makes some sense here because you can kind of try and jump away from people diving in, and also whoever gets hit by the Ash Arrow and the Equalizer, you can try and steal their body and turn things around. That's not awful. Poppy knocks away Cannon. It's a base one special in the jungle. I suppose theoretically you could flex the Rumble. You could flex the Rumble. TT are going to be a little bit high magic damage themselves here, but the thing is, it's a lot harder for JDG to build MR. You can get some Merc Tread boots in places. Victor's really interesting here, because the Cannon and the Shinzo do not enjoy Arcane Storm and Gravity Field. Gravity Field this game, plus Braum, plus Poppy. Man, JDG are not going to have fun diving forwards here. And you've still got a good pick from TT. So, this is such weird. You know what? I'm skipping this music. What is this music? This is the Rhythm Schism. Riot Forge, what have you done? Okay, that's not Champ Select music. That was just weirding me out. What is this? Okay, so they've locked in Barjin. So this is the hallowed bot lane that T1 lost 2023 World Finals with. Game 5. Did not play well. People got a little tilted by it. It is, however, very good pick. Thunder Talk Gaming. And make things very tricky. I need to go get my coffee, but it's in the kitchen. The game's just started. Alright, just see what happens in the level 1. Oh, Scout doesn't know. Here we go, TT. I know the Jayos are happening, but Phase 1's going to get jumped a little here. Picks up the Buckler shields. Okay, they're not going to flash for any more damage. Okay, it's out. We'll have to reset. And we're going to get some wards down for lane swaps in general. And I'll go get myself my coffee. Oh, baby, that's a fan bait. Okay, I come back and Shun is getting run out of his own jungle. Feathers there with Bejuan. Shun does not enjoy this combo at all. This happened the other series too, I feel. Okay, so nice combo from the Poppy and the Braum, who are really obnoxious. I've got my coffee now, by the way, guys. Who won the draft? I like TT's draft a bit more personally. Not that JDG's is unplayable, I will note. Oh, they can look to dive bot. Setup needs to not be walking that direction, actually. Okay, gets away with it. Okay, Shintao's going to invade. That's alright. But Poppy's in a much better spot on this. Oh, they're going to try and interrupt Poppy at blue buff. Ash Braum not really here to defend. They're coming now. Waves will meet in the middle. They can hawk shot. They see where the Shinzao is. Feather's still at level 1. That's a bit problematic. Scout eating some Hextech Rays and not having fun with it. Yeah. JDG, if they can get ahead and they get good flanks this game, they've got really good ability to go forwards and keep going forwards with the Kennen, Shinzao, Aurora all hopping in with their big ults. And then Pays and Missing doing the setup follow-up with the Tempered Fate and Curtain Call and stuff to set up for those big calls. The thing is, TT got really good disengage and really big AoE zone control. Braumon. That Glacial Fissure coming down. You've got the Equalizer to follow up. You can literally lay down ice and fire. You've got Gravity Field. You've got Hextech, Arcane Storm. You've got Poppy ult to knock people away. You've still got the Ash to deal with on top of all of that and the pick from that. I think TT has got a much more versatile draft, and they manage how JDG's comp wants to play quite well. Assuming they get decent vision control. I think if they get flanked, it gets harder. And I don't think their vision control was that stellar last game. Shun finally gets a hold of a Skull Crab, but the map's been split. Hoy's kind of alright with that, I think. Has had to play a bit more defensive, and Arla's actually laning into the Rumble really well so far, so that's great news for JDG. And Arla is just very good. And we've seen in the past, Hoya a bit of your loss condition. Oh, Pays. Ooh, that Jin trap was necessary. Man, I think if he'd gotten tagged by something there, it would have been really sad. Missing needs to be a bit aware here, actually. Has got a Bard portal. Part of the problem with Poppy Bard in general is Bard wants to play around walls to use his magical journey. But then Bard just says, well, cool, you stunned me, I'm going to go through the portal that I've just now put in the wall and I can get out of here, goodbye. The problem becomes in mid-game where Bard starts doing this and then you get wall stunned because Poppy flashes you, and then afterwards it all ends up, and then people follow up with Ash arrows and stuff and you just don't get to use your portal because you've been blown up because you're a squishy Bard and it's a sad time. Okay, so both bot lanes have switched. They want to play around grubs. Lanes end up being matched. Understandable, Ash Braum is really obnoxious. They wanted to escape it. It's not happening. Shun got the earlier reset. Well, actually hasn't reset. Has gone for an additional clear, whereas Poppy has gone for a reset. Theoretically now means Hoya clears, Bejuan clears faster. Because they've got more items, which Shun won't have for a little bit. But this Poppy is probably going to do Gromp, Wolves, and then go towards Grubs on spawn. Hoya is about to be ganked. No, he's not. Okay, reset's coming on through. They don't want to give up Grubs, that's why. Okay, reset did come on through. Hoya playing defensive. Hoya's had to play weak side, which means he's being very, very conservative with how he's playing. Has cost some CS. We'll see whether it matters in the long run. Oh, we're on point 3? No, we're on point 4. We are on point 4. Nice chunk. Winter Spike goes wide, not wild. Grub started. Should not coming. They're going to try and trade over onto Dragon. Skull Crab spawns bot side. Oh, Bejuan, you can't catch a break. Poor guy didn't get a Skull Crab last game, I don't think. Yeah, so they switched to point 4 with it being I hate to stick on the... 1 second, guys. There is... a little bit of trading happening, not too much more, though. Is this the one we need? No. No, wrong one. Where are you? I want to put the little Nymaera tag on. Where's the Nymaera tag? Oh, hang on. Engage happening. Setup needs to back away. Flashes out, stays alive. Shouldn't flash for that too. Now, on the other side, shouldn't have to flash back away. Setup's back. He needs to be a bit aware of a potential audacious charge. 1x send. Low, not down. Stays alive. They land the Winter's Bite onto Scout. Now to flash. Healed from missing. Oh, boy. Good body blocking. Base one should be alright. And 1x getting a farm on the other side. Beautiful. Get the extra ult. Nicely done. Nicely done. There we go. Found it. Social sideshow. That's what it's called. I found what it is in OBS. There we go. Now you know who we are. It's Nymaera on TikTok. And on Twitch. How exciting is that? I want the... where's my full screen preview? There we go. Cool. So, we're now in a position where Setup is up a wave, where First Blood has gone to base 1, where lots of people have burned flashes. And in fairness, a fair number of people have. Setup and base 1 both burning it, but Shun and Scout also lost it. Setup going to try and probably stand on the hot chocolate to not give a free heal over to Scout. No? Okay, just put the wall down instead. Didn't want to risk it. I would have just walked over that. It's free kill. Instead of just to go, Victor seems to have a good laning phase so far. He's playing well. He is. Not that Scout's necessarily in an awful spot right now. He's down about a wave. A lot of that comes off that last play where he had to leave and Setup didn't. Setup actually got to stick around despite the gank coming on through. Ashbraum is doing okay. Even got an assist. Hasn't absolutely snowballed the lane, which I think would have been a hope. But the Jhin Bard has actually managed to stay even in farm, which sometimes doesn't happen with Jhin. Jhin can sometimes just drop farm, which can be a bit sad. Missing needs to be a bit wary here. Again, was next to a wall, so would have been able to magical journey probably before the stun got through at this level. If he didn't, I would be very upset. Feather rooted. Door comes up though. Huh. Pei's managed to get an extra level, I think, off that roam mid, basically. Yeah, ow. Scout did not enjoy that. That's the Hextech Arcane Storm as well. Missing leaves. Grubs in 50 seconds. Scout needs to be really careful here. Goes between worlds. Setup took a turret shot. That's a bit annoying. Well, Scout's burned his ult. No, the Hextech Ray lands. That's so sad. Okay, well, both ults burned in mid. Setup's going to stick around. Doesn't have the upgraded Ray yet. TP back. Missing's here with the magical journey. One of the things with Bard, right, is you can always be around the map faster than people think you are because you've got your semi-global in your magical journey. You see, the thing is, JDG's comp makes sense in the sense that everyone presses R at the same time and people have a bad time. I think TT have got a lot of good ways to manage it, like Braum, Gravity Fields, Equalizer, Poppy. Like, it's really hard for JDG to find a fight without one of their engages or multiple ones of them being stuffed pretty hard by multiple disengage from TT. And TT still have good ways to go forward and have a lot of damage themselves. Ola needs to be really careful. Ults himself. Equalizer kind of sucks from Hoya. Oh dear, he's got a scrap shield though. Flash forward. I think Ola's just dead. Yeah, nice solo kill. Hoya. Beautiful. Okay, I thought that Equalizer wasn't going to be good enough. It was. Beitran's going to get these grubs as well. We'll have second smite up here for the second grub. Nice. 6 set of grubs. Ola's going to have TP. So will Hoya. Hoya's had to play weak side like this entire game. And actually, in fact, needs to reset now. Oh, he can't sit there. I think he's just dead. Shun's going to pick him off. Okay, but it means they know Shun's top side. Ah, oh, nice pick off. That's the problem. Oh, no! Shun doesn't get the kill! Oh, no! Oh, Shun! Remember when we said he was on fraud watch? I want a replay. I'm assuming he ults, doesn't get the kill. Hoya gets to back away. I don't know whether you want this Pays. Yeah. I think 1xn just runs at you. Yeah, he's got barrier. He's going to keep going. You're potentially just dead here. And Hoya's just TP'd. Yeah, that's just a dead Pays. Nice TP, Hoya. That's remember how bad Hoya was last game? Down Miles. Much better stuff. Gets solo kill. Outplays the jungle gank afterwards. Teleports top to get another one. Picks up the wave. Gets to get plates. This is really good. So Hoya is a level down. Finds him where Hoya's just used a lightning rush, so can't escape. And so just gets to walk at him. The equalizer gets... Did that even get a tick? Wasn't a great way. I mean, what it did do was kill the wave. Flash didn't keep him alive. Nicely played. Yeah. And then this is the replay here, so... Uses Scrap Shield to get some of his overheat happening. Doesn't get quite enough damage. And Flash for the Audacious Charge. Basically misses initial win become lightning, so tries to make it play anyway. Because he missed it, it's a bad time. Hoya's probably going to die here. The Equalizer bought some time with the wave. It's not going to be enough. Ale gets that shut down. That's a bit sad. Will, however, mean that TT pick up another dragon. 1xn, nice sidestep. Has gone barrier, not cleanse, worth noting. Okay, so you did get the shutdown there, and it went to Ale, which is really important. Does come at the cost of dragon. Arrow comes flying, misses everyone. Bit of a scouting arrow anyway. Beitron gets to invade. Okay. Yeah, I mean, basically, that mitigates the advantage that Hoya just built, which is a bit of a shame for him. But hey, it's not changed all that much, and you still get a lot of value for setup. You get another dragon. 1xn still in a phenomenal position this game. Yeah. Arla's not going to have a great time here. Reminder, he's just burned ult. Yeah, he's just dead. Oh, boy. Yeah, there was nothing you could do there. Nice pickup on the Poppy kill. He's got Sundered Sky. Poppy's been full build for a while. We don't have to chat about this, but Poppy is full build at level 3 and red buff. Sundered Sky is about as good a spot as it gets for Poppy. After this, she's one full tank. Okay, Invade's going to start coming on through. Beitron, I don't know whether you can be here, mate. Beitron, why have you gone forwards? Flashes away, has Phase Rush, flash out the Tempered Fate. All right, JDG is still around. Beitron's on vision. This probably means the red buff is being stolen. Okay. Going to try and take out Raptors here while he can, because they know red buff's going down. It's like, I want to get my camp here. Hoya gets another turret topside. Okay, this is feeling more like what JDG did last game, TT are doing this game. Which is pretty big deal. Hoya's about to get TP'd on. Where's the response? Braum's coming. Victor's coming. There's a slicing maelstrom. I'm not going to try and trade this one out. Hoya stays alive, feathers in. Can't quite finish him. Oh, the burn! Oh, no! And the arrow is just wide. The equalizer's there. The Glacial Fissure ends up creating an X-Mark spot. The Scout just stands his ground. Did flash. So you burned a lot more ults for that than I think you wanted to. That said, you still got the kills. Hoya stays alive. Needs to reset. Doesn't get interrupted. Phew. Scout's a little lucky that one of those ults didn't tag him. They try to basically managed to stand still and not get hit, basically. Shun trades a turret back on the other side, which is something. I just think, unfortunately, Xin Zhao is 1,000 gold behind a Poppy, which is horrible timing. Stun into the wall. Missing needs to get through this. Can't. He's been body blocked. Knocked up into the air with the Keeper's Verdict. Heal doesn't keep him alive. Man, this is what happens with Bard, Braum, or Bard into Braum, Poppy. You walk next to a wall, and Poppy stuns you, Braum, but Bard follows up. Okay. Base one needs to be a bit aware, but the turnaround's going to be really annoying. Reminder, Ale doesn't have ult, so can't do all that much. Setup's roaming down. Pace has to flash away. Oh, no. See, theoretically, Jhin Bard, lots and lots of CC, really obnoxious. But yeah, okay. So what's going to happen here is we see the TP top, and Hoya says, okay, I can't get that way, but I have got a Braum and a Victor roaming towards me, so I just need to stand and deliver. I'm not going to burn my Equalizer. I'm going to force Ale to flash. Great exhaust onto Scout, and the door blocks a lot as well. The Liandry's burn picks up Ale. Arrow just shy. Glacial Fissure not quite catching Scout's backstep. Equalizer not catching him on the other. Scout getting out alive there is a big deal. If one of those things hit, I think he probably dies. He doesn't, so he gets away with it. Honestly, credit for Paige for being ahead of an Ashe in CS hit. Feather does have flash. They're all in that bush. They wanted to catch someone out here. 1xN has... I don't know about this one, guys. Flash. When becomes lightning. They can't follow it up. And this is the disengage. Now Shun has no flash. Has ult. It's going to get shoved right back. Equalizer will stop his team defending him. Temper Fade is late. And now you've lost your jungler in a minute to go to Baron. Oh, my Baron Dragon. So you now just get a heralded in mid. That is mid tier 1 falling. You burn so many ults. You can't Tempered Fate the turret. You've got 6 scrubs on top of it. The Between Worlds is solid. But again, just turn it around with an Arcane Storm. So it's ult for ult. 1xN had to flash as a result of Shun, and there is that. But that sucks. And it isn't getting easier, because the other thing is, like, you pick off one member, and the consistent damage from a Victor, the consistent damage from a Rumble is still very, very high, in a way that JDG are a lot more burst reliant. Yes, if you can get to a second rotation, Aurora will do more damage in a team fight, but she is, again, EQ, R kind of combos. And I don't know how easy it's going to be for JDG to get damage down. You've got Exhaust into the Kennen Aurora. You've got Braum Door and Glacial Fissure and Gravity Feed and Poppy. Like, it's just never going to be simple. Q and E both go wide. Setup will be able to pick up most of this wave. I'm going to TP behind Hoya. All right. Actually, has setup. Huh, okay, I got baited. They're going to play for this tier 2 bot. They got Dragon up as well. So, they're going to try and play for tier 2 and Dragon. They'll try and trade that for tier 1. I think that's more than a worthy trade. You got 6 scrubs. This thing is gone. You can bring some members over. It's going to be too late. You magical journey to try and defend that. It's not happening, guys. Hoya will head over to get Dragon. Scout's going to try and trade at least on the other side and get something back. And there is that. That's a second turret. You take that. You're still down 5,000 or so gold, which sucks. Vision controller's getting a bit spotty on the bot side of the map. JDG have at least got stuff top side. Hoya was on Ambessa and had a terrible time. The Aula's Renekton in game 1 was horrifically ahead of Ambessa. A mixture of lane swap putting Hoya in a difficult position and then Hoya not playing out the deficit very well. Okay. So, another dragon secured. 1xN just walks away. Who flashed that? Missing had to flash the arrow. Beitron ults someone out. So you got a flash off Missing. 1xN walks in circles and avoids all the attempted pick. Oh dear. What I will say of Hoya, his teleports of late have been really, really good. I think he's not always laned the early laning phase particularly well, but his mid games have been really, really astute. His all-ins have been really, really astute, and his teleports have been fantastic. So let's have a look at this. 1xN gets spotted by flash from Missing to avoid getting hit by the arrow, or he gets wall stunned. They get a teleport. 1xN walks away. What's that? That's an ult for an ult. Plus Beitron's ult, but again, I think you're fine with that. Plus you get a flash, plus you get a TP. And Scout's TP is that, and they don't get anything out of 1xN. I mean, his ult, I guess. But that forced a flash in trade. Man, this game is tricky. Atakan. And again, I don't know whether Atakan is something that JDG can truly fight around right now, especially if TT start taking control. They've got decent vision in their own jungle. They have no vision around Atakan proper. Now they're going to come on over. Where is Shun? Setab and Feather are just saying, you can't come through this way. Hoya with the flank on Pays. Woo, baby. That's a 1v3 Rumble, by the way. Missing, doesn't have ult. Gets shoved into the wall. Has no flash. Has no magical journey because he used it to try and get some members out. But they just got an additional pick. They head back to Atakan. Ala's got TP, but where the hell do you TP to? There's that ward that's immediately swept out. Hoya, wonderful flank. Got the flash off Pays. Helps get the kill on Missing. He's got a Shadow Flame now on this Rumble into a full squishy comp, by the way. This Shinzao is stuck at Sundered Sky. Does not have anywhere near luxury defensive items. So everyone's on damage items. You've got a Banshee second on Aurora. That's the game state, but this means Aurora's doing no damage. You've got Malignant's Banshees. There is no Ludens. There is no Shadow Flame. Your Aurora is going to be pitifully low damage. So Hoya sees them all in there and just walks at Pays. All right, that's my boy. Hoya. That's like 2 seconds to burn and Pays has to leave. And Missing came over to try and defend his team. Dies for it. Jin's gone Collector Rapid Fire. I prefer this to Static Shift Rapid Fire. You actually do have, into this comp in particular, a little bit more burst. I think this is fine. You probably want Lord Doms next. Probably with Collector. It's just a good combo. You could Infinity Edge. I think Lord Doms is probably better raw stats. And you're not going to be critting that regularly. I don't know. You could... it's a cheaper item, honestly. And obviously this Poppy's going to be building a lot of armor. The Braum's building a shield. Base stats start to come on through. Probably Lord Doms, the more I'm thinking about it. Alt 1 away. Means you've not got any tools to step forward. That means this tier 2 falls. You've got Articon withdrawals anyway. How much better is this game? Okay, hang on. Watch it. Watch this flank. Ale can't find an angle in. Scout has to flash. The curtains are called. Hoya, withdrawal. Tempered Fate. Beichuan trying to keep Ale out. This could be a massive slicing maelstrom. Okay, not bad. They will get a load of the withdrawals. I think Shun still dies here. All right, yeah. So you earn your withdrawals out of this. Fine. Teleport, flash, ults. You get every withdrawal. Honestly, not bad. You get half the team's worth of gold there from the kills. Baron is up in a minute and a half, so you can't even turn on Baron from that. And you still lose a tier 2, and you still lose a kill. So, not bad for what you're asking for. It is, however, triple flashes plus teleport on your cannon down to not get an objective, to not get any turrets, and to not get that much value in gold. It's okay. You mitigate the Atachan. CCs. Pays can't reset. And the problem is, TT didn't really burn all that much. The exhaust on Feather sucks. There is that. And Beichuan didn't manage the flank as well as I think they were hoping for. Scout spent a lot of time sewing because of flash, but, you know, all of your engage tool now don't have flash. This will be sole point that you don't have key tools to play around. So I don't know whether that's going to be worth on that. Yeah, I take it back with 75% crit. I forgot Rapid Fire gave crit for a second is the honest answer. So it's like, yeah, probably fine. So you could infedge. I think they try to turn this around. Scout has to flash or he gets wall stunned. Curtains are called. The Tempered Fate with Shun's ult to knock them into it. That's actually a really clean combo from JDG. Shun, Crescent Guard into the Tempered Fate, into the all-in from Ale. It's really nice. If that hadn't been Atachan, that's so much value. It's not. You still lose tier 2. You're still going to lose Dragon. I don't actually know whether that's worth it. The problem is, if you don't, you lose that tier 2 for free. At least that's where you get something. And are you ever going to find a better opportunity to flank? I don't know. The problem is, you still lose soul point. You still lose all your 2. Oh, there's the replay. Missing got caught. Bard is very squishy. Dies a horrible death. Man, Missing is just not having fun this game. The Bard has not worked. Back on Fraud Watch, baby. I mean, it's also, again, who face checks this game. Shun, sort of. Missing theoretically is safer because you can run away and you're quite fast through the jungle. So theoretically you can face check. It's just very hard from this position because you're, what, level 9 versus a level 15 setup, a level 15 Hoya. You are 6 levels down on the game leaders, right? Not fun. Man, you've got a Spirit Visage and now a Warden's Mail on Beichuan. Like, this Poppy is so tanky. And all of your major damage is magic. You've got Burst from Pays and Shun, but Shun is so far behind he's not actually a threat. Alright, on to Baron we go. Shun doesn't have flat, does have Audacious Charge. Do not fuck this up, TT. Holds on to the Keeper's Verdict. He can get into this pit, you know. Needs to not let it smite. Fine. Okay, wins it. They time it well. Flash over the wall. Can get a massive pick. Beichuan goes through it. They get Missing as well. Cannot Magical Journey again. Magical Journey is just not fun into Poppy. Pays is about to get knocked up with the keeper's threat. Is Arlo, who cleanses, does Pays. Beituan, when is your buckler back up? Arlo gets away. Pays had to flash cleanse, though. You got 2 kills. Beituan keeps hopping forward. And Scout's not there. So they've got a wave that they prepped earlier. Can head over to this. This game is over, folks. It is over. Curtains are called. 1xn. Needs to be really wary. Nice shot. Okay. You get that one. That's pretty good. Scout had... Oh! Good 4th shot. That's actually really huge. That's actually really huge. Massive, massive triple. Oh, what a pick. How did that 4th shot get blanded around? I've got to assume that's some Z-axis stuff. They're going to get everyone here. Oh, that Baron's suddenly over. Okay, it doesn't save the game. It doesn't save the game. That's a lot of gold to Pays. Because the inhib's still broken. Setup can reset. Setup just wasn't there. So 1xn getting caught by Scout sucks. Missing's going to just about survive. No dragons or anything. Okay, the Baron is largely mitigated. There is that. That's actually pretty huge. I need to see that replay. I'm assuming... Yeah, they tried to defend... 1xn, failed. So they go over here. Hoya's around. Scout's invisible. They don't see him. Really great timing from Scout. Man alive. I assume Scout just finished the 3rd item. Oh, beautiful. The wall meant Hoya couldn't body block him. Then they try to stop Scout. Nice shot. Oh, man alive. Losing 2 before it all starts gives such a license for for 1xn, so for JDG to go forwards and pick off 1xn and stuff. Really, really good. Yeah, just got a Void Staff. Okay, nice done. That's actually huge. Every shutdown went to Pays. Now you've got the Infinity Edge. He did go towards that. Going Bloodthirster last. Okay. All right. Did decide to go the Infinity Edge. Solid build. Important kills. I don't think it saves you this game. Nice arrow. Can they follow up? Knocked up. Calm Magical Journey again. This is the problem, right? It was a feel-good moment. If the game was closer, it means something. It's not. All right, Arla's got a TP ward behind. Check out the ward. Here. So ward here, you could theoretically TP to force Arla to get Arla to join. And who's going to try and trade for tier 2? He's supposed to be every inhibitor down as a result. Dragon spawning for Soul in a minute. Arla wants to try and trade for an inhibitor. I just don't think he's going to get a chance. They can try and end this. They're going to try and force Arla to come back. Knocks Shun away, but it means they don't have the ult to deny anyone in. Scout gets shot into a wall, will likely die, does so. Flash didn't stay alive. Arla's on a good flank. 1xn will die for this. Good flash away. Exhaust isn't in. Hoya goes golden. Arla only gets 1, and you've already killed Scout. Yeah, unfortunate. When did Pays die? Pays died somewhere during this as well. Okay, so you lost the Jhin. Game's over. Arla tries to TP for a decent angle. Arla needs to get so much value, but just doesn't have any tools left. It's over. GG, Thunder Talk Gaming. Much, much better game 2. Much better game 2. We're back. Much better game 2. Okay, I get why you might want to go Merc Treads. There's a lot of CC, but how much of it's cleansable? You can't cleanse, actually a fair amount of it is, I take it back. And you just want to deal with the slows from Braum to back away and the equalizer slows as well. So I get why you thinking Swifties are valuable, especially to get around the map. But that's why. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I was like, why can't I get to the thingy? Right, guys. I am actually going to leave you here very briefly. Because I really, 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 really need the toilet. So I'm going to take a bio break. Tell me who the MVP is, guys. I'll leave the camera off. I'll be back in a second.
and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing
Well, that
left to do.
MVP was Hoya. Understandable. Understandable.
Heavy metal.
And heavy metal in the background. Hell yes. One for sport. Feather did have a very good Braum game. I can understand that one. Grumpy gotta go. Oh, okay. Sad to lose you. 0% kill participation from Shun Azuf. Yeah, look. We were having these questions, and there's a reason I've got him on Fraud Watch. Shun, when he is asked to... Let me close the door properly so Al's not too distracted. When he is asked to lead the charge, when he is asked to... How do I put this? When Shun is asked to be a primary engage tool on something like kind of a bruisery champion like the Shinza, where his lanes aren't absolutely stomping, overplays his hands all the time. Misjudges things all the time. Let me run some ads while I'm at it as well. And thank you very much for the Prime, by the way, Chutoy. I want to make sure you know that one. Appreciate you all. And again, thank you all for the follows. It's hugely appreciated. If you can, please do subscribe. Please do follow. Also follow me. I'm at Initialise Casts over on Twitch and YouTube. And I'm in the title, so please do come and give us a follow. Really is appreciated where and when you can. So please come and do that. And yes, I think Shun, when he's not on things like the Nidalee and the Kindred, which he knows how to play really, really well, he looks really lost when games are not going well. Like, he just becomes a lost condition in and of himself. I think Way's been having similar issues, though ironically, I normally think Way's better in those game states because he can be a bit of a gremlin, which can be a big deal. Yeah, and we saw like one good play from him. The cool ult into the Tempered Fate combo. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yes, I think for all that Hoya had a bad game 1, it was a much better recovery in game 2, and that was not pretty from Shun. Wasn't pretty for missing either. Again, part of this is you are trying to play fake frontline into a comp that punishes your frontline really hard, and also just punishes your engages super hard. Oh boy. So, why is round 2 being played before round 1? Because this is upper bracket, so I think I think that they're just doing upper bracket first is the honest answer. Because so the brackets are as they stand. And thank you all for the follows. I'm appreciating it. Hoyer Unleashed game 2? Yeah, he was a bit. Why do streams have 40 game subscriptions but not many no idea. And there's our ads all done. No idea. What's happening in Gen G DK as well? I'm curious. I want to see what's going on in that game. But yeah, I'm assuming they're just doing upper bracket first, honestly, Trinity, is the answer. Oh my day, Gen G are just sweeping DK. Whoa. No spoilers. But that game has been something, apparently. Huh. What happened in this series? The series still going, so things could change it. But wow. Well, it might be a DK regular season Smurf into playoff catastrophe angle once more. Running too slowly, T can win, but it must be a disastrous victory. Yeah, maybe. I always think TT are better than people think they are, is the honest answer. I think TT outdrafted that game. I think game one, JDG's composition made a lot more sense to me, right? You've got really good setup for the Nidalee. If you get ahead, you have really nasty pick and poke. There wasn't really a great front line to manage it, and the engagers were like, you were very obligated to engage as TT, and it became very hard as the turrets fell. Like, game one was hard for them to play. Game two, TT just had a lot more answers into JDG, and the cannon did not work into the rumble. Brooke losing more times for you series, is that too? Appreciate the new talk show. Thanks, Chutoy. We did our first episode yesterday. I think we'll be doing our second one on Tuesday. We're going to try and make it a regular Tuesday thing if we can, assuming LPL's happening. And we'll try and keep it relatively tight and breezy. Oh. Let me go. I'll mute this.
就是我跟打野指挥的比较多一点，就是拿到复活甲，然后赢下比赛肯定是比较开心的。就是对于复活甲的话，就是相当于就是多能可以多打一个B5嘛，就是还是希望不要用到吧。最后就交手京东吧。
If you can, guys, do tune into our talk show. We'll be doing a new podcast about the LPL. Try to keep it nice and digestible for all you folks.
相对淘汰赛对手说的话，
Bit of a
就是
recap
希望
of
你
the
们能
weeks.
研究透我们吧。
All right. None of this copyright music. Go away. Go back to Gareth Coker. Why is anything but in-game so loud compared to you? I genuinely don't know. The mixing on the clean feed is very weird. But yeah, I now think JDG should be back on blue side and feel a bit happy about drafting. Kasante's still up. That's probably our next highest priority for top lane. And the fact we've had both top laners be our MVPs is quite telling, I think. But yeah, I don't think TT are a weak team. I don't know whether they're a deep playoffs run team yet, but I don't think they're a weak team. And I think JDG, if they have like games where I think, as we've seen, if their draft support, it can expose Shun and missing to have them. Because I think when they are out of their comfort zones, they tend to be giving away a lot. Like a 0 kill participation Xin Zhao is pretty rough. Again, not an easy game for a Xin Zhao. We already covered why. But even so, that is very, very tragic. And missing got picked up every time he was next to a wall. Like, again, I think the Poppy was genius. He played really well. Oh, ruler space glides on Ashe. Okay, they finally brought him down. Nice flash out. Ooh. And Keen's on Gangplank? Oh my days. Oh. Games are normal for me, but the champs like music when it hasn't muted is loud as hell. I think they've just got the music mixed really loud, is the honest answer. They've just got the music mixed really loud. Not that much we can do about it. It's really annoying because we don't get to control the stream mix. We see what I mean? It's just the master volume. So that's all we can mess with. JDG lineup should not be played like this. Yeah, I expect a bit better. I think part of it is Shun and Missing have been not great. Put it this way. All the other 3 members of JDG made it to an all-pro team. Scout, Arla, and Pays all made all-pro in some capacity. Shun and Missing did not. And I think it is quite telling because for a team that is supposed to be top tier, for a jungler like Shun, who early on in his career got a lot of criticism for being quite limited in his effective champion pool when he's not propped up by very strong lanes. This isn't the regression I wanted to see. I was hoping he'd learned a bit after BLG, and I just don't think he has right now. I think there have been a few games that I was like, okay, well, this draft wasn't easy, but you've just made it a lot worse for yourself. And just from very disrespectful positioning and invades. And like Shun in particular making some very odd engage calls, missing some important combos. Like that play onto Hoya bot lane where he didn't get the kill, turns around, gives one up. Awful scenes. Awful scenes. Not quite into draft yet. Alright, lights are on. Some chill music for Champion Select. We'll have a nice chill Champion Select. Let's ASMR this one as we enjoy the things. Oh, I see what's happening now. I've got to turn off the social slideshow so we can see what's happening in draft. There we go. Much better. I'll turn it back on when we're back into game. So, folks, Akali and Kai'Sa have been banned. Ooh. On the other side, Skarner and Kalista. Ooh. Banned away. Don't want to have them in your game. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't know why I decided to do this, because it's chill music. Welcome to LPL FM. You're a chill Saturday morning stream here of the LPL, where we bring you good vibes, chill music, and violent, bloodthirsty League of Legends action. Okay, back into things a little bit more properly here, though. Xante being banned on blue side is quite telling. They don't want Ale on that. They want Ale on a carry matchup. They don't want to have to give it up onto Hoya. They want to say, hey, what do you have topside? We feel like if we don't have to deal with Xante, it's fine. Sejuani, double tank, team fight junglers. That is Shun's other style of play being removed. Wukong is still up. Vi's still up. Jace was still up, and Jace gets first picked. Scout plays it. Arla plays it. It doesn't really have a lot of easy matchup. That then explains why they've gone for the Xante ban, because I think Jace into Xante can mitigate it. This way, Jace realistically now has all the rest of his matchups being good ones. So, MF being a consideration. It's locked in. Fine. So they want to lock this in with a big bit of CC support, probably. Unless they want to like really double down on lane pressure. And we are getting a little bit more limited on our AD carry pools. So the Ashe, the Varus, the double pick AD carries down. You don't have Jhin, you don't have Ezreal, so you're slightly more utility. Further back, AD carries it down. Zyra. Yeah, it's a really good combo with the MF. You get the big knockup, you get the ults off as well. It helps disengage for MF. What does Shun have to deal with this? The Nocturne is up. The Vi is up. I feel like Vi plus a mage for Scout feels pretty good here. Yeah, I think if you do this plus like Ziggs. Alright, they go towards the Viego Rise. Okay, so lot of battle maging available, lot of brawling available. And also then between Jace and Rise, you've got quite a lot of side lane pressure and also decent ability to rotate. Jace moves faster than you think he does because he's got speed up with his form change and his acceleration gate. You've also got Rise around warp, so you know, a lot of ability to play the map wide, and JDG are generally better with that because he got Scout. Just good value. Nautilus locked in alongside the MF. Your first bit of CC should spell death. feel like Merc Tread's very high value again for JDG this game. In general. Can Yanko come the S9 theme song? Yeah, I know, right? Way back to Nautilus at his power when you were getting Doomby playing Nautilus mid. Maybe it's set up playing Nautilus mid. Maybe that's the point we've got to. Ziggspan, I think, makes sense. Even with the Rise in, it would be a very good combo. Potentially on the other side, I think Yone makes sense. It would have been a good lane for Setup, who is a really good Yone player. Solo killed Knight on it. Messed up the Smolder, but Knight went pretty well. Oh, let me help Alex get on in. He's joining me. He's got a chair to get through the door. Hello.
I'm gonna get myself a coffee, folks, but now I know that this series isn't going to be a clean sweep. I think I would rather like to join in with this.
Come on! Hello. Do you want to change chairs? Would you want your chair back, Al? He might do it in a second. I'll sit over here for now, but we've got an additional member coming shortly. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm not solo casting anymore. There we go. Move that in line. There we go. Okay, so. Hear ye, hear ye. What are we going mid? Oh, Zed would be fun. I don't know. Well, in fairness, you've got a few targets who wouldn't enjoy it. Feel like we'll wait and see what the option is. I think Quay makes more sense to me. It's better follow-up from range. It's better disengage. You can play into the Rise from a lot further away. You can match the Jace poke a little. It's more decent to disengage with some of the tools as well. So, okay. Basically, TT are looking to play for big wombo combos and actually another peel back comp, which worked really well in game one because it just stuffed everything JDG wanted to do in the game.
Ooh, this is very different.
Fun.
I thought this would be a pick that would come up at some point in Fearless Draft because the logic is Senna unlocks different supports for Fearless. You can't play on support in a regular draft.
No.
Senna can let you do that. It means that you get to save champions or unlock different champions at different points in the draft.
And you can't disengage the Ornal as easily with the Zyra, with the Nautilus, with these things. You kind of outrange it. Your plants don't stop an Ornal, all those things. So actually, especially with things like the Brawn being down, Ornn could be really good here. And also, just quickly, hello, Alex.
Hello, how's it going? I am here. We'll say here there quickly as we see what the last pick is. Top lane going into the Jace from Ala. Now, with the Senna on, I mean, I think TT are happy to play standard lanes here. I think that the MF is okay with this, and they do go for the Scion into the Jace. Okay, and now I think you are no longer playing standard lanes because the Scion has just
lane swapped your way into a value. And the other thing is, Senna notoriously not great in a lane swap by herself. She just doesn't take turret plates in the same way, doesn't shove lanes in the same way. Can be a bit problematic. And they have to try and deal with that one. Of course, now TT got themselves decent disengage comp, big wombo combo.
Yeah, and
Zyra, Quay, MF play art, press R, people die.
Yeah, and folks, obviously, we're here paying attention to the chat a little bit too. Sam, you can just take one of those things and bring it.
I'm trying to. I'm just like, this is oh, I see what you want me to do.
Well,
okay,
no, you can, Sam, you can do whatever's comfortable to you, folks.
There we go.
It's very wonderful to be bringing you LPL in this day and age, in this economy. If you have opinions on the game, please let us know in chat. If you like these players, please let us know in chat. And if you think that someone's won the draft, you let us know that too. As we get ourselves into our third game of the day between Thundertalk, who have made this not a clean sweep. That last game was kind of insane. He's got one also. No, that's 2 balls.
Bringing the social slideshow up. It was blocking draft, so I had to undo it. There we go. Preparing ourselves to go in. What do you think? Who do you prefer the draft on here?
I need to remind you, Sam, that because you're no longer solo casting, it would be very different distance.
I know, that's true.
Which means that your volume is going to.
That's fine. Cool. There we go. What are we feeling in terms of?
Well, we'll have some gyros, and we'll tell you how you feel after that.
I really appreciate the TT fans have come out in force today, and you can't blame them. They are in upper brackets in playoffs. They're going even with JDG. And it was a good win for them too.
Yeah, and TT have already found themselves a record finish here in the LPL for their organization. TT have never, I believe, finished above 9th, 10th. I think in the lineage of TT, so you had TT, but then before that you had DMO, which is Dominus, and then before that you had Sino Dragon as well. Sino Dragon, I think, had a 6th place finish. TT have at least matched that, and this was years and years ago, and I don't even really think that counts as the same org anymore. This is a historic achievement for TT, and you know, JDG, these are household names, one and all. Every single one of these names has been international. Every single one of these players has been reputable in multiple regions, in the case of FaZe as well.
They've all been top 20 in the world contenders, right? Like Scout at one point has been considered the best mid in the world. I'm looking back at potentially the end of 2023. People were really impressed with what they were seeing from Scout and LNG. I remember you having that conversation when these guys might be a dark horse for Worlds even.
Oh, it sucked so bad that 2023 LNG roster couldn't quite make things like click to, well, they got blasted by T1. That's the problem.
Everyone did Worlds that year by T1.
Let's not mince words. So we do have ourselves a level 1 plan. It's not necessarily a lane swap, but as you might be able to see, we have the Scion going down towards the bot lane. Going for some level 1. So they've gone in towards a bot side invader, and they're going down here, just trying to zone off from farm. Jace is alone on top side. It's not technically a lane swap, but it will be an early Scion dive.
Alright, Missing has got the Bellow's Breath to try and mitigate some of the CC, just not enough of it! Everyone backs away, MF picks up first blood, and even in standard lanes, the Ornn can't farm.
Folks, I might be happy to say this now. TT have the best prep of any team in the LPL right now. Now, you look at all of these names on the right-hand side, just as we were saying, the JDG household names, sometimes in even multiple regions. I don't think, you know, I don't think that TT holds a candle to them in that regard, but in the prep that they've come through, beating BLG with some great set-piece combos, coming through in that last game as well with the Rumble, which they played so well around, and having level 1 plans like this, TT are a team of preparation. They are insanely good at walking away with these early plans. See if they can get anything more out of it after this. Baitron's coming back down bot lane again.
And again, this Scion hasn't left. It's happy to play low economy. They know now that the Zyra is back. Never left. Over is sprinting. I just don't think he's going to be here in time. Another play goes down. The charge comes on through. The Bellow's Breath is not enough. And they just tank aggro so well. Dredgestein just about wild. They'll know Shun's coming over because they can see him on that ward. Hayes needs to be really careful stepping on forwards. And this Senna can't wave clear at this point. Doesn't offer that much. And the Ornn's died twice.
And it's worth noting, folks, because of this item, it is the support Senna and the farming Ornn. That means it is important that the Ornn is not getting the gold. The Senna's gotten 3 CS, and the Ornn's gotten 2. As a grouped lane, they have 5 CS to the 30-odd. If 1x and a feather put together, I know it double counts that, but still, this is a very difficult spot now. Yeah, you've got to lead in this top side for the Jace. I mean, you always get that through laning phase. I don't think that TT have lost anything for this.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the other side is, look, okay, Hoya's been involved, got the kill, got an assist, is doing just fine in this kind of like lane swap matchup, and like the Jace getting a bit ahead of a Scion, boo-hoo. I don't think Hoya cares that much. The value is already in, and Missing, at least with the spellbook, has gotten a hold of the teleport, has got an ability to get back into lane, so yes, you've still lost a fair amount, it still kind of sucks. It just could be a lot worse still.
Good. So let's just recap on the rest of the map and think about how this game goes after this point. Realistically, Jace was always going to get ahead of the Scion. That's not the issue. The Jace has actually come down bot line now to match up with the Scion, so TT might have to... Oh, man, that's a nasty old shock blast coming in. Hoya hasn't actually gone back to recall yet. Great use of the Fog of War, does that again. Got the 2-man the last time. Wants to collect as much of this wave as possible without... Well, it doesn't actually matter if someone does die. The passive will help them. Well, they get to use their passive to clear up the rest of the wave.
That's it.
That's the big thing.
And Hoya still has that Soul Furnace to help clear out the wave as well. So Hoya loses a bit of the wave, but is still pretty happy with how things are playing. And like, again, Hoya is often asked to just say, look, we need you to play weak side, we need you to play low attention, and find ways to be important in mid-game. Like last game, that Rumble was playing weak side, dropped 10 CS, came into the mid-game, ended up 2-1-1, having solo killed Arla into solo killing Shun into teleporting top to kill Pays. Like, it's well-played stuff. It just means that Arla here with the lack of attention in lane, has gone early Cole, needs to try and get value out of the fact that he got the early solo experience.
This is quite important stuff happening right here, though. You just saw Scout wander up here and place a ward down. That's important because he's just about to hit level 6. And hits it there just on our screen. Just by getting those wards there, opens up the opportunity to roam towards maybe Senna W hitting on target, the Ornn or something. Scout leaving the lane like this, spotting Beichuan. This is important. Scout might just be able to put that, you know, that intangible pressure across the map. And this is why it's also equally important that Seta gets a good trade there onto him before he can get a play.
Missing had to jump away on the other side. Flash for flash. Now his setup also has to flash out. But you've burned a flash for flash. You've taken Scout down to about half HP with no teleport. Not that easy to come on over. Beichuan is going to be here. Level 5, not level 6. Shun could come over and try and steal one away. Looks for a Q smite combo in case Beichuan was tricked into smiting early. Didn't. Should be able to secure these just fine. And into the river they are. JDG back away, decide they can't play this anymore. And again, Shun has picked a few extra camps up versus Beichuan, who's played around, you know, diving bot lane a few times. But you still get the early grubs. You're still in a decent spot as Zyra. I think TT are very happy with this early game, despite the fact the gold is kind of going back towards even again.
It is a little bit concerning that Beichuan has lost so much farm early. Hoya's going to use that Sunfire Cave to, well, the Barmy Cinder to help out with that. Shun is probably getting a kill here. I don't think there's a way that you managed to avoid that. Is that true? Wow, he really gets away with that? I thought Shun with ult would just be able to go straight into him, but Arla with no mana. I'm surprised he didn't just walk past the turret there. I think Hoya gets away with a bit of a cheeky one there.
Yeah, I think then the other thing we're looking at, an Ornn who's not really been able to farm, and the bot lane that has been set up for success. And when you've run this center lane, you have made the center lane a lot harder now. It's just been the rest of the map that's kind of taken a hit for it.
Dragon is up and available. Grubs are all taken by TT. Scout did use his ult sometime in that Grubs play. I didn't personally catch where that was actually. Did you spot where Scout used
I think it was to get towards the Grubs having been forced out by the ult. I didn't see exactly because I think we split the map a little bit.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Not important. The important thing is now it's on cooldown. He has that Ghost, he has Merc Tread, so he does have really good ability to get across that map. But for me, the way that JDG played this game now has to be very centralized around this Rise. Viego, not always the best at starting plays. Not always. Very good at following on from plays. He can do a bit of both, of course. But so a lot of that responsibility goes down towards that Rise now because he has to support this Jace. He has to make sure that the center Ornn don't fall too far behind. He has to do an awful lot.
Yeah, he does. And again, Arla is in a good position this game as a result of the early situation, but the thing is, the Siren still got a lot of value. He's happy to have traded his own lane for a huge advantage bot. Like, you know, you got to count the CS between the MF and the Ornn, so up 30 CS and a kill and an assist, and you get both sets of early objectives. You've got the Grubs and the Dragon. The trade of that is effectively 10 CS or so in the jungle, a camp or two stolen away. It's not that big a deal when you're getting these early setups.
You know, another thing which has just been pointed out in chat by Rich Tomato. Tomato. Same thing, apparently. The center stacks are
abysmal.
Very bad at this point in the game as well. I know that it takes a while to get them running in fully, but already TT, with the early dives from the Siren level 1, get themselves a ton of damage on turret. They forced the center out of the game. This is not looking great. Look, I thought that center could be good in Fatal's Draft because it unlocks so many different champions to be played in support, which is one of the most focused roles in this game. That's going to be dangerous and Missing.
Missing does have ult coming. Will he die before he gets to reactivate the ult? Just about knocked up by the Stranglehold. Here comes the rest of the team from JDG. They tried to run warp in. They can't do it. Shun's hit up with the grasping. Roots goes down. It's a unmitigated disaster for Jingdong Gaming, who are very, very dead in the bot lane.
Scout does get to bot lane in time, and he brings reinforcements, but the battle's already been lost. Suddenly now, you're going to give over the feats of strength. There is another teleport coming in from Missing. He doesn't have ultimate. I'm surprised that they managed to defend this turret. They might even just let this go down for the local gold to disappear, but the feats of strength surely going to fall by the wayside at the same time.
I think they decided, look, we can't quite get the turret. We still got the kills. See the replay. Grub's about to spawn after this as well, so keep our eyes. The initial hook lands, and Missing does an okay job of buffering through. The problem is, he doesn't get to reactivate because Stranglethorns come on through, and look where 1xN is. This ult timing is so nice.
Yeah, if Beichuan gets caught out a little bit longer, things change obviously quite heavily. Setup actually misses the first bit of CC because there's a short W hop which interrupts the chain CC. But now you have to play from very far behind in just everywhere but top lane. This is going to be really rough. And I say very far behind because the thing about there being a slight blue number for the blue man in mid lane is Ryze has to do so much. That gold lead to me is not enough just yet. Maybe if that gets a little bit larger, we'll see. TT, they are going towards these grubs. Ryze is on bot side, not heading up towards this lane. Hang on, Alec could be in a bit of trouble. No, okay, he's back up fine. Has the form shift and the acceleration gate. So 6 grubs going the way of TT. That will be the feats of strength, because that will be that 3rd set of objectives as well. TT, another very organized game from them.
There's the feat of strength. They picked up 6 grubs and a dragon to do so. You've got this MF who is 3-0-1 Bloodthirster completed bright and early into this game. They're going to try and trade out for turret. I think Scout should probably win this race, probably, but 6 grubs and 3 people, you never know, actually. Here comes the rest of JDG to try and defend, though.
You will get the fortification from the plates going down. That's some very good wave play coming in from Arlen. Black Cleaver up already. Scout is losing the wave. I mean, how much? Another shock blast should clear this through. Okay, so it's gonna nothing's gonna die on this wave, but still, having to call up 4 people is a big problem.
Grasping Roots into the Dawning Shadow, though, means that Shun gets that kill. Hoya's TP'd in for this as well. They'll get the turret. Here comes the call of the Forge God to try and get some decent knockups in trade. Hoya pretty low. The man advantage for JDG is going on. Actually, Scout not coming along as he's in on that turret, so they get the kill. Baytron trying to wrap around, gets flash ulted by Shun, and even though the Grasping Roots land, the damage is already done.
So the damage is done there, and of course Scout can't join, doesn't have teleport.
Of course, yes.
He doesn't have the teleport, he's running the Ghost Rise, so they TT know that they won't have the Rise coming towards them. It is good gold towards the Rise, who of course is going towards the Rod of Ages, and the tower gold coming in from JDG is still pretty good. Just imagine if they had some grubs, man, it would be so incredible for them. But TT getting that tower on top side, basically full killing that tower in the bot side as well. And as we pointed out before, power farming this MF into a point of concern for JDG is a huge issue for JDG. They don't have easy ways to deal with the misfortune. Normally you'd say that the Ornn would be able to just full engage. I think when you're even in gold with the person who's not farming as the Ornn. And yeah, I mean, okay, I say the 2,000 gold lead is important for the MF. This number, not that important because it's the Senna that's not farming. This number is often what you're comparing to, but basically because the Senna, the MF is ahead of this person by 2,000 gold as well, this number is somehow weirdly true, specifically in this game because the Ornn is just not farming very well.
Because the Nautilus is even with the Ornn, despite supposedly being farming, which is not great news. Now Hoya gonna ult away, does so. JDG at least doing a decent job of playing the side lanes out. Ala and Scout done a very good job of punishing. I think that's just a dead Sion who flashes on out. You do trade out in that bot side turret, but JDG have done a decent job of getting the additional plates. Ala is going to be scary this game.
Absolutely. Now the Jace has gotten a ton of gold. Setup getting jumped on by Shun.
Decent self-shield with the pull. Flash away with the ult. Nice! Grim Visage forces Shun into a horrible position. I think he just gets burned down here. Needs to be very careful. Trying to find another W. Can't quite do it! Autos are all that's required for Setab to secure the kill.
Oh, the solo kill from Setab. He came in as a bit of an LCK pariah. He did not have a good time over there, but on this team, on TT, besides in his ear game, which
wasn't great,
wasn't great, has had a wonderful time here in the LPL. Shun, you know, he's not had himself the easiest time of it either, and with him being dead, Dragon's now going to get started up. There is going to be a recall. That's a Realm Warp as well.
Setup got interrupted by that call of the Forge God. The turnaround, though, is pretty huge. Still killed off base one. That's massive. Missy needs to flash away, but the depth charge helps secure the kill regardless. Lost the smite, however, Scout on 10% HP. Not in a great spot, and I think the shot blasts going to be too far out of range where the Dragon is, which should still be secured with an auto. Got a bit dicey, but they secure the kill nonetheless.
Oh, gosh. TT walking away with 6 scrubs, both Dragons, feats of strength, and, you know, a lot of other things to work around. They are behind in the Jace matchup, but everything else is going super swimmingly for them. And you have to start asking questions about, okay, well, what the hell is happening with the map play from JDG? They're playing well around the towers. Just about missed out on that skill shot. I love that that pull at the feet from Setup to get that extra shield. Fantastic sidestep. Setup really playing this 1v1 very well and knows that he can just run this guy down. The fact that he just says, yeah, I can go melee for this last bit, sure.
Yeah, and he had the swirling lights as well to give that additional bit of work here. And then Missing gets the decent ult, but the problem is the turnaround is still there. You killed off Beige One, but it's a great angle for the ult.
So we'll say JDG playing well around the flash of the Siren. They've forced the flash, and they have actually killed him twice in that cooldown, which has been very, very important. Problem is now, Flash is back up, and there are some very angry teammates just around the corner from them. And the person who, the other person who really has Flash noticeably,
oh yeah,
MF. So if you don't manage to shut down that MF with this amount of gold, you are in for a very bad time.
Scout and Shun potentially going to get jumped on here. Hoya's coming on up. How much further do TT want to go? They lose the rep buff, and again, that's what Shun's done. He's stolen camps away while the objectives have gone down. The problem is, it's been 4 straight sets of objectives that have not really turned to a trade. That's going to be a lot of damage onto a very squishy Ornn who gets knocked up, cannot run far enough away, even with the Dawning Shadow to shield him up.
Didn't even need a bullet time, was on cooldown at that point. Scout doesn't have ult, does have flash, might have to use it. He's going to play some smoke and mirrors as he dodges out the Sion ultimate with the blast cone. Herald now started up.
Missing has TP, however, so 10 seconds on him, and ult also available. Theoretically, to join this play, I don't know whether he'll want to burn it. Shun's around, being forced away. Shock Blast lands onto Beijing, but not a huge amount of damage. I think this Herald is still going to go down. It's the fight afterwards to keep our eyes on a Scout. A known quantity, slowed by the Make It Rain. Missing looking for a call of the Forge God. Landed across a couple. 1XM flashes out, stays alive. Turnaround beginning to come on through as Feathers now in danger. Missing into the backline. Helps secure a kill. The bullet time disagrees with some of it, as there is indeed the Realm Warp, and JDG managed the fight pretty well despite starting it at a man advantage. Teleport back gets you all the members you need, and they pick up 3 members on the back of the Herald play.
Oh, fantastically played from both Scout and Missing, actually. Missing gets a great ult across the team on TT, and the bullet time just doesn't get enough value. I think 1XN chooses the wrong time to channel it. It allows Scout to Realm Warp right on top of him, so suddenly we now have JDG in a gold advantage. They have the MF down, they get that shut down through, and they'll be able to push through potentially even for the, no, they won't be able to push through to this mid lane turret, so that one's crossed off the list. But JDG reminding us that they still have a lot of gold leads to play around on that Jace and on that Rise, which are very potent.
Well, they just earned a gold lead straight up now, and they try to jump on a Scout and flashes away. They can't quite pick him up, and the Call of the Forge God comes across multiple members, and everyone's then split up, and it all gets ugly.
This is the big thing here, right? They don't cleanly get that kill into Scout because of the ult from Missing. That was a very clutch ult to stop that from happening. Yeah, the hook comes through. This is the problem, right? The bullet time actually doesn't help 1XN out much at all. He ends up doing some nice side steps, dodges 1 Q, dodges the second with the cleanse. Realistically, he's not killing here, though. He's 2 levels down on Scout, and Scout picks up that kill. Scout is now very, very powerful. He's about to complete his Seraph's Embrace. In fact, he just does that, and his row as well, ticking up as well.
JDG find themselves with 1,000 gold lead. The thing is, of course, that TT have got 6 grubs and 2 dragons. They're still in a fine spot this game. It's just that fight was a bit ugly. And it helps with the fact that obviously Missing gets a bit more involved. You need the Ornn to be a bit more useful. You've still got Herald to work with, though, and Dragon spawning in 50 seconds.
Sure, but so the Ornn is level 9, but is in a duo lane that's somewhat acceptable. Hoya is level 9 against the level 12 Jace. That's less acceptable at the same point. He's going to jump in towards that turret. Can they get another tap onto it to get that tower down? No, they're not actually walking forward to attack it. Might just be able to get it now. So tower taken. But while all this is happening, JDG are farming 3 lanes, TT are farming 1. That means that they're getting much better XP, and it means that they are, on the whole, getting much better gold as well.
The thing is, it means that Allah is not around to help set up for this dragon. Will be teleporting in shortly. Setup does have that ability to respond himself. Pays! Ults in trade. Call of the Forge God also burn. Missing looking to find an angle onto the wall here. 1XN's gonna go down. Huge take around from JDG. They pick up both bot laners. Beitwan now running away. They can't get anyone back. JDG think they have the pick. Bail it. Scout looking for an angle on in. Just needs an overload. Can't quite find it. Beitwan needs to run. And they won't get towards the dragon. TT fumbling that mid-game play real hard there.
JDG, again, punishing the lack of flashes onto key members of TT. The hook just missing. But I don't even think if that hits, I don't think it changes anything. I think JDG were waiting for that, and they pounce while TT, great early game, just not able to hack it in this mid-game after particularly this Sion has fallen behind so far that they can't really frontline to stop these people pouncing onto their carries.
Yeah, they did get that mid-tier 1, of course, but it came at the top tier 2 trade, and they don't get the dragon after. I think if they'd gotten Soul Point, they would have still been relatively happy with the trade. They don't. An important kill onto 1XN, who doesn't have flash up, and we said, look, after that early game, it wouldn't be that easy to get into the MF. It is. When she doesn't have flash, and Missing gets to help his team make this play happen. Oh man, that's so close.
I've seen Nautilus hooks hit that before. That's kind of rough. Now, but the thing is, right, Missing, as soon as he gets that knock-up, effectively the fight. Missing, another good team fight on the Orn. Hey, we did put Missing down on the fraud wall on our podcast episode.
There we go.
Recently. He's had a good series so far, I think. Well, he had that one loss, which was not so good. Now, trying to control the tri-brush. Hook does land this time.
That's on to Shun, who doesn't have flash. Can't hold bullet time after. Brings him down. It's a wonderful bullet time. A double to 1xN. And they're right back in the driver's seat.
I have no idea what JDG were thinking approaching in a single corridor through a choke point against the Zyra and MF Ultimates. Disaster for them as they give up the Atakan and a couple of kills. Yeah, they'll take the mid lane out of turret, but that Atakan fight was so unnecessary.
Whew, boy. Well, now they're going to lose this bot lane tier 2. Shove comes on through. There's no respawns for people like Missing or Shove for a while. 6 grubs means this will just disappear.
6 scrubs push is very, very powerful here. Al is not in a side lane at this point. He's had to be called back to do some wave clear duty. They're trying to stop some recalls. That was an ultimate time from Pace.
I suppose there's nothing up to like use the ult around, if you know what I mean. Because there's no objective spawning for another 3 or so minutes. So I think you're mostly okay with it.
You feather at 27. I'm so sorry. You picked a support to get kills. That's I'm sorry, buddy. That's not.
That's a bad choice. Yeah, no. On Nautilus too.
Yeah, folks. I would love to hear your thoughts in chat as well about who you think the biggest underperformers and overperformers have been in this series. Because you know, I missed most of game 2. I was sleeping through game 1 and game 2 mostly.
Okay, so Missing, great game 1, awful game 2, great game 3 so far. Well, solid recovery. Shun, similar story. Insane game 1 on the Nidalee. Game 2, 0 kill participation Xin Zhao.
What?
Yeah, 0 kill participation Xin Zhao.
What?
And then this game, again, started poorly, is now 5-3, having a much better time. Which has been interesting. Oh, it's the same option, that Realm Warp. Oh boy, 1xN's just dead. There's withdrawals. Feather doesn't get to use the Blast Cone. Decent turnaround from setup to prevent 2 easy follow-ups. Scout's going to keep running at them though. I don't know whether Feather wants to flash this or not. Scout hits another overload. Shun's going to keep coming. Dredge line away. They're going to try and get another reset body, but there's no body to reset because of withdrawals.
Okay. But what TT is doing is just saying, well, you can use your ults if you want. We'll just save our flashes. We don't want to make sure, we don't want to lose our summoners for this play. You notice that 1xN had plans, had flash, maybe could have lived, but what's the point? You're just giving up the Atakan. Yeah, it's 200 gold and a bit of XP, but it's not the end of the world if you lose that. However, you know, Scout's Realm Warp will be on cooldown for a significant amount of time now. And it means that you do get to keep your flash, importantly, for this objective timer and for this objective timer. If you'd used them, you wouldn't have been able to flash around an important dragon, which would be, you know, soul points for TT, wouldn't be the soul itself, but they'll definitely want to save themselves for those big objectives.
Banshee's Veil just got completed by Scout, so that'll be worth keeping our eyes on. Still awful stacks numbers, by the way, for Pace. 70 stacks in 23 minutes feels pretty miserable. This Senna had a couple cool ultimates, but I don't think it's going to be that, like, damaging as a threat this game. You're going to be relying on this Viego, who's gotten a lot of kills, this Jace, this Ryze to be more of a threat.
Quick note, Senna with Black Cleaver double stacks Black Cleaver on Q now, because it counts an auto attack and ability. Okay. So, so you do get to stack up Black Cleaver very quickly. You have double Black Cleaver between Jace and Senna, so the armor shred becomes very, very quick for whoever Viego then jumps onto afterwards. Shouldn't okay, I'm gonna say quietly, because I think it still technically is quietly. It's quietly 5-3, has 5 kills. That's not including the Atakan reset he got through as well, the withdrawal. I think the double Black Cleaver setting up for him is something that TT needs to be very aware of.
Yeah, and the Jace too, honestly. Like, Jace starts hitting shot blasts on people who have had all their armor gone. They will die a horrible death. MF, however, on the other side, has just completed Infinity Edge. So she hits like a truck right now.
They do. Can they stay alive, though? That hurts. You do have a bloodthirster.
Yeah, back up again shortly.
Of all the people to take poke, 1xN's the best of them. The hook misses onto Pace. Pace's position.
Hang on, Realm Warp behind 1xN needs to be very aware of where they're going. The decent knock-up. 1xN trying to mess about play as best they can. Try to flash, gets a decent angle away. The bullet time interrupted. Dies. That MF is out of the fight. You lose Missing in trade, but the damage trade is so significant. The root from the W picks up setup after. Your damage dealer healers are down. Great collapse from JDG.
And when is this in time for? The Dragon and the Baron. Once again, Scout strikes with his ultimate to make sure that TT can't fight around these choke points and objectives that they would really like to do. JDG walk away with a bunch of important kills, even though TT saved their summoners for that big fight. They just can't walk away with the win.
And like, where does 1xN go? You sort of walk around, like, can't go this way, can't go that way. Gets jumped on despite burning Flash Cleanse, and really hard to stay alive. That phenomenal angle from Scout. So it's really awesome.
Dragon, Baron trade as TT pick up this in the box. Oh, hang on, are they going to take this in time? I assume they will be with Nymaera. It's a little bit slower than potentially they would have wanted. But yeah, I mean, sure, you can say, well, where does he go? The question for me is, why are you positioning like this? Why are you putting yourself into this kind of position when you don't know where Scout is and you are going to be shut down from multiple angles? This is a dangerous overpush. You flash back into the choke point, which looks okay, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, and then Pays landing this W over the wall, gets set up as well. That means you can't reset with the teleport after. Big deal. And I know why they were there, Alex. It's because they wanted to play for the Dragon this one. They wanted mid lane prior before all of that. Missing's just about to get caught. Will likely die. Does so. That's a decent pickup, so you get rid of one of the Barons at least.
He's currently... What an 8 on the scoreboard. Oh, missing
It's still been a solid home game despite that, genuinely.
It's actually been a game-changing Ornn performance, but still.
He has been pushed quite a lot.
The KDA will not reflect well on Missing's performance.
No. Yeah, and again, there's probably been a few times where he shouldn't have been picked up when he was, and so that's just the way of it. I think JDG still going to be a pretty solid spot this game, just purely because things like this Rise and this Jace are going to be so terrifying, despite the Senna and Ornn being behind. The rest of the map is feeling pretty good.
So, let's take a deep breath, teleport in towards the bot side. No growth to JDG, but they do have good potential siege with the Ornn kind of laying down that ult to force TT into difficult choices of where they're dodging as well. And of course, the Jace doing a lot. Scout in the mid lane, that was 17 with that Rod of Ages completion as well. Very happy to split the lanes.
It's just gone.
And force TT into hard decisions.
Oh, Setup's in danger. Loses about 2/3 of HP bar to just an EQ combo. Is forced off the way, but that's an ult from Setup burned. Tier 2 falls, and now TT find themselves without any turrets outside of the base.
Man, TT started this game so well, but I really think that the 5,000 gold lead in top lane and a 3-level lead in that role too has just been way too much to deal with. TT, good early plan, don't really stick the landing, and JDG, real credit to them, showing that Scout in side lanes with a global is still the same Scout that we know and love.
And the other thing is, like, sometimes we see fasting Senna, who falls behind early, really struggle with levels. It's level 12, it's matching 1xN. It's matching YouTube, which is a big deal, because actually one of the reasons that Senna can just end up dying a lot is because she just doesn't have the base stats, because she's anemic and not getting involved in kills. It's still actually involved in 8 out of the 9 kills, has managed to get a decent amount of value, just finished a second item. Feeling okay this game despite the lack of souls.
And this is a good build for the Senna. I mean, Black Cleaver gives you some extra HP, so you're not going to fall down quite as easy to the stiff breeze. And of course, Black Cleaver allows you to trap for the rest of the teams we've highlighted earlier. So, TT, I hate to say it, I feel like they've missed their big shot in a lot of ways. There's 2 minutes until the Dragon.
Sol would be a win con.
Yes and no, because I think that there's so... I mean, there's even been a Serpent's Fang for Jace, so I don't even know if that's going to be enough. Like, TT, they win this game through one cataclysmic teamfight which snowballs into oblivion, but I think even now, if they win that one cataclysmic teamfight, all that does is bring them back to even at this point. And I think that's a huge issue. They're not in a point where they can cleanly get leads through. That's not bad, though.
Pays being a big target of an option as the plants, and a roar over the wall. Secure the kill.
About that whole won't fall down to a stiff breeze. Uses the heal, uses the Q. Pays dies anyway. Fantastic play from Beichuan to break open something on the map. It only takes their ultimate. It's not the biggest cooldown ever. And suddenly I think that allows TT to enter the map and push out of their own side of the map.
The Dark Seal for Beichuan, by the way, at 9 stacks. Got the Zhonya's now as well. It's a little bit hard to pick up. And you do still have a lot of damage here. Silent at 2 items with the improved Mercury treads. Feeling a bit better. Let's have a look at it. They see them off the wave.
Oh, this is wonderful. getting this play here, basically blind, absolutely insane. The extra Q coming through from Sion, that is a pick in a million. You really don't get those often. That randomly happens in solo queue now and then. There's a question in chat as well. Who's winning right now? Well, that is the interesting thing about League of Legends, because you can't just look at these numbers and say, oh, well, one number's bigger than the other. And sometimes you can look at this and say that as well. The problem about League of Legends, very, very complex game about strategy. It's more like a chess game, really. JDG have the advantage, but TT do have some roots back into this game. If they were to take this dragon in 20 seconds, I'm much more happy about them. However, JDG have won all of the last big fights.
The one around the Atacon was the last big fight. 1xN just got jumped on by Shun. Loses the cleanse for that as well. Shun losing half the HP and no camps to clear isn't great on the other side, though.
That cleanse being down is an absolute green light for Scout, though, because you see,
yeah, he is.
1xN is playing
and he's
scared,
off vision.
and he has to play scared too. Scout just seen then, so you'll know that there's somewhere around this. Feather does have ult, does have flash, but there's a Banshee's Veil. Good damage coming through the center as well.
Oh, that's a big chunk onto Beichuan, who's just getting a bit of a locket shield, but then Scout looking for an angle in the boat at the time. Will maybe kill missing. The burn not quite enough, but Hoya flashed on forward, and the doesn't work. A Scout into the back against 1xN. They're going to get Beichuan flashing away. Shun trying to pick up that kill and does so. And TT run around the map. Scout flank works out in the long run.
Scout does it again, jumping forward is Shun. He'll get himself a reset, and TT once again cannot find themselves the win around the big objective. They won't be able to get themselves the soul. I think they'll actually be bowing out from this game, and JDG will go to 2-1 in the series, putting TT on match point.
Oh man, losing the cleanse was a big deal, but then just another good angle for Scout. They tried to collapse and missing, just turned and burned him. They managed to kill him offshore, but they can keep running for inhibitors here at the very least. I don't think they'll be able to quite end the game.
Okay. Yeah.
But lack of grubs. If that's 6 grubs on the rise.
And also Ala dying. Remember, they don't have a traditional AD carry to kill towers. Yes, the mages do that well, so TT will have another shot.
They do. And they will, however, not claim solo, which is pretty significant. Baron is up, though. And TT will be up in time to contest.
Man, I have missed seeing the great LPL mid laners rise. Scout doing I want to see Rookie play it more as well. He had a great game with them. Knight also playing it too. The way that he just kind of threads the needle in here, he's on vision, pops that ghost, and just threatens to say, okay, I'm going to come from one flank to the other. You have to pay attention to one. And gets himself the bounce off of Grombompulous Michael, who's waddled his way into the fight. The bounce ends up completely scattering the team of TT. Their front line has not been strong enough. The front line has not been strong enough for TT. They just can't hold the line.
No.
They have to play through a choke one and hope that basically the bullet time the bullet time has to be their front line. TT now getting desperate. They're going towards the Baron and saying, well, we'll just force you to fight in one direction maybe. The Scout is once again on the flank.
But no flash or cleanse on that rise. Makes it a lot hard to play this one out. Scout into the back. Now remember, no flash, no cleanse. It's deep. Does the damage. The Zhonya's to buy time. 1xN can't do it. Scout just face rolls them because he is an absolute beast on this rise.
Scout is not being stopped. He teleports into the backline, and TT just don't know what to do with this blue man in the backline. There's a teleport from missing towards the bot wave. Hoya's going to die, and with this time, the clean ace coming through, JDG will move to 2-1 in the series.
That rise became such... We had no flash, no cleanse, just jumps to the backline and says, between Banshees and Zhonya's, I'll still be able to break you in half. And does just that. JDG, you may owe your mid laner dinner. Let's leave it at that. Imagine some wonderful team fights in JDG. Move to series point.
So, TT, swinging pretty well with the punches. Did come in, I think, as definitely as underdogs today, but still, JDG, being rattled a little bit, but absolutely not enough to completely take them off the back. I think we need to mute the stream and go back on the spot.
We do it. That's a fair point. And we go to Spotify instead. And we get ourselves our own brand of chill background Diana music. That was pretty damn decisive, guys. Let's be real. The early game looked good for TT. The dragon stacking, the objective stacking looked good, but the moment that Jace became such a threat in the side lane that Hoya couldn't manage, and that was the trade for the early dive spot, and that Scout did get kills on the rise, did have good realm warps to get ahead of the curve, you just couldn't burst him out. You just didn't have enough damage to kill him unless you got a full bullet time channeling on him.
So
that just didn't
folks,
happen.
we would like you to tell us who you think your MVP was. Who was your MVP of that game? And who do you think is going to win this series after seeing these first 3 games? Thank you, JDG1xStan on Fraudwatch. Ooh, damn, that's a harsh statement right there. However, we gotta say, 1xN did not have the best positioning in those team fights. Scout punished him very hard. But yeah, I have to say, I expected 1xN to do better on the MF in those positions.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think the decision making was a bit damned if you do, damned if you don't with the Ornat plus Realm Warps on other sides. I don't think it was a very easy game, and especially with the Sire not being able to body block. But yes, I was hoping for more from that position, and JDG did a really good job to mess it up.
Well, would you... Oh, what's happening in...
It's over.
Oh, are you kidding me? Wow, did Genji just... A DK out after that split?
Yep.
Jesus, man. That's
I believe
insane.
they got 3-0'd.
That is insane to me. Well, LCK Enjoy is probably not going to be... That's insane. That is insane to me. Crazy.
Vintage Ruler Ash with an 11-2 Ash game to...
yeah, Ruler had a very
out.
good series. He had a very good series. However, he kind of needed to because he's had a rough split, I think, on a lot of
it's
places.
not what we've been hoping for.
Right, would you like to...
I'd love a cup of tea and a glass of water.
You can go do that. I'll switch chairs with you if that's okay.
That's super fine, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll... Yeah, you do need to step over the back when you see it.
I'm losing my slippers. My slipper, come back. I'm not Cinderella anymore.
You can join me instead, folks. Oh. Right, well, I missed a lot of that game too, but it does look like TT have not embarrassed themselves. You know, I think that they've proven that they can actually, you know, play well on this upper bracket. JDG, the player value is really quite strong though, and I think that we're seeing that also, you know, on individual level. Yeah, I know that game 2, Hoya had a very good Rumble performance, but that's not necessarily through lane. A lot of that's through the combos and team fights. The laning phase from JDG has been very, very powerful. DK Fraud's just lost. I now want JDG to win this split and go to first strike. Pays versus Genji would be so peak. That's very true. However, I mean, hang on. Some. Oh, I do need to fix something real quick. Game 2 was very good from TT. Hoya was just simply the better of that. Good to know. Has anyone had a favorite moment in this series so far? Canyon and Ruler work up. Duro's getting better. I mean, Duro was kind of the odd one. Yeah, Duro was the kind of person where we thought, well, his summer last year was actually very good. It was very good. I was surprised that he dipped to the levels that he did in spring so far. Yeah, I was very surprised that Ruler and Canyon had such a poor split so far. Duro was also ill in one of their series. Is this LPL semis quarters? This is the first round of the upper bracket. This is the upper bracket. So this is round 1. So I technically I think it's quarterfinals in terms of like, I think if you win 2 series you get to finals from upper bracket, I think it is. You get to the finals. So this is the first of, yeah, technically it would be that, but no, it's more of a double elimination system. LPL playoffs bracket is quite advanced this time. I hope that makes sense. I mean, I can draw it on screen if you want. So we have like, what's the upper bracket? So we have 1, 2, that's, oh shit, no, I need to do it the other way, don't I? So you have like one matchup, you have one matchup here. Then you have another matchup here. This is going to be really bad. And then you have lower bracket down here. And these are the games that'll be happening tomorrow. And then these two will like go on. So these will go on to like here. These will go on to here. One of these teams will drop down. And oh god, that's actually just not very helpful, is it, at all? I'll go on like that, you know. And it'll start, you know, You know, it's a big double elimination bracket. I don't know. I'm bad at drawing. I hope that's somewhat descriptive. Okay, folks, I just gotta reply to a message real quick. Scout gets MVP. Of course, Scout gets MVP. Look, Rise is one of those champions where seeing the best players in the world at Rise is really good to see. I just love watching this guy play. So this play was kind of saved by missing, but the fact that he knows he can backtrack and then get this kind of running start is insane. Rise is a lot of Rise's gameplay is understanding when you can run at people for free. And his ult allows him to be a map playmaker, but using it how he did to just basically just airdrop himself like a paratrooper on top of a 1xn, incredible in this game. Exactly. Going from watching Showmaker Rise to Scout Rise to treat to watch, I completely agree. I completely agree. If only Showmaker could have played like Scout. He did for so much of this split. I haven't watched that series yet. How do you guys think DK played today? Was it that bad? Because he was so good for so... I mean, Scout... Showmaker and Lucid was so incredible as a duo for so much of this. It was awful. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. DK got Ruffle Stomp. Oof, that's hard to... That's... Because I was so excited to watch DK go further. This team looked so good in Fearless. It looks so good in Fearless. All 8 votes for him? Of course it has to be all 8 votes for him. And yeah, folks, if you're watching an Onivia, we hope you're enjoying yourselves over there. Currently live on Twitch and 2 different places on YouTube as well, so wherever is most useful for you. Chovy dominated Showmaker the whole series. Chovy can do that. Chovy can do that.
A bad split and then just be Chovy.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee.
My tea is brewing, so
cool.
I will pick it up in a minute or two.
Yeah. So Sam, I am. So I'm still. What? Yeah.
The wheels got caught on the back of this.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't think I angled it well. I can.
You can do it that way. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Both hands available for it.
Fine.
I'll give you this. I'm gonna get myself a coffee.
Appreciate it.
Join in for it. But yeah, look, Chovy is really good, folks.
He
is really good, and I know he hasn't won a Worlds, and I know that people hold it against him. Partly because you have to compare him to players like Faker. You have to.
And there's been some international anti-clutch from him.
In the same way that I think people hold this against both Knight and Chovy because they haven't won Worlds. They are incredible players, and they can, much like Chovy did today, from what chat's saying,
just win a series.
Just occasionally just be like, oh, by the way, I'm the best player in the world. Cool. And I think there are a handful of players that can do that. I think Chovy and Knight can do that. Obviously, players like Faker can as well. Showmaker was doing that for a lot of this split, but I think
it's so frustrating because he's been playing so well.
Man, I really hope we get to see one of Chovy or Knight win a Worlds. I really hope so. It has to be for their career. I need to put this on.
Go. That's fine. Go do it. Have we run ads?
No.
I'll run some ads.
I'm still going into the same call time, but
Oh, that'll be great fun. Say hello to Aaron. Oh, wonderful. I'll drop him a line. Here, look at him. fact, I'm going to message him now. Yes, please. I'm messaging Medic in case he wants background stories for Alex to embarrass him on air.
Tiny bit of milk in there, but it's quite a dark tea.
That's perfectly fine.
Kind of want to leave this on if we're not actually if we're checking phones and stuff. I think it's nice to put the series gone on.
That's super fine.
On the whole, it also means you can just check your phone without feeling bad.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind people seeing me on my phone. Not a problem. Okay. Hey, folks. Boo. 2-1 to JDG. That was a fun game 3. Scout's just quite good, guys. He's just quite good. I care about these team. I'm a big Thunder Talk gaming enjoyer now, eh? I'm a big TT enjoyer. 1xN is my goat. Oh, I'm here with this land. Well, I understand NIP vs AL should be a really fun series. I get the excitement there, but I think this one's quietly quite good, and I think JDG have still got it in them to be a really, really good team. They just need Shun and Missing to be a little less exposable. JG 3-2 TT feels possible. It feels like, what, we are 100% blue side win rate so far this series. Oh boy. Who do I think? NIP or anyone's legend? Oh man. I really like anyone's legend at the minute. I think it will be determined by who has the better mid-game macro. Does Doomby get to do Doomby stuff in the mid-game and really be a kind of commander for the team that sets up leaving himself for success? Or does Tarzan plus his very strongly performing laners get enough advantage that Doomby's kind of a lot more limited in his options? I think that should be a really fun second series, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that could be a finals preview of the bracket.
Oh, yeah, theoretically.
Look, we'll see, right? I need to go and close the door again, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, I think that, you know, if you watched our podcast, LPL Recap, which we started just yesterday, you will have heard us talking an awful lot about both Tarzan and about Doonby. But also we talked about 1xN, and we talked about some of the players underperforming on JDG, so some important stuff from that.
Yeah, and I think Shun had a much better game 3 than I thought he might after the start. And Missing as well, despite being put behind a lot, ended up being quite useful on the Ornn, but even then there was some pickoffs that shouldn't have happened.
Even then, Shun ended up dying in a solo kill to setup.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, swings and roundabouts, Sam. Swings and roundabouts.
Are you desking and casting today? Then?
No, I'm going in for a pre-record, which I need to do, and then I'm going to be casting.
Is that the segment with Finn?
Yeah, it is.
That's
you'll
fun.
see that.
It's really good. Guys, tune into the pre-show. There's a
tune into LEC.
segment.
Tune into LEC today, folks.
There's some fun. There's some fun
It's gonna be
content.
And
so seen what's been prepped. It's good fun.
And yeah, folks. Also, you know, we're talking about, it could be a finals rematch or preview rather for this thing. What series do you guys want to see in this playoffs bracket? You know, I think, you know, we're already starting off with BLG Weibo, incredible.
That's going to be good.
You know, one of these teams will be dropping down to, that looks like a Scott Pilgrim font, that's great.
It does a bit, yeah.
You know, we have Top Esports versus IG on the other side of the brackets. We have Jackie Love and Rookie versus the Shy in elimination match. What matchups do you want to see in LPL playoffs, folks? What do you want to see?
NIP versus BLG, we might get that, to be fair, depending on how the next series shapes out and how playoffs in general wrap around. That will be a really good one. I agree. Knight versus Doomby on this kind of form would be really good fun. AL Weibo Gaming could also be very entertaining, I agree. I feel like with Ala on the form he's on as well, I feel like Ala versus one of our better top laners like a Bin or a Flandre could be really cool as well.
It's been a while since, well, I guess AL last year almost had that team which could have competed against top tier teams. But, you know, Ala is a top tier top laner. And for me, he's a one-man army kind of archetype of player. You know, when he gets ahead on Jace, he just does everything for himself. Yeah. Especially on Renekton or Jax.
His game, he won MVP for game 1.
His game 1 was insane. I saw him get that triple kill around mid lane.
Silly. What do you do at that point? Yeah.
What do you do?
Quick question from Trinity as well. Do you want him to pin the YouTube link for the podcast at the top of this show?
Yes, please, Trinity, if you can. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Appreciate you, Trinity.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, by the way, if you're a regular in my Twitch chat particularly, if you're around and have time to be a mod and would enjoy being a mod, please let me know. You can message me in Discord or whatever.
Yeah,
we can sort it out.
Use a couple extra.
Just having a couple, just so people like, just so yeah, and it means that no one's like unnecessarily burdened when they're the only mod in chat.
Yeah, all of that stuff. So I know there was a couple people asking about that, and I'll make sure that their names are put forward.
Yeah. But now, match point for JDG. TT, well, I mean, I said they were good enough to take a game or two against JDG. I think they kind of showed that already. They've taken the one game, and they maybe could have taken that last game too if the mid game went a bit better. But yeah, I'm not leaving as, you know, I'm a self-professed TT fan. I'm a fan of every team in the LPL, but I love watching TT. I'm happy with how they've performed in parts in this series. Now, there's obviously a way to go. I think they lost their heads a little bit when it came around to mid-game, but this team is one which, you know, I'm not leaving this team disappointed by how they've played, really.
Yeah, I agree. And look, that game 3 was winnable in some ways. I think they ended up in a position where their draft was kind of attackable in the way that JDG attacked it, right? Like the All-Not was going to be really obnoxious. The Senna, even though she was behind, was still valuable with her own ults. And then you had the Viego and the Ryze combining together to find really difficult angles that made the very immobile carries who wanted to stay away from these people really, really difficult to survive in those team fights.
Will the podcast be on Spotify too? Yes, when we figure it out. I've never done that before, but yes.
I will look into that.
Yeah, we will. We'll try and put the podcast on so many things as possible. So, folks, if you're watching this live, and if you're the kind of person that doesn't get the time to watch all of the LPL games, we'll have a podcast called LPL Recap, where we talk about the best happenings in the LPL and give you some recommendations of if you're going to watch games, these are the ones you should prioritize above all else. Might be this series just now.
I'm about to say, speaking of games you should be watching, this one on right now could well be one of the ones coming forwards. JDG. A lot less messier series, I feel, than their one against Weibo, but hey, there's still room for that to change. Back on red side, blue side, 100% win rate so far. Both teams that have been on that one felt like they've had better plans with that one to work around. We are starting to get a little thin on the champion pool options. The Nocturne is going to be removed as a Shun option alongside something like an Orianna from Scout, who is a phenomenal player of that. The Blitzcrank kind of missing X Factor pick, and the others have been tank jungler bans.
The thing is that Feather also plays Blitzcrank as well. I'm surprised at that one. So what's being left through the cracks? Almost every AP jungler is gone unless you want to go towards a Karthus. TT have been playing a decent amount of them. You can't play the Sejuani Yone because the Sejuani is gone. What are your power picks? Cassante is banned too. This is the point where the drafts get a bit funky, because we could potentially go towards, I mean, normally you say Jinx Lulu, but it is 1xn. There is a chance we get an Aphelios Lulu out of this.
See that. And the moment I saw that Blitzcrank ban, my thought was, it's going to be an Enchanter lock, surely.
That's a fair point. You know what? That's a good read. That's very locked in, Sam. I appreciate that.
And then we're going to see probably a Vi response. And in fairness, Vi can theoretically manage some of these longer range carries. The problem is when you've got the Lulu behind them, assuming your front line is solid, the Vi goes in, a Wild Growth comes in, you get polymorphed, and your dive gets stuffed real fast. And the game that TT looked most comfortable in was the game in which they had the tools to disengage JDG effectively. And JDG really struggled to play out that game. That's just a hover, but if you're wanting to try and match the Enchanter, you could see an angle.
I don't love hovering over stuff like that, Ziggs, because I don't think you have the support pool now to really match that Ziggs. The Vi helps, and you can do Vi with that, but the Ziggs, because to pay is special, go towards the Yone instead. I have to say, Scout was one of the best Yones at Worlds last year, actually. And even when the rest of his team on LNG were falling apart, he was incredible on this pick. It's not historically a champion I would have associated with him, but he's built a reputation on it now. And now you see Yone and Vi. Do you have to change plans? Do you say, actually, Jinx, Aphelios too risky, we have to go towards something like Xayah and play for hyper disengage? What's the plan here?
Zeri, an option who, obviously, despite being a little shorter range, does have a lot of mobility in her kit. It is Zeri Lulu time. With some of those lane swap changes potentially coming through for next pack, we might be seeing a lot more of this again.
I wonder if that Zeri is a takeaway from JDG, because if they locked in the Zeri for Pays, one of the best Zeris out there, you wouldn't have the Vi to go onto them. And the Nautilus is already fearless banned from game 3, as you can see down on TT's side. Setup goes for the Akali Yone into mid lane. Let's go. But yes, now JDG has double engage onto the Zeri, but also TT lock in that Zeri, knowing that Pays won't have a free-firing Zeri without having the best ability to deal with them with the rest of TT's comp.
Really enjoyed seeing the coach there, just giving Setup a little bit of encouragement, saying, yeah, you've got this, I appreciate you, you can take this, I believe in you. And that feels really cool. And we have seen Akali into Yone be something that Akali's can win, especially if you use your Shuriken flip well. You can really mess up the attempted all-ins with the Q3, then go back in afterwards. It can be really difficult then for the Yone to play that one out. You can mess around with his soul pretty well as well. The response, though, is a lock-in of this Maokai. It is a flex. Ala can play it. Missing can play it. Not likely to see a Vi in a solo lane or as a support, so realistically not a jungle Maokai, but hey, it's fearless, who the hell knows?
Has Baus played that in NLC yet?
Not yet. We've seen AP Jax.
AP Jax, yeah, well that one, of course we've seen AP Jax.
Who hasn't done that,
Who hasn't done that? So now we have, look, JDG have a ton of CC, TT have a ton of mobility. So you'd normally think, okay, well, the mobility works very well with TT, but when you're starting to ban out your next string of 80 carries, I do get worried for the consistent damage sources from JDG.
I feel now, arguably, things like Zac become a little bit more valuable as a potential frontline option as you're starting to get a little bit trickier, and it can potentially help mitigate some of those dives. I feel like the Wukong being banned is very heads up, and at this point what you're really looking for is either things that can join in the dive or things that can stuff the attempted play from JDG. Mordekaiser away from Hoya, who alongside 369, probably the two players that do have that as their kind of one of their counter pick options.
Ban away Jhin here, maybe.
Yeah, I think Galio might be an option. I mean, you've already Galio might be an option.
I think TT should be banning away the best follow-up AD carries you can face. You could also ban away Jinx here. I think Jinx is a good play. Ziggs banned away instead. I guess
it's
Ziggs
a good follow-up with the Vine.
Well, yeah, I would also Ziggs Maokai is one of the remaining bot lanes, which is pretty good. Yeah. Pretty good for the Ziggs, because you know you lead with the ult, and then look, someone's getting tapped with that bomb. To Pays.
Go here then.
Well, you don't have much magic damage either. The problem now is actually what happens if Hoya locks in a very tanky... What if Beitra and Hoya both lock in fairly tanky champions against a full AD team if Pace doesn't have another AP option? Actually, maybe that's why the Ziggs and the Kai'Sa are both banned out. Karma comes in, which could be a top lane Karma. We'll see.
It could, of course, be that Maokai going top as yet. We don't know, and that's part of the reason why they're saving the Luke Skywalker pick. Red 5 is standing by to be used as a option to flex that Karma around, that Maokai around. Debating a Gragas here from Thunderdog, and actually that is quite heads up for me. I think that will play just fine into the Maokai or the Karma. Instead, they go towards the Pantheon,
which I think is still fine. You could still Gragas here, and I think you've got solid frontline, solid pick, ways to counter the attempted plays from the Vi, because wherever the Vi goes, you can return. I think Galio plus that Pantheon is really nice because you can use that offensively, you can use that defensively. You've got tools to help the Akali, but on the other side, you've also got tools to try and keep the Zeri alive. I think TT can play front and back, well, going forwards and backwards really well here.
I think TT have got a great comp. The Caitlyn comes in for Caitlyn Karma going towards bot lane. That's good for the winning lane scenario. Galio is fine versus the Maokai. It's a bit of a wet noodle fight, but it's AP versus Galio, so Galio's okay with that one. It's not as good as Into the Rumble, but hey, you'll take it. But really, for me, the question is now, how well do TT protect their carries? Because their front line should be in a good spot. Worth noting, folks, that Pantheon gets extra resist from his E. He'll build some he'll probably build himself some Ninja Tabi. Probably has to against this comp, really. And he'll be really happy, I think, with playing out this game. But can he protect Setab and 1xN on the backline?
Well, that will be a question. And the other thing is, we've seen JDG with winning lanes and an early platform look a lot different to a JDG that doesn't have the early platform. JDG from behind early, who don't get to play for Grubs in particular, they aren't a clean team right now.
Can anyone protect Setab from himself? He is playing Akali. That's a great point, Blade Trinity. Well, we'll just have to see. TT trying to bring us to a game 5. JDG trying to close things out in a 3-1 fashion. TT unexpected to be here. Got themselves a great game 2, though, to win that one and bring us through to not a clean sweep. They're already propping up on people's radar in a way that a lot of people just didn't imagine.
And hey, I'm not going to lie, that game 2 was playable. They had a game plan. It started off well. I think that it was steps 3, 4, 5 that didn't work out. Steps 1 and 2 were pretty good. The early objection stacking was good. It was just that actually we saw solid response in terms of resource acquisition elsewhere. The mid game, where they tried to play for the Dragons, got a lot harder once that mid tier 1 fell. Head on to the Rift for the fourth and possibly final time today. For once, the Gyos a little less coordinated. Team's getting a little stressed here. So we're getting towards this. And third of the order of cheering. TT went first. Jingdong came after. I still love my Jingdong the Witch is Dead call. I'll use it again at some point.
You know, Sam, that's still the most watched clip on this Twitch channel.
That's hilarious. It's a funny call.
Jingdong the Witch is Dead.
I'm saving it. It's just like, it'll happen again.
It's just not okay.
You can't stop me.
Yeah. Oh, man. And,
and your pretty little friends, too.
I've been thinking about taking some clips from these channels and just making, you know, our best bits from the channel kind of thing. Missing and pays, spot out Hoya walking down here. So this is what you tend to do, right? So if you're playing in, you know, playing in lane swaps, you walk down the mid lane, because then you can walk 2 side lanes if something unexpected happens.
Ooh,
just going
nice mantra.
nasty as
hell. Missing does manage to find the angle past Hoya to get that down, and set up as the one who is punished as a result.
However, lanes are going towards top lane now for the Zeri and the Lulu. 200th game is a better way to phrase, isn't it? Game for Hoya in the LPL. I think he's had overall a pretty good split compared to his career. This has been a good split for him. See, of course, where this series ends up. Of course, walks away with an MVP from one of the games in this series.
Yeah, he did. It was a wicked Rumble game. Played weak side Rumble super well, picked up a load of kills, teleported really well. Still feels like Ala has largely been the better laner, but I think Hoya has been very astute about how he plays out those mid games, how he plays out those all-ins, honestly, as well. And of course, the lane swap outside of a Caitlyn Karma lane makes sense. It does, however, give FaZe a lot of time to immediately start ordering down those plates, though.
Especially with Caitlyn being able to use headshots on the tower. Caitlyn destroys turrets very quickly. However, this is one of the most important things you have to note about lane swaps. You are not lane swapping most of the time now to get tower gold. You are lane swapping to avoid a level 1 of a Caitlyn or a Kalista or an Ashe or something like that. 1xN Feather have done that. They get level 2. They immediately go back towards bot side. They lose out on 2 plates on bot side, but they escape the level 1 hell that is Caitlyn Karma.
They do. They come back. 1xN has a cull. You're okay with this trade for now, and I think it is a more astute lane swap than we saw in game 1, where they kind of just got out-tempoed as the lanes kept switching back and forth and just lost themselves a bit on the map, and JDG
the calmer heads, the more experienced heads when it comes to macro rotations in particular, did kind of get ahead in that game, largely off just those lane associations and lane, not associations, assignments.
Yeah.
That's the term I'm looking for. Thank you very much.
Did you see a cannon get missed by 1x there, which is a little
-1.
bit sad. -1. But you can see already, level 2, level 3, Lulu can help you survive this lane in a lot better way. Missing's gonna miss that cube. I was wondering whether they'd gonna throw out that mantra cube. Would have been nasty to miss that one. Missing a Karma mantra cube is a very hard thing to do, by the way.
I do it all the time.
That one hits, you see. You miss Karma mantra cube. Do you play Karma?
Badly.
When?
ARAM mostly.
Okay, that doesn't really count. I'm sorry, Sam. Doesn't count.
It's very fair. I've seen your. I still remember your 2000 DPM Viego game here.
Sam, it wasn't Sam. 2008 DPM is easy money, Sam.
Yeah.
I had a 4,000
That was what it
DPM
was.
game on Viego.
4,000 DPM Viego.
I have been. I for a long time, folks. I was searching for the holy grail of the 5,000 damage per minute ARAM game, and I finally got it on Viego. It was on Riven. It was on Riven. Because I was effectively just taking people constantly for 20 minutes until they fell over. Funnily enough, look, this will be my last personal anecdote. I actually, when MSI 23 came around, and everyone was on a US server, I ended up beating Lumao, who was BLG's support player. Again, Hoya might die here. Anyway, I beat an LPL player in ARAM and I felt very good about it. Can they beat them in a regular gank? I think they can.
Decent shield around, get some resist, flash out, Justice Punch is solid, and they'll take the flash, but Hoya survives.
Hoya lives, but losing that flash is not the best. All right, this is one of the big problems of Galio. You can't not push. Your passive autos AoE. You can't just last hit. You're just like, oh, go to the last hit, and just the whole China shop has been blasted apart. Galio is love with clogs on sometimes. Really wants to try and do the best thing. Ends up just smashing everything around the ground.
Flip lands in the mid lane, remains relatively even. A lot of that, honestly, is off that level 1 trade from Missing. Stopped the early levels where the Akali can sometimes just outplay the Yone to an extent. Not going that well. Early Dark Seal from setup, I think, makes some sense here. You can look to try and stack that one up and have that as an additional threat in the back pocket. Mid laners, if you back yourself, even if you don't, just pick up a Dark Seal. It's cheap money. It's really good value if you get involved with kills.
Oh, finally, Deadly Ghost is in chat. Thank you for the resubscribe, by the way. Very, very kind of you. He was actually there for both the ARAM games I was talking about. Right, let's take stock of things. Caitlyn has been free hitting this turret. This is kind of my issue they had in Game 3 as well. You have an initial good idea, but you kind of get lost in the source a little bit. Oh, we will survive the level 1 from the Caitlyn Karma. Okay, that's 3 plates gone. Well, we've got to switch up towards the grubs now as well. Well, now you're losing more plates, and the Galio's going to come down and try and wave clear some stuff. Galio doesn't really want to be in this situation either. You might actually lose your full turret. Not on this wave, but in one wave after this point. This is not where you want to be. Again, the headshots from Caitlyn are so nasty. And what you do with the Caitlyn trap there, by the way, is you use the camera's perspective and you put the trap behind the tower model. So you think you're walking onto safe ground. There's a trap hidden there. It's really, really nasty. You can do some similar things with Swain on red side as well, actually, where you start your E animation. And what you do with the Swain, actually, if you're playing it in that, is you fire it out at the same time. Hang on, again.
Nice interrupt on the Fate Sealed. Scout might still need to think about using more, doesn't have to. That turret just about surviving.
You know I'm tired when I just nerd out about random niche mechanics not relevant to the game. When there's a gank happening in mid lane, I'll just kind of wave clear up in that soft side. Anyway, folks, you can hide Swady with a tower shot, is what I'm trying to say. It looks kind of similar on some skins. I'm so sorry. I'm not particularly locked in right now. Zapay's missing. They're going to take a full turret before 8 minutes. This is Caitlyn. This is Caitlyn Karma. They tried to avoid it.
Do they want to really play for this? I don't know. They're going to try and clear out the wave. Can't quite. Oh, that's so frustrating with Hoya. Can't Justice Punch the minions down. Turret goes down. Not quite.
I think one more headshot would have done it. Yeah, the observers are hovering over the Pantheon, but it's not going to be leading to that much. And also, with the cleanse heal from Pay's missing, I don't think you can 2v2. I think you jump onto... There's actually a problem here too. If you jump down and the Caitlyn's quick enough, he is going to ult. We'll see how they outplay this. The shield is down.
Missing flash heals, but he's actually just going to die. He's absolutely dead. The Karma is out for the count.
I was wrong. They just completely blast that Karma out of existence. As Pay's and Missing try and take down that turret, they overstay without support. I think there was a big issue there where what solves that gank is Pay's taking a turret shot and Missing using the shield on that turret shot. It means there's no move speed to get away from the Pantheon, which means that Missing doesn't have the ability to walk anywhere else. Big mistake by Pays and Missing. Misusing their tools. Great punish by Beichuan, who's had a fantastic split for himself.
And again, this is the person who made it to second All-Pro. Undeservedly so. Behind Tarzan, who's just been on another level, but Beichuan has genuinely been really excellent. Has had a solid enough series here as well. I think we'll be a little frustrated with how that Zyra game ended. I think it was positions where that Zyra could really have carried. But again, you hit a point where Ornn and Ryze and Viego find ways over your plant and your ultimate. You can't ult in 4 directions at once. You can only do it in 1. This turret, I think, might just fall to the minions. Pays finally paid for it. But it's not been an easy journey to get here, or as easy as it might have been off the early lane state.
However, you know, we've been mainly focusing on the Caitlyn taking down this turret. Remind you, don't get extra gold for first turret gold anymore, so that's not going to be, you know, 700 gold, it's 400 instead. Still important. However, you know, in the grand scheme of things, this gold advantage only being 500, despite getting a full tower, is completely fine for TT.
Oh,
that in isolation is 500 gold bonus onto the Pantheon as well. You're happy with that. You've got 3 grubs from TT, so it's not like you're going to be playing against a Yone and a Caitlyn with grubs going into mid-game. We did say, hey, TT, the lane swap's kind of falling through. Some details are being missed in these big situations. I think this one's looking better now.
Nice.
Good shuriken flip.
If you wanted to see the mechanic that allows Akali to outplay Yone, it's holding your shuriken flip to do that when the Q3 comes through, and Yone hates it.
Yeah, it's not the best time ever. It's a really fun matchup. Also, it's one of Setab's best champions. Arguably Setab's best champion, actually. He's had some very good games on this one. When he came in first in Demacia Cup, this is the champion he really... well, in fact, this is a rematch of Demacia Cup semi-finals, I want to say, or quarterfinals.
Oh,
TT
man.
beat JG in Demacia Cup to start off this roster's journey.
I remember, yes.
I can't remember if it was a 3-1 or a 3-2, but Setab had some great games on the Akali as well. I think I'm remembering that rightly. But TT, that was the warning signs to be like, oh, maybe this team might actually be good. Demacia Cup is Demacia Cup. Not every team is prepped, not every team is completely tryharding, but it's still a good litmus test for a number of things.
Grub set 2 just spawned. TT here in force, but JDG want to contest. Teleporting into mid lane, Setup on a flank. Gets a 5-point strike on Missing, who trades back with a Mantra Q.
Good.
Oh, he away. Still going to be a big chunk on a Setup with flashes over the wall. Now on the other side, Missing's been jumped on. Scout goes in. The Fate Sealed is okay, but not exactly everything he was looking for. Now the Galio comes in with a hero's entrance, and Scout had to back away. Arla very deep. Shun flashing out the back of the Fit. Big Bramble smash back. Arla healed up and shielded by a huge Defiant. Trying to ult out. Just about escaping a TT. They lose a member. But on the other side, JDG will claim at least 2 of the grubs and get a kill. That was wild as a fight.
It's wild, but I actually think TT don't play the fight very well. 1xN gets caught by the Oneel, and he doesn't focus his damage in the right spots. Another game where it's very important for the Zeri to be doing damage. This is early game, it's before it really takes over. But I think TT had a chance to turn that around. Couldn't quite thread the needle, as Seth not able to cancel that back. He was a lucky boy as well to get out at the start of that play. JDG, I think, walk away with more than they should have done after this fight. As soon as this first play onto Setup doesn't go that well, I thought TT were in with a really good angle. Mako's not able to completely combo up. Shun uses his Q as well. I think Beichuan gets a really good entry in here. This is a problem. 1xN uses his E, doesn't flash out of the Ono, and I think he reads it. He's now down onto half HP. Does dodge out of the VIQ there, but misses his W. Doesn't get that much value down. I really think that 1xN, especially walking up here into Caitlyn shots and then blowing his flash, I don't think that's a great fight from 1xN. I expect better from a player I really, really appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, again, there was some nice moves again away from the vibe, but there are better ways you could have played that. And it does come at a cost of a fair amount of summoners and flashes on both sides, but I'll note Pays has kept both as his.
Yeah.
And that could prove really problematic in the times to come.
Hoya holding the wave down here for now, which is fine. He has teleport, and we did say the crime of Galio is over pushing. He doesn't really have much answers to that one. Pays, you know, Yuntal Wild Arrows picked up first, not going towards the collector build. Is still pretty happy for that. Is he going to get the double passive reset?
Yeah, nice combo.
Yeah. That's the play, by the way, folks. Your passive is 8-second cooldown. If you hit a champion with an ability, it goes down by 4 seconds. So you hit them with 2 combos. After you smash again. It's really fun.
If you can get a taunt smash, EQ taunt smash, you're really happy.
If you flash, get a good taunt. If they don't have like escapes, you can flash, charge up your taunt, smash, then you cancel your Q with your E, and then you get both of them hit, and you just instantly smash after that. With full AP Galio, that can sometimes be a one-shot. It's very, very fun. With tank Galio, it's a little less important, but still, it's a really fun combo. I suggest Galio players, you make the most of that. It's a fun mechanic.
Worth noting as well, we didn't get a chance about it earlier, but Scout's actually gone first item Hex Drinker to deal with the fact you've got a Galio and a Akali to deal with in your side lanes. And hell, even Zeri has a little bit of magic damage mixed in with the Lulu adding some help picks damage on. Even then, Zeri notoriously has had some AP scalings in the past. If you remember her W.
Oh man,
AP mid lane Zeri.
Oh, that was a build of all time, folks. Luden Zeri in mid lane. Gosh, yeah. I actually didn't mind some of the Zeri stuff from them because it was really fun to just see like a very bursty Lulu that had to, not Lulu, Zeri that had to put themselves in danger. Kind of glad that's gone away. Haven't quite managed to deal with that with the Kai'Sa just yet, but yeah, Kai'Sa is Kai'Sa. Those reworks to the W never quite came through. It was like, oh, the W just passes through enemies now when you upgrade AP. The problem is that just gives you infinite wave play, and you could like one-shot an entire team. It's a problem, folks. 1xM, very okay wave clearing himself. Now, he's actually popped in the Cull, which means that as much as we're talking about Caitlyn being strong, gold lead is not that big again. Gold lead in general not that big for JDG, and I will say, I think on the whole, TT have maybe a better composition. It's a little hard to tell. If the Yone gets a good enough combo onto the Zeri and the Lulu, yeah, I think JDG win. I think if Lulu escapes the engage, Wild Growth's one of the carries, that's an even fight. And I think if a carries escape, it's a one fight for TT. That's largely how I'll do it. So watch out for the Vi and the Yone. If they catch any number of those carries, you'll be able to vaguely tell how the fight will go.
And if they do it cleanly is the other thing. So actually, if you do it and then Galio comes flying in and a Wild Growth comes in and then Zeri gets to skate away and then you both die because you've gone super deep, then it's not a good fight anymore. And you have got tools to mitigate the engage, which again, if you want to look how that game 2 went so well for TT, a lot of it was off that. Still though, JDG here with 2 dragons. They've got themselves a couple of the grubs. You did have a solid enough fight around that initial that second set of grubs. There we go. Took me a second to figure out how to phrase that. And we're in a relatively even game state at this point. A slight gold lead to JDG, but it is relatively small at this point.
Lucas and Onovia's chat really want to talk about your comment in there as well. Picking Akali in Fearless Draft is always auto-lose. Now, Akali doesn't have the best win rate, but it's still pretty fine. It's about a 40-something% win rate. It's picked quite a lot. The thing about Akali is that she is a very self-sufficient laner, where you can kind of just let Akali survive on her own, particularly with, you know, with EW and ult. You don't really die for free ever. The question is, and particularly last year this was the problem, if you dive into the fight, can you actually do anything? Are people just immediately going to CC or whatever? In this game, no Leona, no Nautilus or anything like that, so you're not going to get instantly CC'd by them. Yeah, there's some stuff from Maokai, Fine, Yone, but they're less convenient than something like that instant Q from a Leona. Herald's now being started, and we'll see whether setup can have a good fight, as he's currently in top lane.
Arla's got a good angle here for an ult. Look at the Vi doing grubs right now. There's a ward in the back of the pit. We'll be able to come on over. The cease and desist available. Big chunk of the Hoyu stepped on a trap. Just out of vision. Throws down another control ward. Needs to be very wary of those traps. Down 2,000 HP. This is going to be a bit messy. Shouldn't the backline steals the Herald. And then set up onto the backline, gets the Galio on top, but there's a cease and desist on top of that. Akali is not safe. Big grand starfall, but it's immediately onto a trap. Trying to get to a back. It's the shield from the Karma. Stop base one getting the kill. Hoya dies while 1xN desperately trying to run. Ultra Shock later. At least gets the Yone, but there's still an ace in the hole available. Shun gets another 4 for 1. Those Karma shields were ridiculous. And that trap placement.
Pays and Missing have absolutely ran this fight. And yeah, we talked about this mechanic a bit earlier. If you Pantheon not too close to Caitlyn, the spear shows where he's going to land. You put the trap there, you can't actually play it out the way that you want to. And 1xN doesn't have the damage right now to carry those bigger fights. I thought he might be able to clean up 1 or 2, but I think because Hoya took a lot of damage and Seta basically got insta one-shot, it was all on Azerio's only at 1 item. JDG got themselves the fight they wanted. They get the Herald. Shun had level 11s when Beitron didn't as well, which definitely does help because Beitron doesn't have the extra passive stats from that ult. Seta very nearly gets himself the play he needs to, but there's just way too much CC. And a lot of it goes through a Shroud as well. It doesn't even matter if he could have popped that. Down. Oh wait, Missing's just died in live. Okay, right. No shields now.
That's a big pick. What did they burn for it? Not a huge amount. 6 seconds on setup. Having the ult up and available will probably stop the dragon going down as base one steps in to the jungle as well. Sorry, the river, better way of putting it. Set up, free pushing in the top side while everyone is gathered around this dragon. Still has a teleport available, so going to try and force a response. Are you going to come over to me? Here's the picture-in-picture. Missing was clearing wards. He's overstepping again. We've seen this a little bit from this player. He oversteps on provision.
Look, Dragon is going down, and Hoya, man, you can't walk up.
Oh, Daisy survives! And 1xN gets the kill on the Vi. Get the W to try and stop this Akali getting value. The Fate Seal just wide wild growth onto the Akali, keeps him alive. And the Soul Rebinding will not have enough damage proc to kill there.
I actually think Scout saves the Dragon, though, with that. He trades his HP. Oh, Paze.
Oh, trying to go to the back line, but there's a trap in the way. He's just about in range. No, the trap! Paze stays alive. This Caitlyn is foul. And they have to leave it. They will get soul point off this.
Paze has ult. He's channeling it, and it's blocked by the Galio. Paze is having a monster game on the Caitlyn. 3-0-3 without necessarily even getting to play the 2v2 in the laning phase. But he's playing it so well coming through into this mid game, which is one of Caitlyn's most notoriously hard parts of the game to deal with. He's doing so well here with his traps, with his upfront damage. With the IE and the Yuntal, his amount of raw AD is absolutely absurd at this point. And TT, and particularly Hoya, has very much misjudged the damage that this Caitlyn can put out.
Yep, and they're going to have to give up that now. That's soul point. Second item just got completed for Zeri. That's great news, but it's still a very scary Caitlyn who is managing this front line with class. Let's have a look again.
How we do. Yeah, Lucas chiming in again saying, wow, TT picked Galio Akali, hoping to do meaningful teamfight damage. Well, I can't fault you for that one. We jump in, and Hoya is just immediately not able to do that much. The problem that Setup has been having is that he's trading all of his HP bar to get anything done. And it's really, really hard for him to... I think he's mistiming things with the Galio and the Pantheon, because he's not quite getting enough damage across the entirety of the fight.
Oh, they tried to get in range, and Beishwan can't quite shield bolt till a bit later. That control ward blocking the vision keeps Paze alive. Really, really key. And I'll also note, we're going back towards the Atakan. It was a problem last game for JDG. Here we go again. Right. They burned a lot to keep people alive last time.
Well, are JDG going to contest?
No.
No, it looks like they're not. So, we have seen a bit of this from JDG. JDG Weibo, great series to go do your homework on this particular phenomena. Trading Atakan. Inner turret going over towards Scout individually. And also in the mid lane too. So JDG say, okay, you get the Atakan, we'll get 2 inner turrets. That's good gold. We just get ourselves another 1,000 gold between us, and we'll just wait out the other thing besides that. TT, they might be able to full send it with the Atakan. I don't think it changes that much though. They're struggling to kill even one member, so I suppose if they even look for a fight, JDG will just slow press them out of the fight anyway.
And they interrupt that fight. Paze is actually in a really bad spot now. Oh, that trap was key. Nicely done.
Yeah, the E into the W, managed to get himself out safe with the Hex Gates. TT, can they force a fight properly now? Beichuan has level 11. Shield Bolt stopped out there. Beichuan needs to charge up his Mortal Will. Once more, Soul Point from JDG. That's a pain too. That's a real pain, because TT, if they slip up once around the map now, they have to deal with a Hex Soul Caitlyn. Yeah. That's rough. That one headshot also comes with a slow. That's too much.
Missing, needs to be a bit aware. Shirelia's to buy space. Beichuan stepping forwards. Beichuan going to potentially be an angle. Going to give a bit of a shout out over to Ala as well, who has stuffed Setup in both team fights.
Yeah.
Basically has saved all of his abilities for this Akali both times. Really it's been really nice.
I think not a lot of people who only watch, you know, the very last series in LPL, in playoffs and then into internationals, have missed out on Ala for a while. His last couple of years, they've sometimes been inconsistent, I won't deny that, but he has been really, really good on a whole host of champions. He's often been streaky, but when he's on a hot streak, this guy is up there with Breathe and, well, potentially Ben in the Shy and other names like that, right? I mean, I know some people are like, oh wow, what a sneak, the Shy's in there. Sure, he's actually playing quite well right now. That's come, 46 seconds. Are we going to see a play forced over? Scout uses the E.
Here comes the turnaround though, as Nature's Grasp comes on forwards. The Wild Growth on the base will not keep people alive. They've still got the withdrawals to work with. The Polymorph comes down to Shun. He's trying to flash away. Scout to the backline, gets some value, but I think he will just die. Does so. Withdrawals still keep popping as they lose multiple members backwards. 25 seconds on Feather. They lose every Atakan in trade for just one.
That is 1,000 gold over, because it's 200 gold each on 5. And JDG lose 1 kill. That is a bad Atakan trade, folks. As once again, I just don't think TT are positioning well, and I think that 1xN in particular is not positioning well. He jumped forward into that fight to try and get into ult range, but then that meant he jumped into another Yone. What I really want you to watch 1xN's positioning a little bit beyond this and how Scout punishes him, because yeah, they do end up taking him down, but look how much it takes there. Maokai hits onto the Zeri, so they're not able to get in a position for ult here. Jumps forward around about now to try and get into range of things. Goes straight into a Yone knockup and gets completely taken down. The Zeri is not delivering, and they are the only person who can carry the later fights. 1xN needs to do better. It's not been his best series.
Not so far. E'd the wrong way right at the end. I just popped ult and then E'd into the Yone ult. Tried to misread, tried to read where it was going, I guess, and misread it. A bit problematic. Setup. Also, really struggling to find value on this Akali. Not been the easiest time. 50 seconds on Hexol. You've got a 3-item Caitlyn, who is in a horrifyingly strong position.
Yeah. Particularly because TT's frontline, once again, not in the best spot.
No.
Setup also yet to really threaten the Caitlyn, because typically... Jeez, man, that damage is insane. This is going to be Hexol. As you've highlighted already, I believe. I
did, yeah.
Cool, that's good to know. I'm glad I guessed that you highlighted that because I actually didn't catch it. The 30 seconds, trap line being set up. TT need to force Caitlyn to pay attention to multiple directions at once. I don't think TT have the lane pressure for that. They're getting completely shoved in on both mid lane and bot lane. Trap line starting to get shut in as well. TT are going to go through bot river potentially, but JDG, this is their point to slam home the series.
And again, you're coming through a single angle versus a Maokai Vi. I don't know how easy it's going to be. And the Karma as well. The shields have prevented the particular Pantheon from being as threatening. He went to jump on phase, gets the cleanse, gets a flash. And you stay alive, but they do get something there.
Boy, is that, but I mean, Beitron, I really don't know what he's doing with the Flash E empowered instead of the Flash W. Has to ult out and is stopped. Hoya will potentially go straight down. His E interrupted as well. TT had a difficult approach to the Dragon.
Hang on, big taunt. They can try and get something more missing. Had to flash away. They're going to jump onto Pace. Fate Sealed is superb onto Setup, who will not find an angle out. Lands an E. Look for the R2. Gets missing. Ale trying to keep onto 1xN. Flashes forward. 1xN hops over the wall. Just about alive. The Ultra Shock Laser buys some time, but a knock up over the wall with the Q3. Mortal Steel does its work, and TT run to try and get Pace and cannot do it.
Scout and Pace combo up so magnificently well in this fight. They will earn themselves a Hexol. They'll be able to recall and go up towards the Baron as well. TT fumble the approach. It was a difficult one. I'm not going to begrudge them that, but they really misplay around some crucial engaged timings. Beitron already at this point fails his flash combo. Hoya cancel out of his ult. Really watch what happens here with setup onto Pace, because I think Scout has an incredible ult here to stop it being a clean play. Trap onto the ult again because he goes too close towards the Caitlyn. Setup flashes forward, immediately into a knockup, immediately into the ult, and Pace ends up living. Fantastic peel work from Scout. Playing as an AD carry with a mid laner like this, playing like that, is an absolute godsend. Scout saving Pace and allowing to come back with this amount of damage. Insane stuff, but TT missed the approach.
Arla did a really good job of preventing 1xN from popping at the end of that fight. If he hadn't flashed for that W, I think it gets a lot more ugly. I'll also say, Setup died mid R2, or I think he kills Pace on the end of that execution.
I actually don't think he does, because the Caitlyn Q is heading his way, and that would kill him. So it's a little bit hard to tell with that one, but on the whole, I think Setup, he was always going to die. It's just a question of whether...
Did he take Pace with him? Yeah.
Setup going to escape from this. And now, I mean, Hexol, Baron with a Caitlyn Siege, Shun playing well on the Vi as well, 5-1 and 5, doing well on that pick, is one of his best picks of all time, that Vi. JDG playing so much better in the team fights than TT across the grand majority of the series.
I agree. And now we're in a position as well where, yeah, we've seen a few oversteps from missing, and Shun had a very bad game too, but two of our people on Fraud Watch here, on the whole, much better series again. Especially, I think Shun in particular, from ahead here, in a great position. Beitwan struggling to find value on the Pantheon. Gonna look for an all-in here. There's the trap straight again. And then you finally get the E out, but he's just gonna jump on this Pantheon. Setup looking for a flank, though. Gonna try and go into Pace, but again, wild growth. Decent angle. The Galliol afterwards. Still not gonna quite be able to Pace. Does not quite die. Missing does. Setup goes golden R2s away. And everyone just about 11 now. Scout with the flank angle. Looking to go on top of everyone. It gets polymorph for a moment, but they just can't kill this Caitlyn.
They can't. Shouldn't get to kill with the splash damage from his E onto someone behind his target. Sat there at 7-1 and 8. JDG had a bit of a stumble, but will walk away clearly the better team.
That they are. It is particularly in games 1, games 4, JDG all the way. Credit to Thunder Talk for playing in the games 2 and 3, but they just don't quite have it in them quite yet. I'll go down below a bracket after this.
JDG will now face up against the winner of our next series, NIP or Anyone's Legend. TT will go down, I believe, to face the winner of BLG versus Weibo. What a tough draw that is. TT take a game off of JDG, but they will be stopped at that. JDG playing ourselves a first victory of LPL playoffs.
Well, we had some questions after JDG Weibo. It wasn't the cleanest series. We saw some issues. And instead, actually, they turned up here against Thunder Talk and played out those mid games in particular really, really well. The way they played around those turret shoves felt really, really good. And some of those team fights, particularly after those turrets went down, got very, very tricky. Once Thunder Talk didn't have the ability to set up for those objectives in the way they wanted to. And JDG punished so well. Scout, what a last game on that Yone interrupting. Pays set up for success so well on the Caitlyn. You can't really ask for much more from a player, can you?
Yeah, so TT, a little bit blasted in that one. JDG though, you know, good to see them play much better as a team. Much, much better as a team. There are, you know, there are always concerns when you lock in a Caitlyn. There are always concerns saying, well, okay, maybe if you just get towards that Caitlyn and they position poorly, much like the Misfortune actually in game 3. You can just stop them from really being that control tab, but Missing played very, very well. Hi, folks. Welcome back. We're Nymaera and Initialise. We cover the LPL. And we're here on our own channels. Run over on Onivia as well. So thank you so much for joining us. And we will have a second best of 5 today, by the way.
Oh, yes, we will. We've got NIP versus Anyone's Legend coming up after this one. JDG, kind of what we expected. I think if it was going to be a win for TT, it would be in a 5-game series. We wondered whether JDG would come in with that slight bit of extra level of class, that extra bit of caliber to their ordnance, and it kind of proved out to be that way. I think TT can look back at this series, find some places where they can improve for next time. I certainly don't think they're necessarily done in playoffs yet. They are still a threatening team. They're still a team who I think have got a pretty high ceiling eventually. They've just got some things which they need to work on. I think a lot of it would just be some of those mid-game assignments, which cost them a fair amount of gold. They traded a lot of turrets. They fumbled around some of those objective setups, and that is going to hurt them in the end.
That it is. So now we get to see how long it takes to set up for the next series. It might take a little while. We'll be chilling here while we can, folks. Gonna put on some adverts now for our own Twitter. I forgot that's not a touch.
Is it not worth waiting till later on?
We could do that later in. So it's gonna be like another 20 minutes or so. We'll need to run some now and then run some later. So we'll do 2 blocks. That's fine. As yeah, we wait for NIP versus AL. I'll see how much of the series I can stay for, because I do need to go at about 2 o'clock or something. I've got a little bit earlier time today, so I have about it's 12, 1, 2. I have about 3 hours. So if it's a quick series, which it probably won't be, I'll be here for the first couple of games.
Yeah.
If it goes to 4 or 5 games, I likely will miss the end of it.
That's fine.
Which is why I thought I'd jump in now and do these last games here, because it means that you're not doing a full day of solo casting. You get to, you know, share the burden for at least half the day.
Share the load. It's Samwise Gamgee.
Oh yeah,
with the ring. Also turned into a meme.
Yeah.
I'm actually very tired, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Tired of dealing with Alex. Turned it into an insult. What are you gonna do with that?
That's a great question, Sam.
Just turn the cameras off. There you go. Well, there you have it. Setup did not get to do all that much work this game, and the 80 carry difference was a bit extreme. The Zeri never really got to get online, and I think in the end, karma value for those fights to get people out of the Zeri execute threshold was really, really big. Went looking for some kills, people got to run away. Scout counter engaging super well. You can't ask for much more. This one,
thank you, Blade, by the way. Thank you, Blade, for doing some mod work for us in the first series over on Twitch. Very, very helpful.
Yeah, and this is a great one. Watch this Bramble Smash in a second as well. Just bop set up right back into the enemy team. W, bop back onto double people. Beige Fun gets hit by it as well. This Maokai ends up being really obnoxious as a kind of side note to it all. And like this, Akali flank looked fantastic and was immediately stuffed.
multiple times, and it basically meant that the combo never really came through. We never saw an Akali and a Galio and a Pantheon all diving at once. The Caitlyn very rarely under true threat.
Yeah, I don't think 1xN positioned very well. I don't think that Beichuan and Hoyer and Seta played very well on the engage, so both sides of the coin didn't work. Typically, you'd expect a Zarya Lulu to out-damage most things in the game with this draft. They should do. In most worlds they do, but every single fight, 1xN got hit by one or multiple Yone knockups and didn't really get to play the fight. And that's a huge problem. I really like 1xN. Poor series from him today, and I do expect better from him. Paze was much, much better at playing even through more difficult scenarios.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I also think it was a certain amount of... Basically, JDG pulling the trigger second was really valuable for them a lot, because it meant that they saw when the tools were used, and suddenly there were less tools to keep 1xN alive, because there's a lot of tools to screw with the Zeri this game. There are a lot of tools to screw with the Zeri.
Serious credit to Paze as well. Whenever 1xN was like making those slightly tentative steps forwards, headshot. Yeah. Just takes off half his HP, and suddenly he can't fight. Yeah, Paze, I think, had a great series today.
Yeah, he did.
I'm trying to think who my series MVP is for JDG. I think Scout probably walks away with it for me. I think this Yone game, despite him not necessarily being the main character, I think that he did a good game for himself. Paze was the player of this game for me, but I think player of the series, probably Scout overall.
He was the most consistent.
Yeah, I think the Rise was archetypal, and I think this Yone as well was also... He would be like my second player of the game. Just one.
Flat, very fair. Come back towards this one. We'll see who the MVP for this game was.
Oh yeah, thank you for the follows, by the way. If you do enjoy this content here, leave some comments, leave some likes. If you can subscribe on anything as well, it means a lot of difference. It makes a lot of difference to us as well. And thank you to Onivia as well for restreaming over here as well, because there is no official LPL broadcast nowadays, so we kind of cover in gaps. There's a couple of projects doing it. We are one amongst several, but we hope that you enjoy us being brothers, casting together, and having a good time covering a league that we love.
Exactly that. And we've got even more of us yet today. We've got another best of 5 coming. NIP versus anyone's legend as well. Who could be your legend if only you supported them. Or you could be in a ninja in pajamas, because well, you know, they could be cozy and deadly at the same time. It's like me.
So we're starting a little bit late compared to when the series would normally start today. God, that was not a... I'm sad for TT. But, yeah.
Yeah, I think like there's some learning to be done, isn't there? Because I think there was multiple times where they weren't quite as coordinated. They did get a little bit run around in the mid game, and I think the positions which they did have to win in, say, game 3, they didn't capitalize in the way they wanted to. I think they lost control of vision really hard, which gave people like Scout really good angles. Because I know you were complaining about 1xN's, as understandably Paze is MVP this game. But I look at 1xN's positioning in Game 3 and I go, I don't know how much more you get to do as the MF there, because there's nowhere you get to go that saves you. And a lot of that for me is just JDG having really good angles, and part of that was TT not setting up to manage the realm warping Rise and Viega.
Yeah. I need a bio break, Sam, so I'm going to go do that. And we'll figure out how long it takes for them to get... Because it normally turnaround between series is 15-20 minutes. So we'll see how long it takes, because they'll have to get the old teams off stage, new teams set up on stage with the new peripherals and their setup and whatever.
All of that jazz, so it'll be us chilling for a bit. I will probably not be that high energy, guys, because I've got at least 3 more games to go. 3 more games to go. 3 more games to freedom. Apparently Niski fell asleep. Mid DK Gen G stream. Got up early and just like crashed out. My go.
I need to lean this way a bit. There we go. There we go. Hi. I'm seeing you later. Hello, Kiwi. How are you doing? How the game's been? Pretty fun. I think we had a relatively competitive series, but JDG were clearly better, is the honest answer. And we wondered whether that might be the case. And JDG deservedly are the victors here. I think TT will come away with this and they'll have a lot to pick over. I don't think they are out of contention here in playoffs at all. They're going to go to the lower bracket. It'll be a tough run. I think they're a good option. If we get BLG versus TT round 2 again, oh man, that'd be hilarious. Shun Abstiff, hell yeah. Strong in and out of game today. Oh, there's a new management game count as well. I need to play Pirate Yakuza at some point soon. Hey, thank you for the sub. 7 months, Cynical. Appreciate ya. Welcome to the channel. Well, welcome back again. And again, please hit that follow. Please hit that subscribe if you can. Actually, there's some interviews happening. Let me flick on over so we can listen to these. Where do I need to go? Unmute that. Mute Spotify briefly. I'll put my headphones on so I can listen to this stuff. Just so you guys can listen to the man speakers out there. Enjoy this.
注意的话，觉得他们是。
I was expecting more after that BLG series. Yeah, kind of. I think TT are. I think TT ended like not really getting their combo together. I think JDG did a really good job of setting up objectives and preventing TT from having the platform they wanted to work for. And also just mid game, they gave up way more turrets than they should have done. Way more turrets than they should have done.
那把就是我队友们打得很好吧，然后中单责任神站出来了。
中单确实在第3局有非常亮眼的一个发挥。那问到阿乐，在前期比较大劣势的一个情况下，作为可能还算可以稍微好好发育一下的单线位嘛，当时你是怎么去跟队友们沟通的？
我是一点都不担心吧，然后就发育自己的，然后给队友回馈。
第1局也有一个非常帅气的发挥啊！就当时可能对面想要越塔来击杀佩子的时候，你是直接停下来。
Still watch the games if you get a chance. Scout was great, definitely worth watching. Yeah, Scout had a great series. Pays had a great series. Ola had a couple games of absolute class. The Renekton game 1 was really solid. Is Doomby better than Shanks? Yeah, at the minute, for sure. Doomby is. He's the MVP of the regular season, by the way. Regular season MVP and deservedly so.
那其实看了这么多年阿乐的一个个人采访以及视频，感觉你是
I've
越来越成熟的一位上单选手。所以这几年你会在哪些方面对自己有一些要求，或者希望自己在哪些方面做得越来越好？
Oh, Cynical, thank you so much for the resub.
6年老兵了，其实。
Is Doomby better than Shanks? Right now, yeah. I mean, on a strategic level, I think he is. On an individual level, I'd love to see them lane against each other. Because look, I really rate Shanks. I've always been a Shanks believer. I do think that Doomby's playing very well individually. The special thing about Doomby is obviously he has a real mastery of a fearless draft, and he takes the burden off of his team in terms of shot calling. PP God looks like a completely different player.
Yeah.
Oh, are they actually doing this?
Yeah, they are.
Oh well, I won't speak over them. Yeah, if anyone can actually speak Mandarin, obviously, pretty nice if we can get a translation, but if not, we'll leave it here soon.
环节，首先是来自艾欧尼亚的傲娇小金克斯的召唤师问到 Missing 能不能推荐一些强势的下路组合以及一些上分的英雄呢？
下路组合的话， 就一定要去后面选，看到这边选什么，然后选欺负他们的英雄。
下一个要问到我们的阿乐选手是来自艾欧尼亚的蔡若星河，想看队员们设计一下入场动作，有机会看到吗？
如果能进决赛会准备的。
如果能进决赛，大家已经开始期待了。那我们的各位召唤师们也可以通过英雄联盟职业联赛社交媒体官方账号搜索话题 LPL 淘汰赛，你问我答来参与活动。
Duocast and LEC this weekend again, so not Duocast. I was meant to be on desk, but I am actually going to be casting the first series of Medic now.
That's really cool.
So I will be casting, but yeah, Brothers Cast was a last weekend only special. Hopefully we get to do it.
This is the ridiculous play from
yeah. I mean, what the hell are they doing diving like that for one? But Pei still has flash. They're not killing that, bro. Hoya had a bad Ambessa game. His Ambessa game was very
He ended up like miles and miles and miles behind. I don't know whether it was lane swap or just bad laning.
I mean, a lot of it is... No, a lot of it was lane swap. The thing is, though, Ambessa versus Renekton isn't even that bad.
No.
I mean, they had one really clean game.
超先 Cannon 没咯，后面 Cannon 看看，能打吗？打脸上，先颠打。
Can you recommend bot lane draft duo trips?
一下，死了，还是没上没大，5秒盾。
Oh, right, from the question. Thank you, Victor. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And McCalmick as well. Thank you. Missing pick last year from counter pick. Is that really their tip? So the interview is effectively, by the way, can you give us some solo queue recommendations? Pick last.
It's so true though.
Thank you so much on that, by the way. I really appreciate that over in Victor Wu over in Onivia's chat. I appreciate that an awful lot. It's so funny. Some of the interviews in LPL are just complete nothing burgers. Like,
I feel like Ben gives the most unhinged interviews.
What are our guys' zodiac signs? I am Cancer.
I didn't know that one actually. I'm a Taurus.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know you were a Cancer. I mean, I did.
Sam, careful now.
No additional context.
Yeah, I'm. My birthday is June 28th, so yeah. Any more comments you want to add on this? Should we change the audio over, by the way?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Interview's now ended.
Cool. Yay.
Hooray! 10 minutes.
We're gonna.
10 minutes!
Do you want to take like a proper break? Do you want to, like?
I could use a moment to go stretch my legs.
You go do that. I'll sit and I'll chat randomly, but like we'll chill for a bit, folks. If you need a break, folks.
Now is your time.
Now's your time, folks. We can take a bit of a break, folks. But if you'd like to sit around and chat, we can do that.
Stick around, stay a while.
What was that? What the hell was that?
That was me standing up and not enjoying the experience.
What the hell?
Oh.
What the shit?
General pain.
Ah, man.
That's my noise of distress.
How's everyone been enjoying the LPL format? Because we have Fearless Draft. I think on the whole, people are enjoying that. On the whole. Interesting violence. But how are people enjoying the format? The best of 5 group stage. I'm not a big fan of having top teams versus bottom teams for the entirety of group stage, because it feels very one-sided and we don't get that many close games. So that one feels quite bad. But I do like the fact that we get a lot of best of 5 Fearless. It means that even in quote-unquote bad series, we get ourselves a lot of pick diversity. Next split, it should be better, because we will get ourselves the Ascension and I think we will get ourselves into Ascension and Nirvana groups. Which means we'll get top teams versus top teams and bottom teams versus bottom teams, which I think is a better balance, right? Although we won't have Fearless, so that's less good. I don't play Teemo, what do you mean? I don't play Teemo. Perhaps not the most obvious or important thing to comment on, but I do want to say I appreciate a lot for referring to the audience as folks rather than... Yeah, sure, yeah, no. That's just something which I picked up over time. I'm here for you. I'm here for you all. It's actually something I picked up in the university scene, because in university scenes and more grassroots, it's, you know, what people choose to refer to themselves as is much more vague, right? So I don't want to make that decision for someone on assumptions. We saw some cool picks in regular season, and it sets up an awesome playoff bracket for some of the series we're starting. Oh, is Timo like the only one in that Zodiac sign file? Stimulus. Physics, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What champions haven't people seen in this meta that they would like to see? What are champions you'd like to see picked? I want to see Quinn. I want to see Quinn in tier 1. We haven't seen a tier 1 Quinn pick yet. I think if they go through with the lane swap denial picks, I think Quinn's back. You want to see Timo? I mean, it was pretty good into... Was it an Aatrox counter? I think it was an Aatrox counter. Where Aatrox just couldn't walk up to the Timo, something like that. But I want to see press the attack Quinn with Ignite and coup de grace. Because your Ignite does like an extra 100 damage or something like that at rank 1. Aragon made a video on it recently. It wasn't with Quinn, but it was with... I can't remember if it's Renekton or something, just going, because he's a big Renekton player. When are we going to see Heimerdinger again when lane swaps die? Heimerdinger was a big bot lane denial pick. He got nerfed a lot, and you have to be very good at Heimerdinger to get stuff out of him now. I don't think people will practice Heimerdinger enough to get stuff out of him. And there's no one like Seros around who is a Japanese player that was a Heimerdinger specialist, or Hyanin, you know. There was no one who is hyper-specialized in the pick. Duro mentioned in his post-game interview that he and Canyon spent a ton of time talking about jungle pathing and map movements, and that was something he and coaching staff focused on as well. Cool. That's good. They needed to do that, because Duro was getting a bit lost. Yep, there was Heimerdinger mentioned. I want to see Kayn, Master Yi, and Zara. Oh, Pivotless was in chat recently. Talking about Master Yi being a good answer to someone or other. Was it Zyra? I can't remember. I think that was it. What else? We haven't got Durnby casted in yet. Did we see a casted in game? Did we see a game of it? Maybe I'm wrong. No, I can't remember if we saw it anywhere in the world right now, actually thinking about it. Maybe I'm wrong. No, no picks in top regions right now. Man, I'm so looking forward to this series. So, who are people's favorites going in with NIP versus AL? Because I think this series is going to be an absolute gigabanger. Now, the thing is, AL didn't look that good in their last series. NIP were very consistent across all three. But NIP played against a struggling FPX and RNG, and their first series was against IG, who I think will take a while to come online. So I don't think that NIP have been pushed as hard as AL has, because AL at least had to play against top esports. And they did well versus them. Shanks has always seemed meta me. Durnby is mega meta dependent, so and I don't know if this is his meta. Whereas I think that Durnby has been very versatile, so that's meant that actually he can go and do different stuff in Phyllis. Like he can pull out the Rise. The meta looks really good for Durnby for me right now. Shanks, I mean, he's got his Yone. He is a good Rise player. Shanks was always the player, though, to pick like 2 champions a year to just spam. And you can't do that in Phyllis, not really. Now, I think Shanks has still looked very good this year. But he was, I think he peaked in group stage summer last year. That was fantastic. He was looking so good. What has he played so far? This split, what's he played? Akali, Silas, LeBlanc, Galio, Oriana, Aurora, Smolder. Oh, the Smolder game wasn't good, actually. Yeah, the Smolder game was the only one I'd be like, yeah, that was bad. AL feels like they have better players, but DMB is a player that elevates his teammates to a crazy degree. I'd agree with that, Night Lapse. I think that's very hard to argue against, right? I think that Shanji and Aki look way more comfortable. I think that PP God, when he doesn't have to shot goal, is a man unleashed. And when he's unleashed, it means that Leave gets to be elevated too. And Leave is a player we've been excited to see for a very long time. He just hadn't delivered on that promise for a long time. So yeah, I think that NIP... Look, I want to see a 5-game series, honestly. Now, that does mean I've missed the last couple of games, but I want to see it, you know? I want to see it, folks. Oh, what a series it would be if it goes to 5 games. What kind of random crap would we get out of Tarzan and Doom? Because Tarzan's got a large champion pool too. This is the guy that was bringing out Morgana jungle last year at Worlds. I guess that Cuz was also doing that. You got some sugar-free ones?
Yeah, I did.
Huh, did you buy them?
They're not as nice, but they are...
They're better for you.
Better for me, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Because, not to put too fine a point on it, I need the caffeine and I need something that's cool, but I don't want to have to ingest a...
Oh my god, I have so many energy drinks and it's bad for me. I one day, Sam, my heart will give out and it will be due to Red Bull.
I thought it was due to being my brother. So I was like, can't deal with it anymore. He's so infuriating.
I did so well at ridding myself of them after a while.
Like, we've not actually had a proper sibling fight in a little while now.
Yeah. Not more. Maybe I've just cursed it out of my, thrown it out of my mind.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, in fairness, we are normally pretty good at letting things slide over the long term. There's not a lot of.
I was about to be like, well, do you remember this moment? I'm like, let's not talk
Let's not
about
do that. Yeah. But so there probably are like 1 or 2 moments. But we've not had a proper blowout in forever.
No, it's been a while. Even in such a stressful industry as esports.
Yeah, I'm gonna say. Yeah. We're not at our best when we're tired.
Okay, folks, out of NIP AL, who is everyone's favorite player? I know it's a very hard decision, but I know there's a lot of split opinions. Tell us in chat who your favorite player in this series is. My favorite player across both teams? I mean, Tarzan I've always had such a special heart
really
for.
Really cool.
Doonby, I'm so sad that I missed casting him officially. But he's so good too. Oh, God.
I enjoy PP God's cretinous behavior.
Yeah.
I think he has kind of got the kind of arrogance and ego from a support player that I really enjoy. And there's just a little bit of that Lehens and Beryl gremlin in them that allows him to do, especially when he's not required to be the primary macro shot caller, that makes him a lot more interesting to watch.
Hello. We're back on camera now.
Also, hello, Putnik. There's also, literally, hello, Putnik.
Hello, Sputnik.
Sputnik.
It's not that would be Hello's Putnik or Hello.
Sputnik would make more sense because that's the initial probe that went around the Earth, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, and you could hear it on your radio, which is what's fueled a lot of the space race, which is kind of a thing. Yeah. I tend to like watching junglers the most to Tarzan for me. That makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. I mean, I have a lot of heart for players like Shanks as well.
Yep. I'm really enjoying watching Leave at the minute. Leave is really cool to watch. I think he has been really popping off on AD carry.
So let's go role by role. We've got a bit of time. Role by role. So we have Flandre versus Shanji. Flandre's been playing pretty well, actually.
I mean, he got first place all pro top.
But he has been really consistent. Which is kind of insane, actually, because this guy was like, he was good last year, but he was clearly below Bin, clearly below Breathe.
And I also want to point out that this was a guy who was getting subbed out every other week for sheer for a lot of it as well. And people were, hell, I was including this, you were including this to an extent as well. I was like, look, why is Sheer not playing? He's clearly the better carry. Why are we not doing this? Flandre can't lane that well. He's okay in team fights, but he can't lane. And the TF meta was awful for him. And he's coming to this year. He's playing a lot of different champions. He's been really stable. He's laning super well. He can do the carries. I think he's been really good for this team as a stabilizing factor to allow people like Tarzan to have really good platforms to work off. And I still think he's a very smart top laner, and it really shows at this stage.
This is the superhero skins. Yone and Senna. It's very Kamen Rider.
I quite like these.
Sentai, I believe the genre is.
I quite enjoy these skins.
I've played the Senna one on PBE. On PBE. It is basically a mask slapped onto the base skin.
No, that's annoying.
So the actual base skin model's not that great. The effects aren't. The ult effect's pretty good, but yeah. I haven't played the rest of them, so I can't comment on them. But the Senna one, I was like, I played it on Arena and I was like, this is just base Senna. Oh man. But also Hope is a great player as well.
Let's go to jungle then.
Gazuzi, thanks for the follow by the way.
Hey.
Oh geez, Zuzi.
And yeah, we might as well do this. We're coming into the second series. So hello, folks. We're coming in for NIPAL. I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera. This is his Twitch channel. We co-stream the LPL here pretty much every damn day. Sometimes more than once, apparently, because we've obviously got double series today, which is very exciting. We are brothers, literally. I am his older brother, about a year or so older, just over. We cast League of Legends together. We started during lockdown back in 2020. Now it is our full-time job.
We just kept going at it.
Which is really, really awesome. We now live in Berlin. Alex, we're doing LEC later. You may have seen us doing that last week. But also, we get to do this for you here and kind of try and make a bit of an LPL community across multiple channels, because we're obviously live on Alex's Twitch, on the Nymaera channel. We are live on the YouTube for Alex. And also, due to a wonderful little collaboration with Onivia, we are over live on Onivia's channel too. So hello to Onivia's chat. It's good to see you over there as well.
Onivia highlights.
Indeed. And if you can, please do drop a follow. If you can do even more, please follow that with a subscription to Alex here. Also myself, I'm at Initialise Cast. You'll see me in the title. Please give me a little bit of support too. It is much appreciated.
It helps us keep doing what we're doing.
Because it helps fund doing this.
Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that.
And it is really appreciated.
And yeah, no, we hope you enjoy what we're doing. If you don't, let us know.
That's
why.
also fine. You don't have to like it. It's not an obligation.
And you know, we're also not the only broadcast out there. It's probably not good marketing to be doing that, but whatever. You know, if you enjoy a broadcast, let them know. It means a lot to us, particularly right now in the current climate. Your support means more than ever, given that there's no official English broadcast anymore. NIP, first up on the docket here in terms of our introductions to our teams. One of the most hyped teams. Anyone's Legend, though, last year started building a really cool core between Shanks and Hope and Kyle in there as well. Replaced their top two. Ala left this team. Of course, went over to JDG, and they used to have Crocker, replaced by Tarzan, who's one of the kingmakers in the entire roster. Interestingly, it's the support matchup they've highlighted most. Very interesting to me.
Worth noting, Kyle was the first team All-Pro support.
Oh, he had a fantastic series.
He had a fantastic series. And again, he's been a player that's been a little up and down. Obviously, had a fairly solid time over in LCK, but didn't have the easiest run of it all the time. I think kind of disappointed a little towards the end of his tenure there, and kind of has come over here to reinvent himself and has done so far really, really well. It's been great pairing with Tarzan. On the other side, PP God, when he gets to not be a macro shot caller and be more of a micro shot caller, be looking to make plays, be a cretin, be aggressive and more about his mechanics and moment-to-moment play, you can see the value. His kill participation support is very, very high. He does a lot of work there in terms of his damage taken as well, so he's doing a great job tanking up, being an initiator, and letting other members do a bit more of the big brain thinking, so he can focus more on catching people out, which has always been his strength. He does follow in the footsteps of the likes of Lehens and Beryl sometimes, even if I would argue he's sometimes got a little bit better hands than Beryl, who occasionally has his streaky moments, shall we say.
Yeah, but then occasionally I'm so sad that Beryl's been knocked out, man. Oh,
his solo kill on Peanut at the red buff the other day was just genius, by the way.
Oh, this is like their fantasy league stuff.
That was some good numbers for Aki.
I don't know what they are, though. I don't know whether...
I think that's for 24. For 2024, he was pretty poor. And this is for 2025.
I think this is like the points you get from blah 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 or whatever.
So yeah, so that was point. So I'm pretty sure that's.
Oh, no, it's like gold difference maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe look at the top there. I think that's for 2024. And this
no, no. But I'm just trying to because this is the category here, right? What is this category? Well, that's different now.
That's Anyone's Legend, Alex.
Yeah,
that's what you.
Okay, so casters on the Chinese side are saying Anyone's Legend win. The community are saying NIP win. I think based off of player stock value, you have to go Anyone's Legend.
I agree.
I think that. You know, I think, yeah, Flandre, Kyle, Tarzan, incredible individual players.
Yep.
However, last series that AL played, I didn't think they were as... They dropped a game to WE.
And it wasn't a clean series. We had issues.
Now, now, I would expect them to play much better than that. I also think that NIP are going to be... That they've played so polished. They didn't drop a beat. Every single one of their series looked great. And I don't think they've shown nearly all of their cards. They get to play whatever the hell they want to in Fearless because of Doomby, really.
Yeah, and with this in mind as well, I want to kind of keep that in mind, is I think if NIP...
That's a really cool way to prospect.
That's really awesome. If we get to a mid-game where NIP are close enough that they can basically use the likes of Doomby to really orchestrate the map, I think we might see Anyone's Legend really struggle, because I think NIP have, for my money, been the most decisive and intricate player of the mid game in the league. I've really enjoyed watching this team in mid game.
On the other side of this, of course, is the fact that if anyone's legend get an early game that empowers Tarzan, I think NIP might not be able to play that game. And that will be really exciting to watch. Also, shout out to Iris on stream. It's her birthday. Oh, really? So go and give her a shout out birthday message. I think she posted a little bit about it on Instagram and stuff. So do give her a shout out. Happy birthday, Iris. I hope you're enjoying your celebratory LPL series as a birthday present.
感觉像是一个化学反应的催化剂。那你们在淘汰赛的第一个对手就是 AL， 同样是在常规赛表现非常强势的。在这场对局当中，你觉得自己队伍需要做好哪些部分，同时又需要提防对手的哪些部分呢？
就是我们主要做好我们中期决策上的东西吧，然后。
By the way, NIP are doing because Doomby got his 4th regular season MVP award by 4th his career. They're giving out a signed Doomby jersey.
That's so cool.
做的比较好，我觉得我们就做好跟他们支援团的打架准备
So you can check out that out on Twitter on NIP.lol. I think it is.
能就胜负点应该就在于这个。
好，我们也期待今天的精彩对局。同样，我们也请到的是 AL 的主教练 Tabi， 也跟大家打个招呼吧。
Tabi himself。
我是 Tabi。那距离你们的上场比赛其实也接近2个星期了。
There is a certain amount of like, I feel like if he didn't shave properly, he'd get that kind of really haggard, businessman at the end of a 12-hour shift. Why am I still here? I need ramen and 2 days full of sleep. Like if he didn't shave, if he didn't.
每个队伍在准备这个版本的时间都不是很长啊，所以其实我觉得今天碰撞会很激烈，就是因为大家理解都不是很深嘛，然后
That much okay. I was just sad that I'm like, look, I'm just gonna sit here awake watching the games anyway, so I'm just gonna come and cast them.
因为你也提到了碰撞这个点，对方的中野联动在常规赛阶段可以说是大放异彩，所以你觉得在今天这个 BO5当中和他们的一个碰撞关键点在哪里呢
Doomby is definitely not meta dependent. I agree. Also, NIP became a lot stronger since Doomby joined as well. Absolutely, that is inarguable. This guy has unlocked huge potential in the teams. However, I also think this guy on screen is doing the interview who we're actually talking over. Tabi and Tarzan, both of them,
scary combo.
Both of them unlock things in their team. I think Tarzan is a great pathway for coach onto the Rift because this guy is so good at strategically viewing a game. Tarzan Tabi for me is the reason why I think AL can win LPL. I think they can. I don't necessarily think they will because I think look when BLG start taking the game seriously, very hard to bet against them, folks. I'm sorry, it's really hard to bet against them when they start like really turning things on.
There's just a little bit of a slant in this room.
Yeah.
So I just sort of slowly start sliding this way.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't think it'll be that long now until we get into our...
Don't think so, no. Should be kicking off within the next 5 minutes would be my assumption. A reminder, guys, we don't get a side select 1v1 for game 1.
Do you get it for game 5 now, though?
Yes, exactly. Game 5, however, is indeed a side select if we get there. So Silver Scrapes comes with an additional bit of pressure. I think that's quite cool.
I like that, actually.
It's not game 5 blind pick. It is, however, still pretty good fun.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot because for me, it adds importance to 1v1s, which is a game mode that, look, it's the phrase I keep using. As long as there has been a lane to play on in Summoner's Rift, people have 1v1'd in it.
Yeah.
Legitimizing that mode, which has been around, everyone's 1v1.
1v1 me bro.
1v1 me bro. As soon as someone annoys you in solo queue, it's always been a thing. Someone locks in Yasuo and tries to style on you. I'm glad it's being legitimized. It's really cool. Okay.
Yeah, just messaging Medic. I was going to try and give him some dirty stories about you to Sarah says, but he said that'll avoid the hazing, so you're in luck. He's promised not to. No.
Damn, that's dangerous though. This man's selling out my stories.
I know.
Jesus. Yeah. Who do I think is going to win? I think it's I do think it's a 5-game series. I think both of these teams are so good at adapting on the fly. We haven't really seen NIP need to adapt to that much, it's worth saying. But I think Tarzan's early jungle pathing, Doomby's champion pools, and the way that he moves across the map, absolutely insane. Eventually, Doomby will run out of global picks. He can't use the Pantheon and the Rise for the whole series. But, yeah. I wish Riot made a dedicated mode for 1v1. They have, it's just not publicly available. There's Showdown, which is the one they use for the 1v1s. I'd love that to be available.
Yeah.
I would love there to be a 1v1 league on servers you can play.
Could be kind of good fun.
Just queue up and have a leaderboard.
So
people would love that.
Shout out to another tournament out there. There is the Dome of Legends, which is a local kind of 1v1 tournament that happens at a live venue in Berlin called Level. And basically they have like a gauntlet of players at different skill levels, and you can basically sign up as an audience member to basically run the gauntlet on a 1v1 mode on ARAM and try and play to win.
I didn't have the name in English.
And that's quite good fun. And so they've kind of got that legitimate tournament, which is quite entertaining. So if you want to check that one out when it happens, it's always good fun. Let's go, Iris. Happy birthday. Intro the teams. Who do you think's winning this series?
Oh, it's really hard. Oh, this is our MVP award.
Oh, fine.
Well,
Here he is.
we'll unmute it for this. It's worth it.
Remind us of the man who played Lee Sin mid.
Yep. Oh, his Rise is so good. And his Jace was really good too.
Wait, Aurora too.
Oh, DMB. It is so good to have him back.
I am fairly certain he is the reason my Rise is back.
I think he's shown people the proof of concept, right? And that's the big thing.
He's showing the hilarious.
He gets one kick.
That's a nice cue.
Oh, that's a wonderful edit. Are you kidding me? What? Kicked into the sky with a poppy. Edits into the Pantheon man dropper. Incredible. Oh, this is an all-time edit. Are you kidding me?
That's inspired.
This is an insane edit.
What? Who are you? Can we hire you?
Please. I mean, do you work for peanuts?
I think he's in the LCK.
Do you work for peanuts? Oh, Dimby. Oh, what an edit. That's great stuff. Damn, that's cool as hell. His 4th regular season MVP in his career.
That's so cool.
That is so damn cool. I hope you enjoyed that. I enjoyed that quite a lot, folks. So he'll come on stage to accept his award now. Oh, I guess hang on. He'll do an interview, so we'll actually keep it. We'll keep the audio on for the interview then.
单的采访到多音队选手，岁月流转，你依然站在峡谷的中央，再赴远方。此时此刻，对于你来讲，有着怎样全新的意义，以及说展望未来又是怎样的呢？
只能说可以直接说吗？这是我
And yeah, if
职
there's
业
anyone who
的
does
第
speak
10
Mandarin
年，
chat,
也
if
是
you have
我
anything
第
to glean
4
from the
个
interview that's
MVP。
interesting, please let us know. We would
首先
love you for
非常
forever.
感谢 QG 老板，没有他肯定没有我的今天。然后感谢粉丝们，因为你们的加油陪伴是我10年如一日坚持训练到凌晨5点的动力。然后也非常感谢我老婆家庭，因为他们的理解，我能勇敢追梦，能打到现在。然后也感谢我的队友，在这么年纪这么大的一个老头赢了这么多比赛，也非常感谢大家。然后最后就是小金，今天我不能陪你了，生日快乐，爸爸爱你，谢谢。
Yay.
这一路可以说是一步一印，逐梦不停。再次感谢多音队选手的分享。那接下来我们也有请腾讯体育 LPL 生态总负责人孙正先生上台为选手抽奖，有请。
Well, that was some words from DMB as they'll provide him now with the award on stage. He gets a whole giant silver plaque thing. That's great.
Should be gold.
What's on it?
First place.
That's really good. I have to say most of this. I mean, it is silverware too. It's got the Jared Dragon on it too. That's cool. His 4th regular season MVP. I'm going to imagine that that I'm not sure who that person on the left-hand side is actually myself, but I imagine he's some kind of official with this one.
There was a great tweet from I Will Dominate the other day, where he was saying, look, Doinby leaves playing, having won worlds, and having a good career, to
go streaming.
Go streaming and become like literally criticize how bad people are playing.
For 2 years straight.
And then comes back, immediately wins the split MVP. That is generational levels of hater. That is exceptional work.
Folks, if you are watching on Twitch, you'll see some adverts now, but that means we don't get them in the draft.
Hooray!
That's why we left them earlier. So we could leave them a little bit later so we don't get them into games. So hopefully this will sort us out for that one. And we'll get into our second series today. This is such a good matchup. This is such a great matchup. Thank you, Victor, again. Thanking his coach, fans, wife for understanding his career, and teammates for dealing with a washed old man.
Aww.
And sorry to my son, I can't join you for your birthday.
Oh,
yeah, he does have the dad buff.
Yeah, I mean, say like Doombe's done all right for himself, really.
Oh, very well for
Married, kid, incredibly popular streamer, very successful player. He's hitting the generational highs of a League of Legends player here. This is you two could be this if only you were Doombe.
Yeah. Damn. No, Sam, that's only Doombe could do this.
Yeah. What about Doon A? Doon C?
Oh yeah, you should have come back and just changed his name to Doon C. That would have been so funny, actually.
So what was this? Like, I feel like there's gonna be like a Naga version of Faker, right? That's just like not fake. It's just like entirely real. It's just realer. Truther.
Well, onto the Rift we shall go very shortly after this point.
Do we also watch LEC? Considering we both cast it last weekend.
So Kratos, you might recognize us from the LEC because we were both casting LEC playoffs last weekend.
Indeed.
I will be casting LEC later today. So yes, we do watch LEC, and you can catch us there. You can catch us too. So if you enjoy our work here, maybe you'll enjoy it on that broadcast as well every now and then. As we get ourselves onto the stage again. I've liked this stage. I don't think this is WE's regular arena, by the way. I think they've got a different venue within Xi'an. I believe it is within Xi'an, but I'm pretty sure they don't have that crowd at the front normally with WE, so I believe it's a different arena. Ninjas in pajamas.
Love it.
Coming out onto the stage first and foremost. We'll turn on the stream volume as well for this so we can get ourselves their walkout on here. Get yourselves hyped, folks. Yes, because we are as well.
Collaborations have been as well. NIP obviously famous from collaborating over here in the LPL, and they've been trying to make themselves a genuinely scary team for a while. Tried with Rookie, quite work out in the way they were hoping a couple of years ago. This feels like the most successful version of this team we have seen so far, ever.
I think particularly when you've got teams like V, they did come out from V5 as an organization.
Correct, yeah.
They inherited that organization and rebranded it over to NIP. Coming in strong. If they win this series today, it'll be minimum top 4 finish. JDG just achieved that before. Oh, they got to go through a team which is on the up and up though. Anyone's Legend just used to be known as Awesome Logo because that panda on screen. They're more than that now. They are genuinely one of our front runners for the whole damn tournament. They're coming out on stage here. 4 playoffs, first time out there. Their last series in regular season, maybe a bit sloppy, but they still ended up walking away with that. Clean swept their group. Flandre, All-Pro top laner from this split. The All-Pro is a little bit strange because it was only the 3 best of 5 to judge our players off of, but when you've got players like Tarzan, players like Flandre, players like Hope and Shanks, so much pedigree to work around.
And I think for the likes of Hope and Shanks, it's another opportunity to prove that they are genuine. I think Hope in particular got to feel a little aggrieved that his achievements from a few years ago have kind of been washed away because of course he was the JDG AD carry when they won before Ruler stepped in, and then Ruler came in and everyone went, holy moly, this JDG roster is one of the greatest of all times, and Hope's time there was swiftly overshadowed, and he had a couple quieter years where he was trying to carry really hard and couldn't quite do it on the likes of WE. Now on NIP, on it was Legend, I apologise, get that team the right way around, is having a really good time and a bit of a resurgence after a slightly more down couple years.
And a reminder to people who are either new or old on chat, doesn't really matter to us, we appreciate you all. If you'd like to ask us questions even during the cast, we are keeping an eye on chats on Nymaera on Twitch, Nymaera on YouTube, and Onivia's highlight channel on YouTube as well. If you'd like to interact with us, if you'd like to have your say, why you think we're right, why you think we're wrong, please interact with us. We'll be casting as though we normally would do as well, but we don't want that to lock you out as the audience as well, because we love you and we love that you're here as well. Particularly in a series like this, there's going to be a bunch of stuff going on that's going to be really fun to dive into.
Oh, yes.
This is one I'll want to watch back over and over, because these two teams have been so impressive in regular season heading up towards this.
Okay then, well, draft should be coming up very shortly. Players are all sat down, settled in. There's Tarzan on your screen. Getting ready to get into our first draft of the series. You've got to feel it should be a pretty fun one. Both teams relatively evenly matched. A lot of players ending up in that first place All-Pro team. The casters from the Chinese side giving the edge to anyone's Legend. I'm not so sure. We'll see. I think if NIP get to a mid-game, they'll be in a great spot. If they don't, that's when I think anyone's Legend will be in a much scarier position, because the early game plans from the likes of Tarzan have been deadly so far. They always are.
And we're getting into our draft. Folks, there are some polls on the various chats that we're involved in right now. If you'd like to have your say and predict who you think is going to win, make sure you vote in chat as well. And maybe we'll shout you out afterwards. Go spend those channel points on whatever it is. As we get into our first pick and bans, Callistagon, I mean, there's stuff like Vi, Aurora, all up and available. Cassante. There's so much available here. Varus.
Lots of valuable options. What's the last ban going to be here from anyone's Legend? They've banned out the Rumble. The Skarner even on 15.4. Still exceptionally busted, even with the nerfs coming on through. Feels like a lot of teams have been occasionally letting him through, but it's often with good reason and very specific anti-Skarner drafts. Aurora, the last ban, Duenby has put in some incredible work on that champion, but it does leave Ambessa open. Ambessa
and that
picked.
is over the Cassante. So the Cassante has been let through. Shanji picks that up. There is the chance you lock in the Vi and go for the Ambessa Vi combo after. Flandre, you'd imagine, is happy to leave the Cassante until later into the draft if he wants to. You could pick Corki Vi here. They pick the Nidalee instead. Very different kinds of drafts immediately.
And of course, Shun had a phenomenal Nidalee game in game 1 of last series.
Oh.
But immediate Viego Rise coming on through. This is some serious ability to move around the map and punish people.
I love how quickly we're going through our picks. We see the Ambessa, the Nidalee on one side, and Aki says, you know what, I don't want to play the Vi into the Nidalee. Go for the Viego instead. You can survive against the Nidalee. You do drop a bit of farm, but you survive. But with the Rise Viego coming into popularity, we saw it from JDG last series as well, just earlier today. The Rise can start off the play in a way that other mid laners just can't. You bring that Viego into like a 2v2 or a 3v3 and get those resets. Flandre on the Renekton is now hella important because he needs to be able to survive against potential Realm Orbs coming into his lane with a Viego. Renekton can do that as a champion, but you do not want to give free access to Aki into these side lanes.
There's a lot of what we saw from JDG's top jungle in that first game. The Nidalee Renekton into an Ambessa, I remind everyone, went very, very well. With some lane swaps that put Hoya in a bit of a hole, yes, but even then Arlette really delivered with a terrifying Crocodile to work alongside that. I think if you start locking in things like the Varus, you can start getting some very, very nasty triple-ish poke comp option there from anyone's Legend. They're getting rid of the Senna, which we saw set up some very unusual picks for the side of JDG just last game, and again, it's another global tool to work with to prevent the Nidalee making aggressive plays. They've blocked in the Kai'Sa as well, again, is a pretty good response option, and Leave has already popped the hell off on Kai'Sa in recent weeks. They're getting rid of Ezreal on the other side alongside the Leona. Very good options for Kyle and Hope, respectively.
So, what do you go towards now? You actually have very strong lanes here coming in from anyone's Legend. Corki does well into the Rise 1v1. I mean, the Rise holds their own, but Corki's individual laning very early on is kind of nasty. Of course, the Renekton is strong in an early lane. And now you have the Varus too. Last pick supports for Kyle. Imagine Rel is on the menu for them unless PP God wants to take that away. PP God, of course, a good Rel player. Rakan is available for him if he wants to go to something towards like that too.
Few options. They decide to go towards the Misfortune. Will be a little outranged this game, but if you can find a good ultimate angle when you've got people like this, Viego and Nautilus and Rise trying to find solid angles, you should be able to theoretically combo it up, assuming you don't spend too long trying to find that big moment to press R. The Rel then locked in for Kyle. Should be no surprise as a response.
Yeah, we called that one. That is your big engage, and it does mean now that you have good follow-up engage on top of that. Rel into the Varus, into the Nidalee Spear. That's enough to kill someone. Neither team has a great tank. Now, what that means, folks, is that if someone is caught out,
they die.
Everything explodes, because the way that you respond to a Nautilus hook hitting, or Rel going in, is you jump on the other guy as well, and you say you don't get to finish up this kill without going down yourself.
Full contact League of Legends.
I love this. It is full contact League of Legends. As soon as someone shows an opening, both teams pounce a defend or attack. I love this. Both these teams going for blood. I think that early jungle pathing is going to have huge ramifications. It is Tarzan on Nidalee, Aki trying to survive that on the Viego and get to a point where the Rise can carry him against the other team. And really it is about that Rise whenever it is picked in. There's a lot of follow-up CC from both sides. I'm so looking forward to this. This is a real brawn draft from both teams.
I think whoever gets ahead may well stay ahead, because at that point, the other team not having that ability to just tank out some plays, play it slow, will be very, very tricky. Tarzan's Nidalee, not been as clean as it once was. He's kind of got his Nidalee pass somewhat revoked over the last year or so I need to see some more from him. He's got a draft to do it. Eyes on that jungle early on for me, for the side of anyone's Legends. Can NIP get to that mid game where their comp will really, really shine?
Folks, tell people that this series is on. This is such a hype series. Dernby is back, Tarzan on a new team, both these teams at the top of their groups and the upper bracket.
Lights, camera, action, and the crowd's have it from here. Solid response from AL. Some LGD chants in the background. Loves to hear it.
As there always are. Some level 1 movements you can see just on the top side of the minimap. You can see wards put down from both teams there. We've of course got the movement in here too. Important things to note: poke Varus because of that comment. You do have the consistent damage in the Corki, but as we said before, no real tank on the side of NIP. So that poke Varus doesn't have to cut through a full armor K'Sante in the same way. I think this is completely fine. Hope also one of our best Varus players in the league. There's a lot of comfort across both teams here on these drafts.
Worth noting as well, it's not the E start for this Varus. He's gone towards the piercing arrow, the Q start. Little less wave clear, little less AoE, but can theoretically be that bit more damage on the single target if you can start hitting. You often see the Varus start with the E because you get the slow, which is a really big utility spell, it's good shove, all those kinds of things. But when you got the Nidalee, you can understand why you start that one. That's what happened in game 1 of last series as well, so match for match on that one still.
Both teams going for that early invade. We do have a lane swap coming through, initiated by Leave and PP God. NIP went towards that Raptor. Shanji trying to sneak in and get some XP. He does. You can see that on the top of his...
He's managed to get a fair amount, actually. Yeah.
He does, I think, get all of the melees, as you can see from that purple bar just above his HP. You don't want to play against Poke Varus in lane if you can help it, in fairness. In fact,
it's
even
miserable.
when 2020 was a huge misfortune meta, the first one for many years before that, Varus was the answer at that point. It was Varus answering both Caitlyn and Misfortune at that point, really.
One of the few champions that could kind of bully the lane bullies, really, which is kind of crazy. Of course, the thing is, you don't have the same combos in lane as you do with, say, a Caitlyn who can trap with a Lux or whatever. You don't have those full kill combos. It's just, in the ability trades, you can at least threaten them.
So we have Shanji alone under turret, taking some poke. PP God is coming up. Level 2. Can you really play around that Nidalee? I'm not sure.
Oh, nice route. Gets the put. Dredge line back, still gets the kill. Kyle mounts up and gets out. Now PP God, though, left under the turret. Flandre not taking aggro quite yet. They get a play. They're trying, I think, not to draw too much aggro. Kyle gets to heal up. There's the teleport back, and that's what they were slightly wary of. They'll pull back away, clean out this wave. They're going to dive this again. Oh, Shanji goes forward, still at level 1. The double crash down. Shanji not quite dead. They get 1 kill back. I think it's 2. Anyone's Legend, that's a fumble.
Oh, they try and use the full Rage Renekton to break the shield on the Ambassador at level 2. It just doesn't work. They don't have the Ignite this time, and they don't have the HP. Shanji will live. It's only a level 1 arrow, sadly, for Hope. Shanji walks away with 2 kill participation after losing the initial dive. NIP will take that any day of the week. AL, we said that their early jungle pathing and Tarzan's Nidalee would be under such scrutiny in this game. That's not a good first sign.
And this Nidalee has also basically just slowed down the clear hugely to do this, right? Only did 1 quadrant and then ran immediately bot lane. Has cost them a little bit now mid lane. Route onto Shanks, courtesy of that Rune Prison. Nidalee should be able to clear up at least some of the jungle here. The issue will be whether she gets towards that second Scuttle Crab or not. I suspect with the lane prio, should still be able to
just highlighting that while all these shenanigans were happening bot side, there's like a 10 CS lead already. You highlighted that, by the way, of course. But you can see that try and shut down the Ambassador, who hits level 2, started with the E already. Tower shots there already. I don't really think it should have been the Renekton tanking that. Flash, it doesn't even bother with flashing, but goes down. NIP, good spot now. They're in a good spot. This Ambassador doing completely fine in the individual matchup. Slight gold lead as a team, but the Nidalee not getting hyper farmed already is completely fine. You're now back in lanes now with the Misfortune having a cull, being even in gold in terms of that Varus escape in the early lane of that. That is one of the main goals of a lane swap.
NIP
Aligning a little bit with the polls that we had in chat. Both are on Onivia and on our own chat as well. Slight advantage towards NIP. Not that much, but saying, okay, they think that NIP is going to win that first game.
Flandre eats a bit of a trade there. Auto Q auto from a misfortune when you get that love tap empowered auto as well is really annoying as a poke trade. Has always been capable of throwing up quite a lot of early damage, has that misfortune. Picked up an early cull as well. Understandable when you are trying to lane swap and deal with the fact Varus is going to be obnoxious. The problem is, as we said, that it's not been as clean as you'd like from anyone's legend early.
Really highlighting now the grubs, which are going to be spawning in a minute, because that will be important. We're actually choosing to leave that timer alone right now. AL just going back to this. I just don't know whether you can force onto Shanji now with cookies, with the refillable potions in the door and shield. And the problem is that you've now delayed your setup towards the grubs on the top side by looking for that bot side dive. You're behind on the objective because NIP were using that.
Just going to dodge out that javelin toss, and I want to just give some credit over to Aki there as well. Dredgeland just wide. That shadow towards that bot lane really saves that play to an extent as well. And now, yes, anyone's legends come across, but it's still a level down on this Nidalee. You want to be level 5 starting.
But this is what I'm saying, right? With the overforce on bot side now 3 times. The first time was fine. The second and third, no. You've slacked off on your grub setup. You wanted to make sure that you could kill bot side again. They don't get to do that. NIP will walk away with a full set of grubs. There might be a contest. I think they lose all 3 before it comes through to it, though.
Dredgeland lands onto Kyle, who will crash down away. Decent arrow back will slow people down. Yeah, it's going to be all 3. They want to try and delay some of the resets or catch someone out and retreat. PP got down very low at the bottom of our screen. Could be attacked quite now. Is to keep our eyes up as to what's happening. Maybe no one really following that one up, and what it does do is delay the reset into mid. So Hope gets a plate there at the very least. So they earn that as a trade, but it's still not perfect there. Let's be real from anyone's legend.
Really, though. This game has been put onto a different spin now because of PP God and Shanji's plays in that early game. AL, you look at this entire comp that they have. Yeah, they don't scale badly with a Varus and a Corki and the Renekton. Well, Renekton's a little bit more questionable, right? But they really want to be getting the most out of their early game, out of their early lanes. The fact that they didn't manage to do that, and the Nidalee is behind too, as we've highlighted already. Plan A has gone wrong. How do you respond to go to Plan B? PP God's coming forward. That's a good ult.
Realm Warp after. I don't think they're going to quite catch Tarzan. Kyle, though, now in a serious amount of danger, crashes down. Ult from the side of Aki to get on top of the Rel. And I don't think the Iron Lady is going anywhere this time around. A Shattering Strike by some times, but can't donate this over to Doinby. I think they might.
No, I think they just want to get this quickly as possible. They've already wasted too much time.
There we go.
And they get it over to him anyway. That will be the feats of strength for the first one of 3 for NIP. They get one of them down. Doinby getting that gold, powering him towards an earlier Rod of Ages and earlier Seraphs. Really not what anyone's legend wanted at that point too. So, early game. The checklist has not been filled by anyone's legend.
No.
And we were a little bit worried about this. The last time we saw them on the Rift, they lost a game versus Team WE, who might be the worst team in the LPL. They were already mathematically out, so, sure, you can say that. Were they really locked in? Does it mean that much? The fact that they lost that, still not a good sign for them.
It was an eyebrow raise at least. And again, it was a little bit like, obviously we heard from Ben, I don't watch TT games, is there that element of the best team in the group, theoretically at the very least, maybe not paying their opponents that much respect at that point because it wasn't as valuable, theoretically. And that could have been that element, but there has been some fumbles here on the play. The redive in particular, very, very poor. And I know you're trying to play around the Renekton Nidalee. The Change of Corruption, Captain Jack by a leave. Remember this day you almost caught Captain Jack leave in the mid lane.
So many people don't know who Captain Jack is now, and I'm so sad about that. He was one of the greatest AD carries of the early era of League of Legends. What a guy. Really should go revisit some of those old games sometimes, folks. Doinby, mid does have flash. He's run out of that side lane. Looking to make sure that they can push this in. This is interesting. He's dropped a top wave to make sure there's a setup for the dragon. Now, Shanks is going to get some value out of top lane. He doesn't have teleport, though, so anyone's legend. Now they don't have an option for this. They will be outnumbered around the dragon. They can't take this fight. Shanks has no TP.
Still hovering here. I don't really know to what end he's
Safari,
there.
Sam. It's Safari League of Legends, I tell you. I really like this. Folks, this is some really fun macro in the last bit of this, right? A cannon minion will be missed. The XP will be picked up by Shanji. Doinby didn't have teleport. he walks down towards the dragon and makes sure they have the even-numbered fights because they were making use of the fact that Shanks didn't have teleport just before this. It's come up now. But to retreat from the play, they use Shanji to go towards topside instead, so they don't get Corki just hitting the tower for free. It's good lane assignment. Good use of the globals, making sure that one solo laner's teleport is down so the other one uses theirs to catch the wave.
And worth noting as well, Doomby, who we've often seen be a proponent of not running teleport on his champions with other globals, has run teleport on Rise's game, wants to be able to play for that macro sense a little bit more. And I think in a game like this, where one of the strengths we were going to praise about NIP was their kind of mid-game lane assignment and kind of intricate map movements, that really enables that.
Yeah, and the Ghost gives you a lot of combat power. I think in this game, though, where you don't want to let the Renekton and Varus Corki just kind of full core press you want to be in lanes as much as possible, and the teleport helps you to do that, shrug off some of that poke. So, gold lead is not exceptional for NIP. The 3 grubs is nice. The early Mana Dragon is also nice too. We said that no one is a true tank in this game. The Mountain Soul, not Mountain Soul, the Mountain Dragon just helps get a little bit of extra bang for your buck in the HP. Second grub's being started up by NIP, but because they already have the 3 earlier, I don't think they feel that pressure towards this. Doomby is going down towards bot side. There's no teleports from anyone's legend. So they've grouped up towards grubs, and now Doomby gets to hit bot tower for free with 3 grubs, while AL have no one to answer. Much better lane assignment. They're getting more out of these lanes.
And again, no teleports, right? So they can't respond either. So very tricky. Shanks will go down, but plates go over. And I think NIP, they've already gotten 2 sets of early objectives. They're kind of okay to just trade grubs evenly, bluntly.
That they are. So, level 6 and Kyle, that changes things a little bit, of course, where you can flash ult. If you catch leave out of position, maybe that changes things. Nidalee's not a wrecking ball, though. We've mentioned that enough at this point. What happens with Plan B from anyone's legend? You don't have the early lead that you really want. You are behind in dragons. You don't have 6 grubs. You really want to be playing around maybe sieges. Hang on a second, Shani's got a really good trade here.
Gets a decent chunk there. Nice. Sundering Slam, I believe, is the Q1.
He's doing so well here, though. I mean, you don't want to all in and just go into a Dominus Renekton, because the Renekton can still win from that low HP, because he just gets the instant rage and then turns things around. But the fact that you slightly outrange the Renekton means you can outspace. You notice how Shanji in that trade was kind of doubling to the side, not straight towards him. Just make sure he's just out of auto attack range, but enough to get the AoE of that ground slam of the shield dash.
The repudiate, yeah, and it's really, of course. And the other thing is, if you hit someone with a repudiate, you actually get a huge value from Mbessa. It's a big deal in terms of managing like the trades, right? Because you can actually get a lot of value in terms of your damage back and stuff with it. Very, very high. It's your only bit of CC really in your kit outside of your ult.
So, what's next up in the agenda? Things are slowed down, obviously. I think things slowing down though. It's okay for the Rise. Rise is getting towards his
yeah, he's having a great time.
I suppose on the other side, getting towards Muramanas as well. It's not like AL need to, like, their early window of power is somewhat elapsed. It's a problem for the Renekton and the Nidalee that they didn't get that much done. Yeah. But their 2 carries with Tears are still okay with this now. This is where things become, as we've seen in the last few minutes, more towards a chess match. You're going towards, how do we get the little bit extra out of lane? How do we get this extra little bit of tower plating before it falls down? And I think NIP on the whole have been winning that battle.
That they have, and I think a lot of that again is you chose to put the early power of the Nidalee into tower dives, not into farming.
Yeah.
Which is actually, you say what Shun does on the Nidalee is he will go and farm for first item and really try and take advantage of just the fact that you can be very efficient on the Nidalee. Whereas Tarzan, as he often does, went for the early aggressive plays. The problem is if they don't pay out, you get punished for it quite hard here. Still got the Leandry, it's not that far behind. Will still be decent this game. And again, you are running pseudo triple poke. I know Corki not the same as he once was,
no,
but the
really.
rockets are still a part and parcel of that, and you will still be annoying in the mid game.
Absolutely. Folks, we had that captain. We haven't met dragon spawning in minutes. We might have a fight, but while we're waiting for that dragon, maybe beyond that, let us know what your favorite move named after a player is. We had the Captain Jack a little bit earlier. There's obviously the Insect, the Mad Life. What's your favorite move named after a player, even if it's one? The Empire.
We're strictly named after a team.
Hey, you know what? I'm okay with that too. And so we did see AL were looking for that potential kill combo out of that brush before the dragon spawns. They have pushing mid, pushing bot. They should have better objective control over this dragon for now.
I still probably Flame Horizon actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it's just a cool thing, and I think just as a marker in a game, it's remained really useful. Whatever champions are on the Rift, which is helpful.
Shanji trading so well with Eclipse there as well. PP God needs to be a bit careful. Varusol misses. That's a big tool used
by Hope. If you hit that, the engage loses all of its HP.
Aki now in a pretty good spot. Kyle's taking a bit of damage, and the Dragon slowing Shanks down, forces an early Valkyrie here. That could be pretty valuable in this fight.
I thought the terrain was pretty bad for NIP, but they somehow brute forced their way into the river. Dragon started up again. Ambessa has teleport, is on the tower though. NIP could just wait for Ambessa to get value on top tower. They don't have to fight, but here comes Ambessa anyway.
Double TP's coming on through. Kyle goes into the backline. Shanks gets a full force bomb into the backline. Aki ults away. The turnaround with the bullet time. Dragon secured for 2 in trade. Tarzan trying to run out, but Shanji will claim him. As Flandre flashes on in and makes sure that Misfortune lives up to her own namesake. You don't win against the Crocodile. Flandre in a difficult situation here. Might be flambéed. He needs to try and win a 1v3 without ultimate to work with. Flash from Doinby will secure a rune prison. Do not pass go. Do not pick 350 gold.
BP Gold picks up the kill. Hey, 2-0-4 in the Nautilus. So Dragon goes to anyone's legend, but the fight really goes to NIP after all is said and done. There's a lot to talk about in that fight. We can see that, again, the missed positions punished very, very heavily because no one's a true tank. They can't really protect the backline in the same way, especially against a Misfortune or Corki jumping at you in the same kind of way. First big thing which happens here is the pick from Kyle goes out of control ward bush onto the double targets, and Shanks goes immediately onto the Viego trying to stop the resets. I think the Valkyrie forward was a bit too much though, and that ends up getting the Corki killed, and your consistent damage is then gone. Flandre has to pick up what he can, and he does end up getting some decent value, but you can see with the Corki down, it's a little bit harder to play through extended damage.
Yeah, and obviously Shanji and Doinby are able to just run at this one. The flash burn gets the pick. And yeah, Hope picks off the Misfortune, but Hope can't keep joining in this fight anymore, and that proves a little problematic. Flash ult out from Aki kept him alive for long enough. They get to go towards Herald after this. They've already now picked up feats of strength because they got first 3 kills. They're in a good spot now.
NIP, if they have the feat of strength. You did mention. Great, cool. We've already covered that one then, but flash away. Ambessa misses.
Just missing. Oh my days. Hope gets away with it, but I don't know how to really flash forward from BP got to still get the staggering blows. Barriers buys a time. Frontline back off cooldown, and it's a decent magnet storm, but there's just no follow-up. Flandre's finally here, but unfortunately everyone else is melting. It is just looking like water on the Wicked Witch of the West. NIP come away with 3.
Are NIP really ninjas, or are they just bruisers with a baseball bat because they full send it and hit a home run in the mid lane? PP God, without the shot calling responsibilities, is a player unleashed. NIP will get themselves the mid lane out of turret after taking the bot lane turret as well. They're about to open up the entire map with Doinby going straight towards the top lane as well. What a coordinated team. I don't think these fights are that easy to navigate for them. They've found themselves somehow into some great positions. Hope massively caught out on that mid lane play. It should have even been an easier fight for NIP. Ambessa missed the ult onto the Varus initially, but they get away with it. And anyone's legend are really scrambling now to find some answer to NIP, having so many ways to follow up on them while they don't feel safe to push up anywhere.
I hope we finally got through because Hope feels like he's dodged absolutely everything he can. Like, this is so many tools required. Finally, a flash route is what does it to get Hope kind of down.
Oh, man. He actually escaped that initial hook. It wouldn't have hit him, I don't think, but I think he panic flashed to pixels off.
You could never know with a Nautilus
I have to say, Flandre in these last 2 fights has been very strong. You see the early game power of the Renekton. It's just, what platform do you have to do on that now? And now he's 1,000 gold behind. You got 2 items coming up for Shanji's Ambessa, who I think has been much more impactful than him on the whole now, sadly. Anyone's legend, they picked a composition which needed to thrive early, and they've just about stayed afloat. That's not what you want with this comp.
Not anymore are they afloat. They're down 4,000 gold. They were afloat. I think the ship has sprung an official leak at this point.
So we saw some player-named abilities in chat. There's the Tyler one where you just run it down. The Xpeke backdoor.
Yeah, great one.
And we'll see whether we get ourselves a good old-fashioned dive hopper in the top side. The wave's cleared out, and NIP do call that off. Hope was roaming up to that play. Ghostblade makes it much easier to run to those plays too as that first item. It's one of the reasons it's back really on a lot of lethality carries.
I've actually hung out with Tyler. He's a really lovely dude. He's very, very chill.
Very different from the stream.
Yeah, he's put it's a character to an extent, right? Like, don't get me wrong, he is an excitable person, but you know, he's also a married dude with a kid, really enjoying being a dad as well, and like showing showing pictures. He's got pictures of the kid in the wallet type thing. He's a very sweet dude. Not to ruin his mystique. He can at me later. But he's a very lovely guy.
Night Slap says, is Doonby the best macro mid laner of all time? He's definitely up there. I think there's him.
I think it might be.
Well, there's that. I think there's Scout, Faker, obviously. I mean, the problem is, whenever it comes into that, you think, well, Faker's the thing. In terms of the fun macro, yeah, definitely you could definitely put that. I think Rookie puts himself up there for points in his career as well.
There would have been a point where Perks was incredible at it, because when G2 were really, really good, actually 2018 and 2019, the side laning from Perks was unreal.
Well, yeah, I think, well, nowadays it's Caps as well.
Yeah,
that's a great question, though. I think you have to really... You need to put down your criteria for that very well. It's very hard to tell in a lot of places because the game has changed so much, and 2019 was very macro heavy. Some different patches before that, of course, too.
Yeah, I think Doonby in 2019 as well also managed to find a niche way to play the game that really, really worked, and I think there's credit to that. And the thing is, you have players that do this and then fall off because when that style of play doesn't work anymore, they're no longer good at the game. And for Doonby, that wasn't an issue, because remember, back when he was on Chalku Reapers, when he first debuted, he was already very good on Realm Warp's coming top. There's a double TP basically appearing as Shanks got
he's
TP out, nice, and got the turret. Very well done.
Maybe Shanks is the best macro mid laner of all time. Escapes with his life after getting double globals. You will absolutely take that as Shanks. Gets the tower gold close towards their 2-item spike, so Shanks... Look, Shanks might be able to carry a fight first. Might. If he manages to get up towards Seraph's completion before the next big fight, 4 minutes until our next big objective, so you'll definitely be able to do that. But we'll see if there's an LPL Classic of Let's Fight to remove cooldowns. We shall see. This Corki might be able to do the work very hard, though.
Quick bit of update as well. That second dragon was secured as Hope eats a bullet time. Leave, of course, has got license to burn some cooldowns because there isn't anything spawning. I was about to say, NIP picked up that second dragon. It does mean you can do that.
Man, Leave. He was our, first All-Pro?
He was
AD carry as well. He was, him and Doonby were the two from NIP on the list there.
He's going to get 2 turrets, speaking of Doonby.
And Doonby is completely happy with this. Again, just creeping up in gold more and more. Shanks got himself that out of turret. Atakan now started. Doonby has teleport. Shanks doesn't. He'll have to walk down here with his own 2 feet. Well, I suppose he's flying in the little rockable copter. Atakan started up. Can AL really contest this? They don't have bullet time. That's a big tool missing.
We've seen Atakans be given up for big trades. Teams have started to kind of figure out how to play around it a little bit, but I think anyone's Legend understands that you want to try and contest. It's just gone, though. It's a public execution into the backline as well. Tarzan gets run down, flash out, Shanji, Drake count, steps all over him. You gotta dance the dance, and Tarzan didn't know the steps.
I don't know that one, man. It feels like that was a little bit more... that was with a little bit more hatred involved than Drake. Call it a K-dot step instead. See, completely slams home the door.
Not like him.
PP gets the ult. Aki now chasing Hope. He has himself a GA Hope. Oh, he's got
Brings a turtle into a grave is what he does. Flash away is not bad, actually. All right, Hope. He's got to be really careful here. Where are you going to back away as it comes the W? No one really gets it anyway. How has it been in 2 games in these 2 series where the Viego's lost a Klee 1v1? I swear to God.
Turns out, folks, this is why Varus is so pick and ban. You try and 1v1 the AD carry, and Varus is one of the best in the game saying, nope, put up or shut up. And he stands on business. AL, they lose the Atakan, they lose a couple of kills. Yeah, they get that 1 GA coming out of Aki from the Atakan, but outside of that, NIP are completely happy to full send another fight. Hope was using the Ghostblade to get out of this. And yeah, this is just Varus 1v1s. He just manages to turn things around, flashes out of the ult, gets the full stacks up, and each of those stacks does a lot of damage. Even misses the E hit, has the barrier left, and Aki can't quite see it through. Varus 1v1s, man.
Spectral Maw landed, still not enough. Man, that's kind of crazy. And actually a very nice little removal together. PP God got to be a bit wary here. Nice trade to interrupt the crash down into the bullet time, puts Kyle in a horrible spot as Doonby Realm Warps in and helps Leave secure a kill. This is what Rises have been doing! Public execution! Varus, for your crimes against our jungler, you are put to death.
Doonby
is, as said by Counting Sheep in chat, level 16, while Kyle is level 8 on the map. This is criminal.
Rise hacks.
GA is still available. He has over 10 CS a minute, 250 CS. I mean, I guess Shanks has been doing the same, both of them doing a bit of hacking there. But with the 3 grubs, everyone grouped up. See how powerful they are to just keep pushing down these turrets. They might even break an inhibitor now.
Oh, the room pressure on Kyle. The dredge like just shy this time. And credit to PP God as well. Some of these Nautilus plays have been absolutely sublime. And anyone's actually not reeling at this point.
This is why we were excited for this team. Clutch, play on the same page, everyone understanding where they need to be on the map at the same time. But it's down to basic macro fundamentals. How are you using your summoners at the same time? Oh, one solo laner doesn't have a teleport? Well, the other one can go pick up this wave. Instead, using that, we'll always have one available. And because they're starting to push out much better, AL are losing their teleports and their big tools just that little bit easier. And now we've gotten to the point where effectively AL can't fight. They basically just can't fight. Even with double more amount of spikes on their 2 carries, there's too much HP. The Atakan's there. They're outranged even by the bullet time at points, which is kind of scary when you look at it. But you know, you normally think, oh, Varus will be able to outrange. Not while the bullet time's up, and you can't force that for free.
Doombee's got a fully stacked Dark Seal, hasn't made a Magi's. It's got another needlessly large, which I suspect will become a either a Banshees or a Death Cap, depending on your option. We have seen a lot of Rise go basically full defensive Zhonyas and Banshees. And a Realm Warp into the back of the players. Kyle is prevented from leaving. Oh, the bullet time! Speaking of leavers, Exit Shanji just about shy with the public execution. But leaves that out to dry! It's over! The game is over! Ninjas in pajamas are putting the game to bed!
It's over! Go home! Doombee at level 16 gets the maximum Rise combo damage and slaps anyone's legend into the dirt. This was not close. This was a performance, and it is here to traumatize anyone's legend.
Turns out Ninjas are always pretty good at executing legends over the history, and they do so in style in Game 1. Ninjas in pajamas.
26-minute victory for NIP, the most hyped team, I think, coming out of the group stage. They clean swept their group, and, you know, we were wondering whether they could do that against our top-tier teams. The answer is, Game 1, absolutely. Can they do that again in a Fearless draft? Anyone's Legend, they failed themselves their early dive on that bot side. They let the Ambassador survive, and their early lead went with it. That'll do this for Game 1. I'm going to get myself a coffee real quick. I'll leave Sam to... Okay, you go do that.
Fine.
You go do that, Sam. So my name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers, we cast the LPL. There's no official broadcast anymore. You've heard this spiel before if you've been on the channel. And we hope you're enjoying our English broadcast of the LPL playoffs. This is the upper bracket. The winner of this will go on to face JDG, who just beat TT earlier in the day. Karlak's right horn is full of G. That's the one that's still attached, right? I was a Karlak enjoyer in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I will admit to that. Welcome to the chat, by the way. And if you are enjoying any of our content here, let us know in the chat. We do speak to you in chat, folks. I know we actually are quite social here. And it's been nice hearing you chime in and talk about your favorite players and your favorite memories of these players and whether you think a player is inting or not. It's very cool. Let me just get these predictions up. NIP, great Game 1. Really good Game 1 from them. Well, thank you for being here, Destroyker. How does AL get draft diffed this hard in Game 1? I think it is less of a draft diff if they pull off the early dives and they don't throw it. I think as soon as they come out of that early game without an early lead, the game is unplayable. And yeah, someone pointed out in chat. As soon as that early dive fails, game's over effectively. And sadly, that's kind of it, you know. Well, thank you, Karlak. Or Karlak's right horn. I'm just gonna call you Karlak. Makes more sense. Oh, right, and folks, and if you're actually not tired of me by the time the stream's done, I'm actually casting LEC later today as well, so you can enjoy my voice on the first series that I'm going to be casting with Medic for the first time. I've never cast with Medic, so that'll be great fun. I'm really looking forward to that. I was meant to be on desk, but Jack is feeling a little bit under the weather, so he's going to step back and just make sure he's feeling okay, and I'll be covering for him. So that'll be Vitality BDS, which hopefully should be a real fist fight. I'm hoping that's a fist fight. I've got some fun things prepared for the series. Oh man, so MVP. I mean, it could be Shanji. Shanji outplayed the dive. I mean, Doombee was incredible. I think it's Shanji though, you know? I think it's Shanji. Hey, Pillow.
Hope work was good. You're on the late shift still, right? Or like the night shift. So I hope you're doing well. Get hydrated. I will get hydrated as soon as Sam is back from his own break, and then we'll figure stuff out, folks. We'll figure stuff out. Doomby was exceptional. But I think Shanji's my player of the game. Maybe PP God. PP God was really good too. It could actually be PP God. He was exceptional on the Nautilus. And he saved this dive too. I don't think there are that many wrong answers. I'm on vacation till Monday. Oh yeah, true. Yes, I do play. Yeah. I didn't do the first 2 games of the first series because I thought that'll be too much. Now the thing is, me casting LPL makes me a better caster. I get to do a load of games, I get to see very different gameplay, and I get to see real limit tests. Which means that when I do go to cast LEC, I feel like I cast better, which is really cool. And I think that's, it's a lot of hours to put into it, for sure. And I need to be aware of my own burnout and stuff, which is why I don't know how many... I mean, I've been casting most of the games, so I suppose I managed to do most of them. But yeah, it's I really enjoy just being able to wake up, cast and do what I'm good at, have people enjoy it, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. On the whole, you are, I think. Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of the real bonuses of this kind of work for me is that it doesn't always feel like work, which is good. The stuff off the mic where I have to plan for stuff and logistics, that can be a bit more of a draw. A bit of a drag, rather, but this is good. No, don't worry about Kratos. Don't worry about it. Yes, I am on the LEC, but I don't ever expect someone... I don't ever... Jesus Christ, that's an all of all time. I don't ever expect someone to recognize me. I don't... if people do recognize me, cool. And I have been recognized in an airport, and I've got recognized in the street once in London. That was kind of funny. But yeah, I don't want to get that kind of ego where I'm like, oh, people should always recognize me. Now, sometimes I have a feeling like I'm in a gaming circle, I'm in a gaming social event, people might know who I am. But, I feel like I get a bit ahead of myself if people realize that, Oh, right. Anyone's Legend. How much are they going to give us now? Because that was a very difficult to play draft. And it's one of the reasons why... Look, Tarzan's Nidalee, on an individual level, isn't bad. But last year, Weibo... thanks for the follow, by the way, I appreciate it. Last year, there were a load of games on Weibo where they had 3 kills in an early Nidalee even. And they just couldn't get out of that early game and transition well to mid-game. And they'd lose something big. First caster with Medic is fun, probably the best hair of any combined caster during League. Damn. So there was a comment on one of the highlight videos where he's like, oh, this guy looks good, but could you get a nice haircut? I'm like, I'm sorry my hair doesn't do it for you. But sadly, your opinion comes second to my partner, so they get trumps on that. So, okay, I'm gonna, the important thing is, since you're on the LEC cast now, maybe, I fingers crossed I get an international at some point, and maybe we can get a brothers cast there one day.
That would be awesome.
I'm gonna get myself coffee, folks. Sam will keep you entertained.
Hell yeah. I'll look after you all. Hello, chat. How's your draft diff this? Okay, for the record, Brandon, and we did see a draft very, very similar to this in the last series that worked really, really well. It just never came to fruition, basically because they flipped on the second early dive. The first dive was fine, but you had to leave it there. You just had to leave it there. And the fact they fumbled that after meant the Nidalee was behind. Not great. And then they basically just could not play the macro moves after. And I think the other thing is like NIP, just lane assignments in that early to mid game were really, really astute. They got a lot of value out of wave shoves. Doomby, it was either going to be him or PP Gods. Doomby's rise was pretty damn phenomenal. Did a lot of the damage, didn't die, hugely involved in the kill participation. Gets a load of side lane pressure. You can't ask for much more. This rise afterwards basically jumps forwards after the bullet time and just runs at people. And poor old Tarzan does not get to play the game. Realm warps unnecessarily in case Tarzan was about to flash out. Gets donated this kill. I half wondered whether PP God might earn the MVP for this insane pick onto Hope, having had to blow so much to get him. But in the end, it still became an understandable Doomby MVP. The Realm Warp baits a load of people. Managed to get a massive rune prison that sets up for a good bullet time. And understandably, the game kind of goes from here.
Didn't like the Corki mid pick at all. I feel like Corki mid has not been that fantastic at the minute. I think it's not that safe, and it means you need engage and frontline from someone to make sure the Corki's okay, because Corki doesn't get a play from the same range you once did. So if you're in quite a squishy comp, Corki can get really punished, but just by virtue of the game falls away from you, there's no way Corki gets put out DPS. There you go. Split between Doomby and Sport for PP God. Makes sense. And that, I think, is a fair trade. Target selection insane in the mid-tower fight. Yeah, big time. Big time. Shanji teleporting from his game seat to the desk is astonishing. I know, it's incredible. Yeah, NIP, very, very clean macro. Again, we thought they would do. It's just a question. It's like, okay, well, what happens if the early game doesn't go right? And actually, the early game went very wrong for anyone's legend, especially after Shanji came away with multiple kill involvements in that early game for that second tower dive. That's pretty big. Let me check out my... No, one thing, this one. Checking when I'm supposed to be leaving. Because I've got NLC finals next weekend. Should be very exciting. It's hard to predict who could be the world's representative from LPL this year. Everyone except WWE, I know what you mean. Yeah, WWE just didn't look it at the minute. Did not look it. We need to run some ads. 1 second, guys. So we don't get them in game. No, I've still got myself a Red Bull left.
No, I'm not going to crack the Red Bull just yet. That comes later. Okay, so, yeah, I'm gonna open this series, folks. So, JDG would be against the winner of these teams. I mean, JDG looked pretty slick today, but they did get blasted in that one game versus TT.
And I think the other thing is, even in the wins, we saw Missing in particular still get be a bit problematic, and I think Shun, in the game they lost, was really bad.
Yeah.
And I worry into teams that are a little bit more cohesive.
I think
could make that happen again.
I can't believe I'm saying this in this day and age, because after last year, look, Aki was subbed out for Lien last year. I would take Aki over Shun right now.
Yeah, I think
Aki's been on stunning form so far.
I think part of it as well is like, again, you've got other people making decisions that, so he's not having to be pure macro sense, and actually can just play the jungle rather than necessarily having to be super
PP got a 14 assists in game 1. Yeah, he did. This is the thing. I know I say Aki's on stunning form, and I take Aki over Shun right now. That's in their current scenario. Now, if you take them off, if you switched the teams, I'm pretty sure Shun would look like a god. But that's just the way things are. You know, if JDG were to play up against NIP, I would say that, you know, macro diff goes to NIP, because macro diff has gone to NIP in almost every game they've played so far, which is kind of insane.
Yeah. Yep. And again, like we've been very impressed with how they have assigned members to various things. We talked about it a little bit early on when it was like, look, there's no teleports, so actually Doomby gets a free shove here. You got 2 turrets off that. Like, just the kind of timings have been so much better than everyone else.
They have. So, time to see how quick this series might be, or how long it'll be. Because AL, they need a statement game now. They failed an early dive and they basically didn't get to play that game. They need to come up with something easier to play, I think. NIP looked very comfortable in the way that they were playing. Look, if you're a top LPL team, I don't mind you playing difficult to play stuff. You are in a region where you deserve that ability, right? Where you say, look, I will play something hard to play. I'll play an nearly early dive down comp or something like that. However, you then have to stand on business. You need to make sure you back up that point. NIP, that's not an easy comp, playing around Ryze. Ryze is a difficult champion to play around. Luckily, you have Durnby, fantastic player of that champion. On the other side, though, you know, AL, they need to prove that they can play through something much more effectively as a competition.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And again, like, it's not that we doubt anyone's Legends, like, mechanics or player level. It's just sometimes there's been some interesting mid-game decision-making issues.
What are the casters' predictions for map 2, for game 2? I mean, I don't see a reason to go against NIP right now. NIP look really good. Now, it's much easier to tell after draft, folks. During draft and after draft, it changes quite a lot. Anyone's Legend will go into blue side, which will change things. And I don't think they'll take it lying down, but anyway, let me unmute this real quick.
去玩游戏，然后自己个人的风格，我感觉就是，也是跟版本差不多，就版本就长这样，就是要一直打，应该我觉得是。想对队友说的话，可能就是好好训练，然后就打好每一把比赛。对我自己个人的目标，其实我不觉得这个全胜或者是现在赢比赛有什么特别值得那种庆祝的地方吧。我觉得就是赢到最后才是真的赢。对。
第一阶段我们成绩3杠0嘛，我对这成绩肯定是非常满意的，因为开始前我没想到我们能3杠0，我当时觉得是我们可能2杠1，然后第2名进季后赛嘛。首先 NIP 这个队伍的话，跟去年比其实是只有上野是留下来了嘛，然后这3个位置都是新加入的 ，PPK 的我 Live 都是，我们之前都是不在一个队伍，以前在一个队伍没打过的，都是那种每个人都有自己的打法跟风格。然后加入之后第一天训练赛肯定是大家都比较觉得有点哪里怪，因为以前我在那里是怎么打的，但是第2天训练赛开始之后都是没有这个问题了，因为开始前我们就说了，我们不要说以前怎么打，我们就想一下我们怎么样最适合我们。
Teleported and killed towers and champions.
Get into my realm.
I got a ghoul.
Get into my realm before I warp you in out of existence.
Yeah.
I think that's a very accurate translation of what happened there. Anything else in there? But yeah, I think as it stands, I mean, it's hard to bet against NIP, but they'll be on red side. Red side is a weaker side on the whole. Your bans get a bit harder. We'll see whether they have themselves red side draft. Like if there's going to be a team with red side random drafts going, it'll be NIP really. Yeah, translation was Strodom, perfect. I'm glad that translation was perfect.
That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Let me just check I've got the predictions cashed in. Oh no, I haven't.
Do we know which side people are on?
I'm going to. I just accidentally pressed the wrong button. It's fine. It's just a new
I'm trying to print something. Apparently,
I pressed Control P. Yeah. So, as the losing team, anyone's Legend will get side selection. I'm going to imagine they're on blue side. Almost everyone picks that.
Nearly guaranteed.
Yeah. And I'll give you a little bit of time to sit a. Okay, alrighty. We'll get ourselves ready for draft 3. I'll be able to stay for... No, draft 2 rather. So I'll be able to stay for this next game. I think after that
it's tricky.
We will see.
When do you need to be at the studio for?
I see. It's pretty early. I think it's like 2:30. I need to be there for.
So yeah, this next game is probably about as far as you can go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in for 2:30, so I have to leave. I need to be ready to go at about 2. So I'll do this next game, and then folks, Sam will be solo casting again after that point. So Hope you've enjoyed my voice on this. You'll be able to draw it a little bit more on LEC later. But I did promise I needed to go in early to do something today, to record something. And I don't want to drop out of that because I think that would be bad form and it's not very professional. So, one stage again, where we get ourselves into draft sooner rather than later. I'm looking forward to this a lot.
I think so. And I need to see a non-fumbled anyone's legend early game.
Yeah.
Because I think if they don't have that, we have another game 1 on our hands.
The first dive was fine. Just so greedy to stop around for a second dive. Really misjudged that. Need to do better. That game was very hard to play unless you get an early game advantage. I understand that, but I think that they ended up getting a little bit in their own heads. Anyone's Legend need to play something more comfortable next game. They need to. You can't play a draft like that and fumble the early game. It's not a good sign for you and the compositions you're picking.
I agree. Also note, it was a really good sign there for Flandre, shouting back to his Snake days when he was considered one of the most, like, people were like, all the LPL enjoyers like, why has he never made international? This guy's so good. Why has he never managed to make it here?
Well, Flandre won Worlds in 2021, and
yes,
that was after his peak.
I know.
His peak was,
2019?
Way earlier. Well, I would say even then, that was past his... I mean, he was still good then, but... Man, Flandre, what a career he's had, actually.
Try to turn the cameras off, and then we realised we were already off. The reason was I saw in the preview, as we headed to Graphic Game 2, that our cameras were still on. It was just far enough delayed. I thought you'd flipped off the preview.
Okay. Anyway,
I apologize.
Anyone's Legend on blue side, as we predicted. That is a bonus for them. But until they lock in a draft, which I'm comfortable for them with, being comfortable with, my favours with NIP. The Pantheon's banned away from Doonby, so he's lost his other global champion, the Rise and the Pantheon number 2, which he's been really playing towards the most. Yone banned away from Shanks. There's still Vi. There's still K'Sante. There's still... Well, Kalista and Varus are both gone now.
Okay.
Also, that. Now, this does signal Galio on the other side for NIP makes a lot of sense, right? That's a pretty easy lock-in. You can lock that in on 3, potentially.
We've also seen, like, Arla try the cannon into it. Did not work in game 2.
Oh, wait, Skarner's open.
The Skarner is also open. You're absolutely right. Do you Skarner plus something? They thinking of Zyra into what could be a Skarner angle.
That's
in
very
fairness, and Aki is a very big Zyra player. Looking the Leona as well. They're just saying we'll give up the Skarner, but Skarner Rumble is a scary combo. Assuming you get to pair those ultimates up together.
Are we really just passing over Skarner? Are we really doing that? Remember, folks, I'm trying to remember if this is the first Skarner we've seen unbanned in LPL. Have we seen a single game of it? Because, folks, it had 100% ban rates. This might be the first game we've actually seen of it in LPL.
Reminder, this is post-nerfs. So he is a lot less tanky, doesn't scale quite the same way. And we've seen teams leave the Skarner open and try and punish it. Things like the Zyra, things like the Leona can do it because Skarner goes forward, gets rooted up, and dies a horrible death, especially before he gets a lot of resists. Because in the end, he's still a jungler who's built on Heartsteel.
Folks, this is the only game...
Oh my.
This is the only game where Skarner has gone unbanned in the LPL. We have not seen this champion be played. 100% ban rate. It has been nerfed. The items have been nerfed. But this champion has not been allowed to be played anywhere else.
Debating an Ezreal here for leave, and at this point, your ability to play keep away is pretty good from NIP, but they're going to need to, because if you get hit by that arrow, the Skarner follows up, the Rumble ult comes down, and it's a nasty time for whoever is unfortunate enough to be hit by the combo.
There's a question, why is blue side OP? Because normally, these kind of champions here get banned by red side. That devalues red side, and because they didn't ban it, means you get the chance to get a first pick of something. This is a very unorthodox draft from NIP, but hopefully you can understand why it is so difficult trying to ban so many OP champions and letting one slip through the cracks like that. Now they've got 2 against it. Look, Zyra and Leona is a very good combo, as is the Ezreal, but AL are walking away with the infinity gauntlet of S-tier champions.
Certainly got a lot of strong options. Not that NIP's combo here is bad in isolation, it's just what have you given up to get this? And is your anti-Skarner comp going to be enough? Because we've seen it a few times. We saw it over in LEC. Successfully, might I add, as well. It's been done. It has been done. But it is a bold call. Of course, NIP have got the game in hand. They can afford to take a bit of a risk here. And it then, in some ways, opens up the fact that you don't have to ban Skarner again. The only issue is, of course, that that's normally a red side ban. And then, theoretically, if NIP lose, they would end up on blue side themselves.
Hey, there's actually a decent point in chat from Enjoying for the Win,
maybe it's a red side draft to say, give them the OP champions so they're not there for the rest of the draft. I mean, if NIP are the more valuable, if they're the more versatile players, maybe this unlocks more things after, so they can ban away some different stuff. The problem is then that, what it does is it depowers blue side after this game, and NIP would still like to be on blue side. There's a lot of mind games here. If later into this series, NIP have really good red side drafts, maybe we can ask that question again, actually. Cassante Ornn banned away. Galio likely to get locked into the Rumble, and it's pretty good against the Skarner too, just because you can just land on the head of whoever gets hit by Skarner and CC them. But this is uncharted territory for LPL drafts.
Debating the Galio. They go towards the Udyr instead for a bit more shove.
So no Galio. Really, no Galio against the Rumble. Look, Udyr pushes. It's a Shanji special. Shanji is very good at Udyr. Udyr is good right now and was a good matchup into the Rumble. But Rumble will eventually leave that lane and drop an ultimate onto Ezreal and Zyra, and they may just die. Especially when the Skarner can drag them into that. Shanks goes towards his tried and tested Azir as well, one of his best champions of all time.
I mean, the team fight for anyone's life right now is fantastic, assuming they can get set up, right?
I think you can go Braum here on 5 just to make sure that NIP never want to touch that lane.
Too, yeah.
You have the Ashe Braum. NIP will be forced into lane swapping at that point, I think.
I don't like Renata here, honestly. I'm not sure it's that valuable.
I think if you see that NIP are going to lane swap anyway, you don't need the Braum. I think Renata is better later into the game. Braum is better for the 2v2. But realistically, NIP maybe would just want to lane swap with the Udyr anyway.
It's being hovered.
Doombee's Kled mid. Come on, what do you got for us? Into the Azir?
Something weird.
Come on, Doombee. Give us a fearless Doombee special. Give us something.
It's Lee Sin mid again!
The Lee Sin mid comes out from Doombee again. We've seen it before. We'll see how valuable it ends up being. I'm not sure it's the easiest champion to play at this draft. Into Renata, Azir, who both very good disengaged champions. But still, Doombee locks it in. We'll see what value you can get as the playmaking mid laner.
This is, he put the let me try that again. The last time we saw him play, it was into Azir. That was his matchup for the lane. I think the idea is, particularly early on, you've got so many ways to force Azir to ult in awkward ways in lane because you've got so much mobility, so much threat through the wave, that Azir never really gets to play at the ranges he wants. It is a very NIP draft. I think if you took the nameplates off, anyone's legends would be laughing their way to the bank with their draft. It is such a good draft, full of so many potent picks. There are 3 S-tier champions in there alongside an Azir and a Renata who are just fine in the current meta, guys. And you team fight super well, you've got lots of ways to play it. Can't ask for more. The other side, NIP have gone towards an NIP draft. They've got Shanji on his Udyr. They've got Doumbee on a Doumbee mid pick. He's got the Lee Sin into the Azir, something that he likes to do. I think they are going to need to prove that this is worthwhile, because I think it's a lot more awkward to play. You skirmish well, you disengage well, but.
Rumble and Skarner for anyone's legend in Game 2. NIP, I hope you know what you're doing, because those champions are not allowed in the LPL grand majority of the time. This is the first unbanned game of Skarner in the LPL as Doumbee picks FPX Lee Sin, Tien's skin from his world's winning run here in Game 2.
I say, just a little reminder, he is a world champion. Sometimes he knows what he's doing. He's come back and has earned himself a 4th MVP. That was absolutely electric. Can you blame them after that? There's Doombee's face superimposed on a champion at the background, the sign game, just on another level sometimes. Okay, so what are we going to see as we get the first person, the action cam view of Lee Sin.
Dude, all I can think of is that one clip from The Simpsons. Almost feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Ah, stupid sexy Flanders.
Yeah. Stupid sexy Doumbee.
Oh, God.
Lee making me sin.
Stop. Oh, Jesus. Okay, folks, let us know in chat. What are you more excited for? The first unbanned game of Skarner and LPL, or Doombee's Lee Sin mid using his own teammate's world's winning skin? I'm really hyped for this one now. NIP, they better bloody know what they're doing, mate. There is a lane swap coming through.
Yeah.
It is
and a late invade as well.
So there's some weird stuff going on. Rumble's going bot side.
Aki's coming over to play this. He wants to try and fight for these.
Udyr is still on top side and has been spotted by a ward in their red side jungle. What the heck is happening here?
So, yeah, they were. I will note that Aki started Wolves, immediately rotated over. Tarzan did get
wait, I don't think they know Shanji's here. Has he wrapped around in the right way?
He
Can he get himself a
Flash
stun?
For the Shield of Daybreak. Wingborn Storm's air flash for a bit more slow, a bit more damage. Kyle is going to just be killed. Hope now in danger, forced to cleanse, and the bot lane is broken from anyone's legend.
Shanji gets a kill top, immediately teleports bot side. Level 1 plan successful. Shanji gets away with the kill. He doesn't have that gold spent right now, but 3 summoners down from Hope and Kyle. Yes, it's matched by Leave and PP God, but they get to stick in lane, and I feel like the 2 immobile players of champions rather of the Ashe and the Renata will rue those summoners being lost more.
I'll also note PP God started level 1 with the Shield of Daybreak. Massive deal.
You'll notice there, folks, this is the first Skarner game since last year. Skarner has 100% ban rate in the LPL, not even presence. This is the first game this year we have seen of this champion, and we've got to see what Tarzan can do with it. I know it's been nerfed quite a lot, but this champion is realistically getting towards. The last few patches have been genuinely 2013 Kassadin levels of broken. The fact that it's made it through, I'm astounded.
It raises an eyebrow. Of course, Tarzan, you normally like to see on your more aggressive picks. The thing is, you say that, and then he's also got a bit of a background as being a phenomenal Maokai player, phenomenal Sejuani player. The Tarzan can fit into that kind of game state if you can be a really aggressive frontliner. Tarzan spotted out by Aki, who again is on one of his signature picks. He wasn't the best AP jungler, but his Zyra was another matter entirely.
That was Lien. Lien was the guy that had the
I feel like Aki's Zyra was also really good.
No.
Was it not?
No, Sam. Look,
am I just mad? Okay, I take it back.
I hate to undermine you, but also...
Oh, that's what you fantasy.
Aki's AP junglers...
I know they were all, but I felt like his Zyra was
Sam, he played Zyra a lot. Didn't mean it was that good. Really, it was when he went on to stuff like the Wukong and stuff last year.
That's very true.
So
Yeah.
I have to say, he's reclaimed Zyra. I'll say that now. He's put on the time, he's put on the effort. Tarzan is going to meet him over the blue, but PP God is here. Do have a smite coming up for Aki. He's coming off cooldown now. So he actually managed to 3 buff the Tarzan Skarner as well. Early game, all green lights for NIP.
The counter for the invade was pretty good from Aki. They rotated over. Shanji got value, and we expected anyone's legend to be the better early game team with Tarzan, with the plays we've seen going. And now it's 2 games in a row where NIP have come out on top, at least as far as I'm concerned, in this early game. It's only a few hundred gold, but it's a big deal now. Shanji, early resets come on through with that first blood, up 100 gold, having a good time. Trades into this Rumble, who hasn't had chance to back yet, still got the TP. Trying to get as much damage down as he can before he has to burn that summon. That's often what you try to do if you've got the TP advantage, is take as much HP with you before you go.
Yeah.
You come back with the full health bar with the teleport.
As long as you don't die, it's fine, because you're using HP as a resource at that point. Hope you'll be able to stop these recalls here. Not actually. Good block there from PP God. Leave actually chooses to stay in lane, though. Grub spawning in a minute. They would have loved to get a reset before this. I'm a little surprised that Leave chooses to cancel his recall and then start it again. Little bit
I feel like that's just the worst way to recall. You could have just recalled and been fine.
Yeah, and you could have gotten yourself a little bit more shun. Oh, unless you had like 1 minute left.
Wingborn Storm's gonna really hurt that.
Yeah, this is why the Udyr was picked into the Rumble a lot, because Rumble does get actually out-pushed by Udyr and can be out-damaged as well. You go towards the Merc Treads on Udyr and your base damages carry you beyond that point. However, important thing, this is what Shanji used to do into the Rumble. Take the Conqueror on the Rumble. Onto the Udyr. So you take the Conqueror on the Rumble as you play into the Udyr, and allows you to play towards Riftmaker, Leandries, and play for like really strong extended trades.
We'll look to be really obnoxious with that combination. Anyone's legend will be the ones who start up the grubs. Aki's coming on over, but it's going to be a little late, and obviously doesn't have the Zyra set up. We'll now use that plan to spot out what's going on. Do they want to play this? TP back in from Duan. He's got himself Hydra. Can look to play. Grubs 1 and 2 taken. Grub 3. A consideration. Teleport's now flying. Leave over the wall onto Hope. Gonna be in a scary spot. Is this Ashe? Not enjoying the combo. Leave. Looking to try and get the kill. Flash out from the Ashe. Cleanse now coming onto his Leave is just ways too deep. Does not have Flash. Does not have E available and goes down.
Drive through the wall on Tarzan, defends the AD carry.
Ult's used onto Durnby. I really think Leave could have looked for that 1v1, but there was no support. I'm very surprised that no one else looked to stop the Stana getting through. Shanji gets some plates down on that bot side. That was a decent 1v1 opportunity, but NIP not on the same page for like they were in that first game.
I want to see exactly what happened, because they
in the rest of the fight.
Yeah.
Look, the 1v1 between AD carries, the Ezreal wins that, and you can see the Ezreal wins that, but very surprised that no one came to help Leave in his endeavors there. So what happens? Hope shows himself, level advantage, Conqueror from Ezreal starts to get stacked up. Aki doesn't hit his stuff to go towards... Okay, I genuinely think at this point, PP God and Leave maybe just sell Leave out a little bit. That's a bit sad. Especially with the rank 1 of the E, he's not going to get his E over that quickly, but I think he was pretty close to getting it back with the amount of Qs he was hitting.
Well, he didn't miss a skill shot on the Ashe.
No, and individually, mechanics were good. It's just, I think that Aki and PP God, I didn't see what was happening on the Grubs. We're not the best replay to show what was happening in the rest of the fight, sadly.
Yeah, and again, solid response then from Anyone's Legend. They drive Tarzan through the wall again. That's something Skarner can do. The Ixtal impact. You can go through a wall and catch someone out. Of course, Leave did not have summoners up to play that one any better. You earned the flash of Hope. There's at least that, but a frustrating kill to give up nonetheless.
Absolutely. So, that means 2 Grubs over towards Anyone's Legend. Kill goes over to Skarner. Skarner's going towards the Heartsteel build. It was nerfed, but it's still a good item for him. And of course, he gets so much random shielding and max HP scaling that Heartsteel is still good for him. Even if the damage of Heartsteel is gone, the rest of his kit still has the same, stuff he can work off of. NIP, ahead of the game still. Have some plate gold to, and of course the first blood doesn't need the extra gold, but doing well in terms of jungle farm matchups too. That's really helping.
Yeah, Tarzan getting a kill there, really important, because it felt like Aki had managed to outplay the early game on the zone. You can do that. You just farm so damn fast. Has got set up around this dragon next time. Leave and PP got around. No level 6 for the Leona. Tarzan has got that Impale available. Just don't know how easy it's going to be.
Hits level 6 off of that wave. Doesn't land.
PP God goes in now. Tarzan forced to flash on out. Decent hostile take with a true shot barrage. Doomby hand shook out. Still gets to go in. A wonderful insect. Doomby makes the Lee Sin mid look clean.
Oh, the insect, the first one of the game from Doomby. Comes out that Phoenix flying through the air. Recapturing a little bit of that 2019 win. Shanji now going to force the ult out of Flandre. Flandre could be in trouble here, actually. He's got a lot of damage.
There's a stun afterwards with the blazing stampede, and Flandre has to flash away.
Damn, good stuff coming out from Shanji, but NIP making the most of that split fight. The Renata ult wasn't good enough. It just bluntly wasn't good enough. NIP managed to scatter, knock down the right corridor. NIP managed to pick up the pieces. Leave is going to get ganked by Tarzan now. He has flash. He should be okay.
Just out of range. Has to flash out of that Impale in the end. And wonder whether he might have been okay, but risky.
Yeah, I feel... No, you have to flash that. What I would say, though, is that, look, he's not hitting you with the Ixtal impact. Save your E. You can just E out of that ult charge up. It is quite slow. Didn't want to take the risk, though. Just uses the summoner. Look, I'd rather that than dying. So, yep, that's fine.
Of course, that flash being down can be pretty critical. Still, NIP got the dragon, get another kill, and it was on really stylish points. I'm hoping we get a replay, because I want to see exactly how Doomby managed to chase down so far, because it felt like they just about disengaged. It just wasn't enough.
Oh, so NIP, against the Skarner, in its first game in the LPL, after 100% ban rates, get off to an early lead. Zyra in a good spot. Now, the way you deal with Skarner is stopping him before he finishes his Ixtal impact. You want him to land like a direct CC. You like land a Zyra E. Pin him in place before he can get anywhere close to actually dealing damage. He's very, very tanky. It's hard to do that, but if you can do that, it makes a lot of difference. The problem is, very hard to deny him entry when he has the terrain scale. You can just fly through any wall. That driving is nasty as heck. You don't even manage to stick onto the full grubs. They're going to give 3 over to NIP total, despite getting 2 out of the first set.
Yeah, they didn't get the third one.
NIP will even it up to 3-3. Here's our replay. So the Ashe area misses. That sucks. This is not the best Renata ult. Q lands already from Doomby, so it doesn't even stop that. Ends up going through for a wall. Kick afterwards. Kyle already used the summoner. Easy as you like. Delivered right into the hands of Aki.
I thought that handshake was going to be enough, but there's still another gap close on Lee Sin. If you've got a ward and infantry, it's never too far. And he always does see the angles. Well played there. And again, with the Hydra, should be able to match the Azir in the wave clear. And yes, is kind of a little behind the farm, but not massively. Top lane dive. Flandre anyway. Doesn't have flash, remember. Is just going to be knocked up by the Stranglethorns, and the plants finish up. The arrow is good. But look what happens. The plants take aggro for PP God, so he doesn't even take a turret shot.
I love that. Aki gets the double slow plants, enrages them with his ult. Shanji teleports back to his outer turret and gets away safely. NIP, another great play. And it's worth noting that Tarzan has not been able to make the difference in this early game. He will get very tanky as soon as he gets that heart steal, starts getting that stacked up. But this Skarner needs to start proving its worth. The two S-tier power picks of the Rumble and the Skarner are behind 1,000 gold combined between them. Yes, they have one kill there. It's the only kill that they have, but that's not a good sign from anyone's legend.
I think you then look at this point where, again, Tarzan picks up the Heartsteel, and you are a tank jungler into Zyra. To an extent, you're expected to be out-farmed. But you then need to outvalue in the team fights, and I worry, if you get towards a Ryalize this game, your engage is very reliant on running at people.
Yeah.
And if you're starting to try and have this Skarner start things up, or your arrows go wide, because you just don't have the vision control to make it very easy to do, like, arrows out of darkness, the Ryalize slow from a Zyra this game will make Tarzan's life hell.
Another big worry as well. NIP have been very good team fighters at disrupting the backline at the right moment. So what happens if Skarner catches Aki in an ultimate? Okay, that's a good step one. What happens then if PP God ults the backline? One of them stunned maybe. Doonby can kick another one. Shanji can maybe run at a third one as well. NIP are looking to do what I've coined full contact team fighting. If Skarner runs at you, he's not often the one that actually does 100% of your HP. Sometimes he can be. It's actually going to be the Rumble or the Ashe or someone like that that's going to actually kill you afterwards. If you attack them, maybe they can't finish the pick, leave, has cleanse, gets the E through anyway, is safe.
Nice buffer on the Arcane Shift. Doesn't need to control Alt Delete. That one particular keyboard button is enough. True Shot Barrage is over Doonby's head, which is hilarious. Just saying hello.
Yeah, saying hi from across the map. NIP getting towards their first items, as are anyone's legend. That Heartsteel has been built up for the Skarner. And we did say, yep, the damage proc on that is worse. But the thing about Skarner is that he has so much maximum health piece, HP scaling across his kit. It doesn't matter that the Heartsteel's been nerfed.
Such good synergy.
He's just going to get so much value out of it. Now, of course, Skarner was also nerfed too, but still. Dragon now started up. NIP do have that Zyra ult back up and again. Tarzan's coming through.
Tries to get into the back line. Looks to try and get onto leave. Dragon secured. Aki offered on one side. PP God might be the target being run down. Flash for the ult. That leaves leave out to dry. Hostile takeover comes on through. It's not really required. The Stranglethorns knocked a couple people up, but they can't necessarily get a kill back. Dragon secured, came in a trade. The Ixtal impact still to continue to go forwards. Doonby forced to drop a control ward to hop away to safety.
A really good ult flash from Tarzan. Catches out Leave just on the edge of that fight. And Leave goes down very easily. Still, Dragon over to NIP. And that'll be the objective that they came there for. Losing 2 kills, not the best. Who did the kills go towards? It was only the one, actually.
Yeah, it was on Leave got
and it is onto the Azir, and Azir can carry this game, and that's a bit of a problem. So, great CC. I don't think NIB had the best setup for this one. You know, you didn't have Lee Sin there to disrupt, and as we were saying, you know, if Skarner goes in, you want someone to disrupt. Well, Shanji's not there, Doonby doesn't use it, isn't there either. Leona has to use the ult on a different target. That's not how they want to be positioned.
And a lot of Zyra's disengage is a little delayed. The grasping route's not the fastest travel time. The Stranglethorns takes a second to arm before the knockup comes through. Yeah. These kinds of things.
Pazman as well, just want to highlight this as well. You're asking about the cleanse. Cleanse does not cleanse Skarner ult.
Nope.
Skarner ult is not a stun, it is suppression. Suppression can only be cleansed by QSS. Worth noting.
Or Mikhail's, I guess.
Mikhail's no longer cleansed.
Oh, does it not? Good to know, actually.
No, it hasn't done that for the last year or so now. It's a big change. So suppressions not removed by Mikhail's. Cleanse will work, of course, and stuff like the Ashe ult. It's very nice. And the
hostile takeover.
And the wall stun and the cleanse from Tarzan, but not the actual bit of the driving, because that's technically a suppression tube. You do need a QSS to get rid of the full Skarner ult.
You do. Might well be a consideration, maybe third here. The thing is yeah, you're still obligated to get to more money. You can't really stop off for QSS before that if you want to be valuable this game. So, we take a breath, we look at the state. Still a lead to NIP. Still got 2 dragons, 3 grubs. You're in a decent spot. The thing is, as the game goes on, the scaling and team fighting from anyone's legend is easier this game. It's just there are a couple answers into this Skarner and things like this Zyra, who's actually interestingly gone towards the Banshees now, which is another way you can potentially deal with things like that Impale, because you don't get suppressed if it hits the Banshees instead.
It's pretty easy to blow that from if you get within close enough range.
Yeah.
What it does do is help against the damage from Rumble.
Yeah.
And that one
and
is...
the arrow.
And of course, Azir is going for the more shuffle-heavy build. You go Leandries into Riftmaker. You're not necessarily about the attack speed, but you do throw your body into the line a lot more. Also gives the extra HP to survive through a lot of fights. So watch out for how Shanks plays these games, these big game-changing fights. Herald is up now. NIP don't love being on this terrain. Skarner has a lot of walls to slam you into. NIP needs to be very careful about this approach. Tarzan goes into the river. Some poke coming out, but Tarzan's already tanky Skarner. It's not easy to poke that guy out.
And Leandro is really the only thing that's going to be hurting him right now. That involves Aki having plants not on the Herald.
Here comes Uda. Here comes Azir.
But PP goes in onto the Skarner. The turnaround's pretty good, but PP just left out somewhat to dry. Dies. Skarner, though, very low. Gets a shield. Doinby into the backline, shuffled out. And they lose absolutely everything. Tarzan drives Shanji into a wall. And Tarzan survives. They lose 3. They lose the Herald. And Doinby's flank does not work.
Why did we give the Skarner? It has been banned 100% of LPL games. Skarner strolls in, takes 1 million damage and shrugs it off, gets an ult onto the Ezreal again, and steals the goddamn Herald. This Skarner showing its value already, and NIP are not strong enough to really get to the backline in the way that they want.
The shields from the Bastion are absolutely silly. It's not even like he's got a Fimbulwinter or anything. Huge moment.
Just if we get a replay of this, just watch the value that Skarner gets.
It's insane.
And you can nerf Skarner all you want. This is why I genuinely think Skarner might be the most broken champion we've seen since Season 3 Casted. This champion, it does everything. It goes through walls, it's a tank, it's a damage carry, it initiates, it steals objectives like a motherfucker. This champion is not okay. It's not okay. We'll get the replay of this and just look at the value that Tarzan gets. He walks up, gets some damage down, has a shield. He walks up 1v3, tanks a Leona Zyra combo, still ults the AD carry, lives through everything, and walks out completely fine. What is this champion? Even steals the Herald after this point while Ezreal's still attacking him. This champion is not okay.
Afterwards onto Shanji, like absolutely ridiculous.
It's just not okay. It's just not okay. NIP need like 3-4 items before this champion will be brought back into line. If you get towards Shojin and Cyrildas, maybe that'll work out for Ezreal, but you're not at the item spikes right now, but you can actually kill that guy. And the problem is, if you wait that long, then actually, then the problem is you're going to get the Azir and the Rumble, which are going to do more damage than you anyway. This is an awful time now for NIP. AL got given the S-tier super picks, and they're using them well.
They did. NIP tried to manage it, and it looked like we got one decent skirmish of it. And ever after, Tarzan has been on point. Dragon Stardust would be soul point, and that would be valuable. Mountain Soul this game is a high-value soul for both teams. Skarner with Mountain Soul, saying ain't so. A Leona, Lee Sin, and of course the Udyr, also very valuable. All the while, Doinby claims a tier 1 bot side, so there is that. Dragon started and procced by those plants. True Shot Barrage only catches one. Tarzan into the back a bit. Leaf goes over the wall though to stun onto Doinby, who got hit by the arrow, but that's a lot of tools down. Tarzan goes from flash, gets onto PP, got the hostile takeover after. Is good. Shanji trying his best to be a frontline. Does not match what the Skarner can do in terms of survivability. And Aki is brought down to size as well. It's over. Dragon goes down. Anyone's actually win another fight, and Skarner be Skarnering.
Skarner be Skarnering. Dragon taken by Annua's Legends, so it's not even a soul point for NIP. This is a very, very hard game to come back from now from NIP. As soon as they lost that fight around the Herald, I thought, yeah, this game is not looking great. They were taking some early fights away from the Skarner. Well, don't have that ability now. Every time the AL group up, you have to respect them. Shanks having a great game on the Azir, built up towards the double mask stacking combo, so he gets the increased damage from both the Leandries and the Riftmakers, Haunting Guys, passives. This should be an easy clean sweep now. There's no objective they can't approach. They can approach from so many different angles. Skarner being able to just drive through from unexpected angles. Why does Skarner get like a souped up version of Rek'Sai E with a suppression involved on it? What? Who thought that was a good idea?
It's pretty rough. Shanks also, very nice flash shuffle there at the end of it all, gets a lot of value, and you're now at a point where the damage just isn't there for enough. No. You've got a Lee Sin that's not snowballed, you've got an Ezreal who still needs to get a second item. Yes, the Zyra's at least gotten some farm, but has not completed the Banshees yet. You are at a very significant damage discrepancy right now.
Hope is also maybe the best Ashe remaining in the LPL. I think Ruler contested him for that, obviously, because Ruler's incredible at that. But Hope has always been a great Ashe player. He's 2,000 gold ahead of Leaf. He doesn't have to be the main damage source this game either, but having the extra 2,000 gold in pocket, very, very nice. The fact that Azir doesn't even need to go down to the Atakan as the best objective damage dealer on his team is insults to injury, folks. NIP,
I genuinely don't see how they win this game now.
Very, very tricky. It's a clutch kick on someone key when Skarner's not around.
I don't think that's enough, because the kick, if it's onto Azir, has enough HP to survive that combo. Yeah, we're seeing a trade of Atakan for side lane turret. Flundra's going to even come... this is even a bit of trouble here. He's going to maybe dive into the 1v1. This is a problem.
Kicks out. Where's he going to go? The whole ward hops over. The strike breaker slow. Flashes to the other side. I think Flundra can keep chasing, though. Where's your next ward? Oh! Make sure Duenbe's flash is in vain.
Bullseye from onto Duenbe. It goes down to Hope, that archer we just highlighted earlier. Simple as you like now from anyone's legend. You have yourself the ability to walk in and just take whatever the hell you want. There is no way NIP are able to cut through you.
The Wingborn Storm comes out. And they do at least have decent wave clear still between the Zyra and the empowered Wingborn Storm. And Surreal as well with the 2-shot barrage can do a fair amount of it, but Flundra will claim out this turret in the bot side. Duenbe could not finagle his way out of that one. It does go down.
Why did NIP give Skarner, man? Why did they give it? I don't even care that Zyra's ahead in gold. Skarner's just not a fair champion. You know, even Flundra had a difficult early game because he was dove so much. He's now doing rumble things. AL looks so much more comfortable on a composition that doesn't fall off after, you know, one failed dive in the early game. And now we'll be back to even, and it's series on.
That it is, and the other side of this, right, Shanji, who was ahead in the lane, isn't anymore, and as you were kind of talking about with the Rumble side of it, the other side is Shanji is not tanky into this amount of damage and this amount of anti-tank damage, too. Double Leandri's Riftmaker builds, you don't survive that, Shanji, even with the terrifying and Undying Despair Fimbulwinter combo.
It's just a ton of stuff that outranges and slows you. Shanks could potentially even go for a shuffle here if he wants to. Chooses not to, they'll take the turret. The easy way, Tarzan flies into the wall and flies out.
Be a bit careful here. Still has the ability to impale, though, and Shanji tries to run away, can't. Hostile takeover, Brent's easy follow-up. Toby has teleported in, kicks Tarzan away, and regrets his choices immediately.
It does, and the Atakan is still available for 30 seconds. It's not like there's any risk to that. NIP, they're coming up short now. They can't force anyone's legend to split. Maybe they could take 2v2s or 3v3s in the right situation. Maybe, and even then, that's clutching at straws. Really well played from Flundra to force Duenbe into a choice between very difficult situations. He does get the tower, but now the fact that Duenbe loses the flash for this as the Lee Sin playmaker, even worse. Hope over the shoulder, hits him as a fadeaway.
Not even close, baby. He does that every day of the week.
Could he do it in a cold, rainy night in Stoke?
No. No, of course not. He's not Robin Hood, is he? Hang on.
Who could he?
Flundra, remember, doesn't have the flash. Burned it early. They're going to try and pick this one up. That's not bad, actually. With 25 seconds on the Mountain Dragon. Gets a shield from Kyle. Survives.
Oh, it's so nasty.
Why is Tarzan at nearly no HP? He must have been chucked somewhere else all the while. That's potentially valuable here, coming into a dragon in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened there, actually. That's a really good point.
I think Aki Stranglethorns him, possibly.
Maybe. Aki does have his flashback now. Yeah, I guess we'll maybe see what happened elsewhere. Okay. So this is what happened in the enemy jungle. I guess Atakan just ran out. Yep, they used the full combo onto him. And he's Skarner, baby. He just drives away. Okay, yeah. Skarner Gaming, they try going, oh, the Skarner's low HP, they don't have a frontline anymore. Yeah, but you still don't actually have damage. Aki's used everything. He doesn't have a flash to close the distance. Ezreal's not there. NIP, it's so hard for them to find any platform to fight off. But you know, where's the damage? Every fight has to start with, who's killing the other guy? I don't know who answers that question for NIP.
No.
Maybe leave it like 4 items. If you get the 3 items of the Cerildas, maybe. But that's one person against 3 damage carries on the other side. The Azir can carry a fight, the Ashe can carry a fight, the Rumble can definitely carry a fight too. They get themselves another Mountain Dragon, which is terrifying as hell for a Skarner. NIP, your time window has elapsed.
I'm looking at the other side. Aki has gone towards the Hextech Alternator here. Has decided, look, I can't afford a full Banshees. I need to get more damage. That is telling me he's going Shadow Flame here. Just saying this component is enough. And in fairness, for the fight, assuming you don't have it popped early on, is really, really valuable here. And the Shadow Flame might give you a way of trying to really cut down this Skarner to size, but it's not easy. Especially because obviously Lee Sin gone towards a Strikebreaker Starak. It's not an Eclipse, not a Sundered Sky, it's not that burst build. It's a bit more of a bruisery option. And in fairness to NIP, they've still picked up some turrets. They've done their best to get some of these lanes shoved. Problem is, Baron is up. Dragon was claimed by anyone. So that's like 2 mountain dragons on top of everything else, and they can try and force a fight around this Baron. I think if they give that up, it really is over.
But it's so hard to do anything about this now because Azir on 3 items of the Void Staff. We'll shred this. Leandri is of course getting the extra burn in there. So this is. You don't have a choice but to go up towards this. You don't have the vision control. The ward's going to get them denied that by anyone's legend.
Okay, look at Azir over the wall. Lee Sin's still around. They know that Baron isn't being started, but they have no idea where the Skarner is. There's the handshake. It's onto PP God.
Skarner's on the side. Where's he going?
Onto PP God. Tarzan to the backline. Onto Doomby. Not the best target. PP God, though, likely just going to fall out. The Solar Flare comes on through. Doomby going to be hit by the shuffle. Doesn't get that much value. Will ward hop towards Shanji with that safeguard. Aki jumped on by Flandre, who just flashes out now. Tries to stay alive, but the burn is too much. Leave not doing any damage. Missed the cube from Doomby, so no way into the fight. Ixtal impact into the wall, into a suppression. The Impale stakes the vampire who returns from the dead. Of course, in Doomby to the LPL, and they lose 3, make that 4 members. There's nothing left to be done. Tarzan's just driven into the base. Lee's got nowhere to go. It's game over.
And it is leave stage left. As the Pandas in a classic battle for Pandas take down the Ninjas absolutely easy as you like in game 2. They'll be walking through. However, beyond this point, no Skarner, no Rumble for the rest of the series. This might be something that works out in NIP's favor beyond this, but it definitely didn't for this game.
They tried something, that's for sure. They gave up the Skarner, and it did not work, folks. Skarner got to Skarner all over the game. The Scorpion Sting is just as bad as his bite. This is post-nerf, guys. Oh my days.
Even series 1-1 here in our upper bracket playoff series. Our second of the day. We saw JDG take down TT 3-1 earlier in the day. We will see exactly how many more games we have left on us in this one. So why don't we introduce ourselves as well. Now, I'm actually not going to be here for the next game, but you may as well know who I am. I'm Nymaera. This is my brother, Initialise. We've cast together for a great many years now, and we love casting LPL. This is Fearless Draft. There's a question in chat there from Jamie. Thank you so much for stopping by, folks. Because there is no official LPL stream anymore, we're it now, really, amongst a couple of other projects, and if you're enjoying us, tune back in. Let other people know that we're live. Drop a like, drop a subscribe. It's really cool to know that you're enjoying what we're doing.
We appreciate all the support. Thanks for resub, Katari. I see you in there. Glad to have you all coming along. Please give me a follow if you can. I'm an Initialise casts. I'm also important. So they tell me, on occasion. So you do get that opportunity. It's awesome to kind of throw some support where you can. Again, those subs mean a huge deal to both of us. So if you can make that happen, thank you very much. Doomby is a Rise one-trick player. I don't think that's entirely fair. I think the Lee Sin is something he's prepared into his ear. It didn't work this time. They had the one good Lee Sin play, but that was kind of it. And then Skarner, Tarzan had some really good flash ults, bluntly, so Leave couldn't actually keep the distance, and it proved problematic.
Yeah, the thing which look, this is a best of 5 Fearless, and you're on red side. If you think, look, red side's going to be hard for us later into the series, maybe you do just say, let Skarner Rumble through. Whatever. That means the next time we're on red side, we're in a stronger spot. Now the problem is, it also means that blue side is now weaker too. So I'd assume NIP go on blue side, and now they don't have to, well, rather anyone's legend, don't have to ban Skarner on red side now.
Do NIP pick red?
Maybe.
Without the Skarner as a ban, maybe they just pick red.
Maybe that's the secret source. Now this is reading into a lot of things which we don't have information on. If NIP now choose red side, because they know that Skarner and Rumble are gone, and they can use red side more strong now that there's OPs are through.
And they've got good counter-picked players. I think you could
maybe that changes it.
I wonder whether that's the call.
Yeah, maybe actually the game plan now is you let the OPs through on red side once.
You try something out against it, yeah.
And then on red side after that point, you choose red side, even though blue side is meant to be the more powerful side, and you go for counter-pick. Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's it. I need to start getting
go for it.
Ready for LEC. I need to be the far too, so I'm just gonna get some stuff ready. I can probably join for a bit of the next game, but I probably
no. You've got things to do. That's super fun.
But yeah.
Oh, well, we haven't even seen. We're at least getting 2 more games, which is pretty crazy. I'm gonna have to get some food at some point as well. That's fine. I'll come over here. Hello, guys. I'm stealing this seat for a minute. Also good to see Halo. And now Tarzan can't pick Lee. Yeah, also true.
Doinby only did 4,500 damage this game. Oh no. That Lee Sin counter pick did not work. That's my MVP. Tarzan, again, is not a damage carry. Did what he was supposed to do. Aki, honestly, had a solid enough Zyra game. The Zyra was not the issue this game. The Udyr stopped being tanky. The Ezreal never got to a point where he could deal with everyone else. And bluntly, you just hit a point where, like, you've got Ashe, Azir, Rumble in teamfights. Like, you lose those damage trains nearly whatever. Nearly whatever team comp. There you go. It's very difficult to meet that one. Alright, here's the highlights. I'll keep my camera on because I want to be here. And, like, this was the last really good play from NIP. It's a good kick from Doinby. Sets up a wonderful kill. And then after this, and there was that dive top. There you go. Then the problem is this play happens, and the game goes horribly wrong. Doinby kicks the Rumble in, who just has a flame spread. There's no more damage because Leave can't do anything. He's just like, who do I hit? Who do I do damage to? And thank you very much for the credit on the LEC cast. Thank you, Ruby Spiders. I appreciate that. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Stefan. Appreciate it. I'm not sure literally Skarner open, basically hinting a draft. So again, we tried to theory craft it a bit. So clearly they thought they might be able to manage it with some of this kind of keep away comp. The Lee Sin, the Ezreal, you got the Zyra and Leona to disengage. You know, like, you've got tools to try and prevent Skarner from ever really getting a good angle. It just didn't work. And now theoretically, if NIP want to play for red side, could be valuable. I don't. Says Sam on the main broadcast. Yeah, it was really special to get on the main broadcast. Again, people were ill, so I got the call up, which was really awesome. It'll be Medic and Alex tonight, which should be really cool. It'll be their first cast together, so I'm hoping that goes really well. Oh. This is the LPL podcast in my work today. Really enjoyed it and love the idea of the Fraud Wall. Yeah, it's a fun one. There's an LPL only podcast with 2 dedicated missions. Thank you very much. Again, like the other person I'll shout out, or the other podcast I'll shout out, is Making the Rounds, which Emily Rand and Kelsey Moser do, which is really cool. And that's always really, really awesome. So I highly recommend that one. If you want another kind of LPL-ish, I know they kind of do a bit more than that. We wanted to make sure this was an LPL-specific podcast, because we're covering all the games. You know it's going to be here. You know what it's going to be about. Good value. And a shock to no one, Tarzan's the MVP, gets Skarner for the first time in LPL, and possibly the last. Oh boy. Yeah, just a quick heads up, because Amber's having this conversation as well. We don't mind you asking questions about the game in chat. That's not a problem. Don't care too much about that. That's super fine, especially if you're new to the game or whatever. That's fantastic. We love to answer questions on that front. But basically, we don't want outright betting chat, because it kind of like clogs up the chat. It's not necessarily what everyone else is here for in the vibes. That said, if you want to ask questions about the game, get advice, that's super fine. If you use that to do other stuff, by all means, have fun with that. We're not here to stop you on that one. It's just we want to try and keep a little bit of a distance and try and keep it gameplay focused if we can, guys. So don't stress on that one. Suggestions for the Fraud Ball? Kanavian 369. Ooh, okay. Casting for 5 hours. Yeah, I do need to get some food. That's actually very true. I'll do that in the break. I've got some very lovely honey glazed pork and chicken with a load of vegetables. Some for bot lane, which is very, very good. Yeah, and again, if you fight with the mods, mates, it's not going to go well.
But yes, I should go eat. That's very true. Keep the good works. Exactly. Are you going to keep the stream up for the whole series? Yes, we are. Like, again, it's like, why antagonize the mods? That's just a foolish mistake, guys. You have made a grievous error of judgment. Right, let us run some ads. So I may get value for this one. We are 7 hours deep into this stream. Well, okay, 6 hours 40. So I need to get some food. So I'm going to quickly put some food in the microwave. So I've got something for the next game. Because otherwise I think I will keel over and die. And that would be sad for all involved. And don't you say otherwise. And we'll be right back in short order. I think NIP come back here big. Yeah, well, we'll see what the plan is. We suspect possibly a red side option for NIP.
Yeah, that's the only way the Scar makes sense to me, honestly.
Yeah, because again, like I don't mind the attempted risky draft with the game in hand as well.
Right, okay, folks. I'm just gonna turn cameras off, and you guys can just chill there for a little bit. If you have questions, of course, keep hanging out in chat, and we will. Yeah. Make things work. Not sure why they would leave Scanner open. I don't know whether Sam answered this before, but we actually wonder whether it's, oh, once Scanner is gone in Fearless Draft, red side is strong and NIP can play on red side without Scanner. That might be the answer. I'm not saying it's a good answer, but it might be the answer. Did Doingo cook? His Rise was exceptional, his Lee Sin mid was less so. It was less so, folks, sadly this time. Destroyer, thank you so much for the sub as well. Also, I saw Katari as well. Thank you so much for the subs, folks. I appreciate it. And of course, if you're watching over in Onivia as well, please drop some likes and stuff to the channel there too. I believe the YouTube membership is also available there too, so you can skip ads. So yeah, drop that. We'll be streaming here for as much of LPL as we can. We've covered everything here so far, basically. And we might have missed like the on Onivia we don't have the full backlog. On our channel, I think we did everything but the first couple of days of games. We've done a bunch of them though, and we hope you're enjoying our coverage of it. Yeah, don't know if I can stick around for the next game. I think I can't risk it really. Do you guys have an LPL podcast? We do now. We had our first episode of our new podcast yesterday. You can find it on Nymaera on YouTube. It's called LPL Recap, where we talk about what we try to do is suggest the best games to watch from the last week if you don't have time to watch all of them, and then also place some players onto the fraud wall, which is definitely taken from Top Gear's cool wall, where we rate people from hero down to fraud. This is hero, safe, where they're kind of just in the middle of things, on Fraud Watch, or they're just a fraud. So we'll put up players there, and if you have players you want to be put onto the fraud wall, you come while we're streaming it live or in the comments of our previous videos and leave them there, and we'll take some of the more popular ones and we'll put them onto the fraud wall. So for instance, we haven't put players like On or The Shy on there yet, because we know that people are going to vote for them. So you go have your say, and we'll put on, 3-4 players each week, and we can move some players around as well. If you disagree with their placing, we can open that again. Unsubscribing if you put Gala as fraud. I am so sorry, Hilo. That name has not come up yet, but we'll see how playoffs go. I wasn't impressed by his Worlds. His regular season was good, but I don't know, man. He has the potential to flop. We shall see. I'll take that under advisement.
Okay, right. Into game 3 soon. I need to start gathering up some stuff, don't I? I need to do that. Okay, folks, sit tight for a little bit, and how many assists does DMB have? Depends on what game you're asking for. You can scroll back in the video if you want to know more on that point. So yeah, because luckily you, Sean, are watching on YouTube, you can scroll back and have a look. Right, so now we see what NFP do. I don't know which side they've chosen actually, so we'll see that. If they choose blue side, I don't understand the Skarner thing at all, really. Okay.
Bought myself sustenance. I've been on air for 7 hours.
Cool. Right, let me just get out first. So I've got to start gathering stuff up.
That's super fine. That's super fine, dude. You've got other priorities right now. That's super fine. Wonderful. I have blessed honey glazed substances.
Makes it sound less appetizing.
Edible. Thanks. Patricia.
Wow, you're really taking honey glazed substances on air, huh?
No further comment. I'm always eating substances personally. Very happy. Great joy is mine. Right, let me put this over here. There we go. Stay away from the mic as well. I'm hoping you guys can't hear this. That'd be really more embarrassing. I could, but then I wanted to keep talking to people. Just, you know. Whee! It's amazing what a little Chinese rice wine will do to add flavour to things. I always use passion fruit juice rather than apple juice when I was doing the marinade for this. Oh, we're about to get into game, are we? Oh, that's fine. I'll probably eat some more before I have to talk. Oh. Man and self-taser with some science behind it. It is time for us to consider switching the cameras off, because draft, it seems, is about to start. Shanji getting a little bit of a note there from the referee. Our VIP seats. Those are very comfy looking seats.
They're basically cinema seats. Okay, folks. Yeah, I'll stick around for draft of this game, and then I have to leave to go do LEC, which is very, very exciting. But it does also mean I can't be here for the rest of the series. I've been able to do 4 and a bit of the games.
Do I just set up a prediction?
I can do that, don't worry about it. And we see, well, we'll have to see which sides people are on as well. And I guess we wait for that one. Well, whatever, this is fine. Alright, predictions up in Twitch chat. I think there's prediction up in Onivia's channel as well.
So, did NIP choose red?
I don't know. My worry is they didn't. I wonder if I've over-mind gamed it for them. Maybe they just don't want Skarner up in general, but I just don't understand it if they don't do that.
Not like they had a potential. I suppose it might be one of the ones that we're on red side. Let's see if we can.
Just why would you let the Rumble and the Skarner? Unless you think that they could play Rumble and Skarner in different comps and they're both powerful. We shall see. Into the draft for game 3. All square here. And NIP are on blue side.
Okay.
So, it's not what we assumed before. Suddenly, no Rumble or Skarner bans needed on red side. Taken away, and AL used them for a very powerful victory. You can see immediately, these bans on red side, the Pantheon in the center, are very different to what you normally have. I think red side's value just shot up because of the Skarner and the Rumble being gone.
I assume maybe NIP still think there's a lot of blue side first pick they really value here. See what they can get value out of it. Again, I don't mind trying the risky red side draft if you're going to lose it anyway.
Yeah.
But it just means for the extended series, it can be a bit tricky, especially if you don't have to consider it again because it's fearless. But first pick Aurora gets through. Derby's Aurora in particular has been really exceptional.
Also if you pick this Cassante, Aurora is good into Cassante too, so you can do either of those things. Hope picks up the Kai'Sa, of course. Kai'Sa is just the LPL AD carry of choice. Everyone loves this pick here in the LPL. NIP, you've just given over a couple of really good picks yourself. This is a bit more kind of tier list for tier list trading. But without that threat of Skarner, with the possibility of counter picks coming in from AL, I don't know. I feel like blue side feels a lot weaker this time.
Aki's Wukong, even though he's struggling a lot last year, he's still a serious threat.
Yeah, for sure. Aki's Wukong's always been one of his best champions. I think of his Vi, Viego, and his Wukong. He did win with the Viego in game 1. Poppy locked in for Shanji, which does, I mean, it can technically go down towards PP God. That's completely fine. In fact, it's very good into a lot of bot lane matchups, but until we know what the support matchup is for Kyle, no sense locking that into either role. Of course, there's also a notable Cassante answer. I'm not going to say counter, but Poppy can do very well into Cassante because he has, you know, a bunch of dashes, which is...
Can't anymore if you press W.
Well, yeah, and you get to do the extra damage against him as well. Bit differing team composition now, though, because the Victor and the Kai'Sa do like to play a little bit differently, and if the Kai'Sa goes towards the poke build, it's double AP. Especially if Poppy goes tank and goes into gets a bit of MR, it can be quite difficult to cut through that. So, AL, powerful champions, not necessarily sure they're all on the same page currently, because the Victor and the Kai'Sa just play very differently.
Yeah, again, they're both good in team fights, but in different ways. And we just to see how it all pairs out, because it could just be that the Kai'Sa will have another dive buddy and the Victor can play backline. It's all okay, but we'll see.
Brandon Furlow in Onivia's chat saying Poppy's too squishy. I hate this. There's definitely a world in which that can happen. I think Poppy support, absolutely. Poppy jungle, yes too. If it's Poppy top lane, Poppy does get pretty damn tanky. So it's better, but I definitely accept that point, especially against Victor. Victor is such a good tank killer, and the problem with Poppy into Victor, doesn't have dashes. He gets his Q onto you, gets the shield, and he has to run away a lot. Which is, yeah, bit of an issue.
Double Bruiser engaged junglers in the Xin Zhao and the Vigon. Again, that's often the answer into the Wukong. Lee Sin's not pickable, so that's just a hover. They're all fun picks. We just see what the exact option
Please do not pick the Jarvan into the Poppy to give them more terrain.
Be awful. Yeah.
Well, okay, this is one of the other picks we've seen around Fearless. If you want an early damage jungler, an early ganking jungler, but your Xin Zhao, your Lee Sin, your Viego, stuff like the Wukong gone, Volibear's not a bad extra pick. Very good at diving, very good at obviously tower diving with the ultimate, but Volibear has very strong level 3, can contest in early damage and early fights.
So what now do you want mid? Small is being hovered, has been a bit of a mid lane renaissance this year. People picked it into scaling options. You just match the scaling.
This would mean it would be Poppy's. Well, no, it could be the Poppy. It could be the Smolder ADC actually. And Leave is a big Smolder AD carry player.
Maybe you think, okay, Poppy Smolder is good defensively, now you can pick top lane instead. Now, it depends where this Poppy's going. This Poppy can still go support, can still go top lane. Either of them, I think, are fine. Poppy's good defensively with the Smolder. If you go for the... I think I prefer the Braum. I think I prefer just... yeah, I think someone like Braum stops the dive coming towards you. Even if Victor can be very good against it, I think you just want something to give the Smolder a bit more protection now, I think.
Hovering the Bard. We'll see whether it's actually locked in. PP God, obviously a bit of a specialist on this champion. Back when he first debuted in the league, on V5 even at that time.
Does anyone else dislike the music in the background? I can change it if you'd like. It is just a random one, which is copyright free, so we can do that as we go on to something else. Sure, I hope that helps you a little bit more. Thank you for bringing that up. We appreciate it. Blitzcrank for Kyle.
Okay.
That is a very different scenario. Suddenly now, you hang around as the Bard or the Smolder, you get one hook onto you, or Volibear Flash cues you, you're just completely dragged out of that. Things change massively beyond that point. Anyone's Legend. I don't think their composition does the same thing, necessarily. Whereas I think NIP, they can play a little bit more to just kind of huddle around the Smolder, but that Blitzcrank can really be the X factor for AL.
And for whatever reason, Leave is the one hit by that hook. Don't is the one hit by that hook. It's very sad.
Well, folks, I have things to attend to, so I'll be around in the background just a little bit. But Sam will be left with you for solo for the rest of the day, as he was earlier in the day as well. Thank you so much, Sam, for helping us cover the LPL here. And it's always good to hear your voice and your thoughts. So I'm very much been appreciating your expertise on the issue. You are now one of the foremost LPL experts in the world, Sam.
Which is kind of wild to think.
You have cast hundreds of LPL games, and this
crazy.
one in the upper bracket could be oh so important between NIP and Anyone's Legend. I'm going to peace out, and I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Well, there you go. Nymaera has another league to cover. He'll be switching continents over to Europe this evening. You can catch him in a bit of the LEC pre-show. Got a fun bit of content coming that way. Do pay attention to the pre-show if you can. And then obviously the cast as well. Oh, I do need to do that. Thank you very much. I forgot about that one. Let's go switch one. I need to do that, and then we need to go and unmute the stream instead as we get ready to load onto the Rift. NIP chose to let Skarner through in game 2. They had the game in hand. You can understand perhaps a little bit of the thought process in terms of trying to deal with that, but the crowd's got some stuff to say before we continue that thought. I didn't hit pause on the Spotify quite everything. That feels like an unusual Summoner's Rift song. It's because it wasn't a Summoner's Rift song. It was Zombie Slayer Jinx, which is a cool song, but not the Rift. Gave the Gyos a bit more ominous nature. Stressful game. So, are we going to see a lane swap? Are we going to see an early invade? Blitzcrank, notoriously a bit of an early game cheese champion. It's kind of interesting because one of the kind of things that came out of the Riot stats a couple years ago is the West's thoughts on Yuumi pre-rework were mirrored by a lot of the Eastern region's thoughts on Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is considered the most annoying, the most flippy, the most unfun champion in the game. It's permanently banned. People hate playing against this champion. It is China and Korea's Yuumi. That's the deal. And some of the sport players that have it kind of have it as a back pocket thing because it can really mess up what is considered standing laning trades. We're not quite sure what the Smolder runes are. Might be Conqueror. I didn't quite catch it, honestly. If there was a hover on it, I didn't see it. Fleet is a probable reason, I agree. Alex considering that one in the background. And I concur. Just saw a question in chat. And the honest answer was, I didn't see. So, who knows? See whether we see the heal from autoing. Good little super Scorcher Breath. Electrocute from PP God means that actually the Bard early on can still trade into the Blitzcrank really, really heavily, especially if you just don't get a good hook. You just end up losing the extended trades because Bard is very obnoxious in league with those Meep-empowered autos. You put people to sleep. It is Conqueror. There you go. So going towards a bit more of a higher damage uptime. A little less safety though. Uh-oh. Am I going to need to refresh the stream? Oh, no, we're good. Make sure that everything's still synced. I think it's a little... I think we might be a little bit desync with the audio. I was going to go refresh the stream because I think that just desynced the audio, which is very annoying. 1 second, guys. Let me refresh that.
That's a bit better. I think that felt a little bit off. And thank you, Chimchar, for confirming it is indeed the Conqueror. Well, well, well. We find ourselves in standard lanes for, I think, the first time this series. People have been moving all over the place. I've been through quite a lot of games today, and my brain is foggy enough that I might just be misremembering. But it feels like the first time we've seen standard lanes. There's not seen a Blitzcrank hook on screen as yet. Ah, Tarzan and Aki find each other. Tarzan, though, will go thundering, smashing through the clone, and Aki forced to earn a heal from PP God, but the double cosmic binding back really hurts. Kyle can look for a hook. Big Achu across, Kyle put in danger. They get the hook on to leave! Oh no! Kyle flashes out, and the little dragon is put in the dirt. Dragon slaying, and they keep on fighting. Aki's about to go down, goes Nimbus striking back, and they get two! Hope about to fall, a final auto might do it, come through it, get a flash auto forwards! It's the PP God of your dreams, head to church, it's not quite Saturday, but it is Sabbath for the bot lane. PP God leave TPs back in, and somehow NIP go 3 for 2. I don't really know what to say about that. I think we just lost every summoner available. I think... Right, so Aki face checks Tarzan, who goes straight through the clone into the Sky Splitter and the Thundering Smash. It's really ugly. The heal buys some time, and Aki gets to run away. The double Cosmic Binding makes them think they can play it. The problem is here in a second, Lever's the one that is hooked behind PP God. The Dragon dies and thinking, oh boy, 3v2, Kyle had to flash out. And actually the problem is the Blitzcrank now doesn't have any stats remaining, and Hope had to flash out, and then Aki gets huge value on the Nimbus strike backing into the crushing strike. And what looked like a really easy cleanup was well buffered by Aki, who got to basically get a second round of cooldowns. You still get 2 assists on the Smolder, you still get to teleport back to lane, you've got a Cull, slight lead to the Kai'Sa, but it's not that big a deal. And on the other side of this, Bard, you're actually getting ahead of the curve, can be really valuable for this champion. You can start roaming around, really, really obnoxious, and Wukong, again, not supposed to be value until 6. Goes back, picks up a Sheen, is ahead of gold of this Volibear early. That's not bad news. Not a huge lead as yet, but NIP with a better early game, it's a close run thing, and everybody summoners blown. And Blitzcrank can definitely punish that. Tarzan is going to find PP God, who walks alongside it. Thundering Smash into the Sky Splitter comes down, nicely timed. Will just magical journey through the portal and backs out. Takes a bit of damage, but that's about it. So, next portal call. Grub spawning. Have spawn. And of course, with the fact that Aki went the other direction, thought it might be a little bit late, but between worlds happens. Hope is in danger. Big hook though onto PP God, and Kai'Sa picks up another kill. Can't quite get the E to secure Hope. The weirding not quite enough. The problem is, of course, that Hope is very, very low. Tarzan not having a lot of fun either. Kyle, though, without that wave clear, could still be in a threat. So I think, despite losing the kill, NIP still get grubs. The problem is, though, that AL just say, look, we're just going to go to the other side. We'll pick up a Hex Dragon instead. Shanks gets a plate. Kind of ends up being probably favored for anyone's legend, who now get a gold lead themselves. Leaf will try and trade out for a turret himself, and again, doesn't necessarily care that much if Kyle gets a hook, because he can just flap away afterwards. Nice binding into the wall, into the sneeze. Ends up being a trade of the objectives. It's just the extra kill that kind of comes on through, especially because topside Doinby gets some plates top. So it all ends up being a bit of a wash. Additional kill, of course, is still nice though. And Hope being the one that picks it up is great news. Shanji should get a plate here. Gets it, backs away. Flandre got level 6. Doesn't want to go all out though. We kind of take a bit of a breather for a second. Very, very high action early play towards that bot side, and then we get a second to breathe just for a moment. Blood for the blood god, says Amber in chat. Yeah, exactly. Flandre trading up with Shanji. we wonder whether this top lane matchup might be a bit more interesting. This has probably been our least interactive laning phase for the top laners. They're much more about those bot lanes. Bard and Blitzcrank coming in. Specialties of PP God and Kyle. Understandable why the attention's gone down there. Static Shiv for the Kai'Sa. If this goes into the Essence Reaver, expect a Shadow Flame third that converts this into the new age AP Kai'Sa build that is really, really obnoxious because your passive then crits. Leave gets hooked, gets knocked up, tries to get over the wall, summons Mum for the heal and gets out to safety. The Ignite did come on down, and Tarzan with the level 6. Leave walks into the Sky Splitter. That was silly. Has still got a couple hot chocolates to heat him right back up and should be okay with the pot in inventory as well to heal himself back up. Another healing shrine goes down. We'll be waiting a second for that marshmallow to be added. And Leaf picks up the additional heal, and that little bit of sustain gives Leaf some value here. Of course, we'll have teleport up pretty shortly, so he should be able to rejoin if he needs to reset. Anyway, I think he would like to stick around and try and cash in this cull before the reset comes through, especially because there's still a little while before the next set of objectives. So theoretically, I think Leaf wants to stick in lane if he can and hold on to that TP for as long as possible. Might give a play over to Hope and Kyle, though, which is nice value. Sneezes on the wave. Hook misses and hits a minion instead. And Leaf now going to take the opportunity to reset anyway. Huge value from the Blitz. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. Has hit a few very important hooks. Is it enough, though? Because the problem is the Blitzcrank hasn't gotten kills unanswered. It's 3-3 in kills, and that's the really frustrating part. It's not been kills for free. With what Blitzcrank wants, he wants a hook that leads into a pick that's all that there's no response to, and that's not really happened. Other side of this actually is Shank's been farming very well on this victory. The Aurora a little behind. Sometimes happens with Aurora into matchups where you get a little outranged. So they've also been forced to leave mid lane and switch out a little earlier than I think they were hoping for. So that's dropped about a wave or so to Shanks on this Victor, who is scaling up just fine. Shanji will claim another plate topside. On this Poppy, off to the races, going towards what looks to be a Sunfire and probably the Fimble Winter after. So no Sundered Sky, no upfront burst, just going pure tank on this Poppy, which I think makes sense in this game. Oh, that's not bad. PP got it, maybe in danger afterwards. Gets away though. Mum is summoned. Kyle goes over the wall, but there is Tarzan. PP God trying to heal up. Finally goes down the frenzied walls. And the Static Shift doing a lot of work, but now Doinby on the other side. Jumps onto Tarzan, who will ult away. They don't have quite have enough follow-up. Turnaround now as a flash for the Thundering Smash comes on through. I don't know whether Tarzan needed to do that. Got a bit baited in there. Shanks now throws down the Hex Storm. The Arcane Storm, I apologize. Shanji and Flandre trading one out. And Shanji gets a buckler shield. No, he doesn't. He just hits him with the buckler. The buckler flies into an awkward location. And the hook leads to a kill. And it goes towards this Kai'Sa, which is great news. Hope has been getting a lot of these kicks, and that's a big, big deal. Kills, I apologize, not kicks. In a great deal right now. Still, game remains even up. One grub did go the way of NIP nonetheless. They get to come back. Tarzan, remember, no flash, no ult, no real way to play out this fight in a clean way. Should lead to this one being a... Ooh, Void Seeker goes wide, so that should be an easy reset for Leave. Doinby hops forward across the Veil into the Weirding. Knock Shanks away. They've just taken the grubs. They can force a teleport out, so they don't get even more plates topside. And Shanks can just begin to meander towards his bot lane and pick up the wave there. Why is Doinby playing a normal mid laner? He has actually put a lot of time into Aurora this split. He's been a very good Aurora too. So it's definitely been a bit of a Doinby special.
tends to go for this Ludens into Shadow Flame build we see a lot of now, rather than the Malignance build that used to be super favored. What this basically means is you W forwards, you'll go across the Veil, and you EQ, and effectively you shotgun blast a squishy. It is ridiculous with Ludens. Flandre now needs to be a bit aware. Naki can come and try and be as obnoxious as possible. W comes on forwards. Crushing blow. Decent chunk. Will Warrior Trickster away. And just delay that reset just a touch. So, 6 scrubs to NIP, 2 dragons to anyone's legend. I'm going to try and interrupt this. No, they're not. Of course, the thing is, they really want to play for this turret, and because Flandre had to reset again, things are in a difficult position. Tarzan's around, has ult. Blitzcrank roaming up as well for Kyle, and of course, Kai'Sa would be in range to ult to follow up. In relatively short order. Not at level of rank 2 of that ultimate yet, so still not the longest range. But you can see that's what the Kai'Sa wants to do. Can start to leave that mid lane to follow up on the Blitzcrank, follow up on the Volley Bear, and just ult to follow, which can be really good news. Shanji, though, takes the opportunity to do a bit of proxy farming. And the game remains relatively even here, all things said and done. A few hundred gold lead for NIP, but again, the scaling is somewhat even. The difficulty, I think, here is going to be the fact that you've gone for the Blitzcrank, and you found some good picks and donated them onto Hope, and that's great news. It hasn't blown the game wide open, though. And the Cull cash in on leave has kept it within 1,000 gold. It's not that big of a discrepancy, and you do scale very well this game. With an Aurora and a Smolder. Wukong as well. Scales better than that Volley Bear. Sure, your mid-game spike from anyone's action is going to be great, but you need this Blitzcrank, you need this Volley Bear to start getting more value soon over the next 5 minutes, or I think NIP, from their jungle support specifically, should start to find more value again. Flandre. Oh, Doenby. I'm not sure you want to face check that. We'll get hit by an Turf strike, but Flandre won't go any further forwards. Weirding comes on through, and again, it's an armor build. It's the Iceborne Gauntlet. So no real resists to Doenby's shotgun. Shanji hit with the Arcane Storm, forced away from the wave. They really want to play for top turret. PP God will find Tarzan, who Sky Splitters to scout out the bush. First turret would secure Feat of Strength for anyone's legend. Dragon not spawning for a couple minutes. Around the Scuttle Crab, and Aki just smites it away. Crushing blow on top of that smite. Timed up well enough. Shanks. Heroic charge. And again, the thing is, we had this conversation in draft. There is no dash to interrupt, and Shanks can just sort of Q, shield, run away. And Poppy doesn't exactly have that much fun in that, especially when, again, she's built for the topside matchup. That's an armor build with the Sunfire. Fimbulwinter would be nice for getting you some more value out of your shield and your CC, and that's great, but it's a long way off MR. That means for now, the Victor, even at just an Archangel Staff, not even a Seraph, was doing quite a lot of work. It's just picked up a Haunting, guys. Will begin to hurt a little bit more. Herald spawned. This would be the objective Feat of Strength. I don't think we're going to see a contest here from NIP. They're going to give this one up. They're going to play instead for that bot side turret. Doenby should secure that with 6 grubs. Damage is done. They know where their bread is buttered, and it's around turret destruction. That gets them the overall Feat of Strength with that first turret going down. So, gold lead, expanding just a touch for NIP off the back of getting that first turret, and that's great news. And Doenby gets that needlessly large rod again, will likely be going Shadow Flame second. It is the go-to. Dragon spawning in 44. I feel like NIP feel like they can probably play this. The only thing is, Kai'Sa just hit a second item, and that's a really big deal. Static Shift plus Rage Blade. Decent amount of work. It's not going to be the Essence Reaver. Might still be Shadow Flame third, but this is a little bit more of your standard Kai'Sa mixed damage build. Should be able to get all upgrades if you get a bit more AD in here. You can go Nash's, I think, third, if I remember correctly. And you end up getting all 3 upgrades with this build. Get a nice mix of damage. Can sort of go Void Staff fourth and begin to do a lot of poke damage later on. It's just not the into squishies. I have Shadow Flame and crit with my passive build, which is kind of silly. Still, it's going to be anyone's legend with a lot of control wards and a Blitzcrank. It's be able to take command of the river. The Tempered Fate goes wide, but Shanks is forced to step into an awkward spot for it. Flash away. Out comes Mum, who is swiftly ignored. Karens are ignored by anyone's legend. They are a bit too chatty. That one, Doomby has to flash out of the pit. He's been trading with Flandre. Kyle has to flash in trade. Big hook onto Shanji. The Keeper's Verdict goes wide into the backline, though. Shanks goes down because Between Worlds gets a value. PP Gold gets traded. Into the backline goes Hope, though, who still have the killer instinct. Anyone's legend are just team fighting better. Hope picks their moment and absolutely slits the throat of multiple members of NIP. I thought Shanks going down could be a moment there for the side of NIP, and instead Anyone's Legend have an AD carry who now picks up 2 kills off the back end of this. Hoo boy, 5-1 on 2 Kai'Sa. There's a Herald in mid lane. The game just exploded for Anyone's Legend. I hate to see a replay, because Doomby starts this play by going into the pit, immediately having to flash out because Flandre is in there, doesn't get a good flank angle, tries to get a Between Worlds, and they do kill off Shanks, but it costs them so much HP bar. Flandre has a flank, takes out PP God, and then Hope, with all the CC down, with the Keeper's Verdict missing from Shanji, has their moment to press R. There's nothing to block him anymore, and we'll see it now. Because it starts on the bottom of your screen, Doomby just flashed out. And Shanji gets hooked, you think that's probably not the best target. And Aki sees, right, just go in there, right? Cyclone this. And they get onto Shanks afterwards, the Between Worlds comes on through, Doomby hops forward, they get the kill on the victory, thinking, great, we can play this. And then Hope finds the angle. Tarzan, despite flashing out, gets to keep going forward. You'll get a second cooldown from Kyle. That does go wide, unfortunately. But you know what? Tarzan ulting out, stays alive, gets to re-engage. Aki didn't get as much value as they're hoping. Yes, you killed Shanks, but they don't threaten Hope. They cost a lot of HP bars to do it. And your front line melts, and suddenly it's a lot harder. Now, 2,500 gold lead to Anyone's Legend. A Kai'Sa that is 2,500, the gold lead ahead. You have to kill this Kai'Sa, or it is going to be very, very difficult. Again, you've got Smolder, who is scaling. Will have it for the sole fight, likely. But that is soul point for Anyone's Legend. That is a big gold lead. The Victor's doing just fine as well. Hit 2 items. You are in a just fine position here as Anyone's Legend. Hell, it's more than just fine. This turret should just die to the minions. And does so. 6 scrubs. Help set that one up, and the minions finish the job. So, Atakan now up. 3 minutes till Dragon. What do Anyone's Legend want to do? They've now got a solid statistical chance of winning this game, and I don't blame people for thinking it's soul point. Very valuable. Huge amounts of gold onto the Kai'Sa. This is really, really good news. You don't have a second item quite done for Doomby, and that's potentially a big deal. You have got the Essence Reaver done for Leave at least, so at this point the Smolder can stay on the map and just look to trade out as often as they can, use as much mana as they can, cycle through abilities, and try and get towards that critical 225 stacks. Should have that for soul fight. I know someone about that was chatting in chat about that. Big deal. So, how do we deal with this Kai'Sa who just picked up a 3rd item? Nash's 2. So I think at this point that's all 3 ability upgrades. That should be enough moves, attack speed to get your supercharger upgrade. Should be enough AP to get your Void Secret upgrade. You might need an additional amplifying tome. I can't quite remember the breakpoints anymore. Mum used to scout. You'll see that Anyone's Legend, we're setting up but not starting Atakan. You've also now got to deal with the fact that Blitzcrank is the one in control of the river. And that's what Blitzcrank loves. He loves vision denial. He wants to play with information, be hooking where people do not know where you are. You know where this Blitzcrank could be anywhere in a huge range of areas. Runs out from the Atakan. Tarzan goes stabbing on forward as well. And a game that was even, very much isn't anymore, especially because, as we said, like, this whole area is just dark. It's just very, very dark. And this Kai'Sa isn't going to get any weaker anytime soon. This is a huge, huge build. Probably Void Staff 4th with this build. Tends to be the option. It's just really good because Kai'Sa, what she wants is pen. AP values are nice, but really she gets most of her damage from her passive. That is Atakan aggroed, not started. And Aki feels like he can't leave bot lane. He's waiting around in that alcove to see if someone is bold enough to overstep down. But it means he's not farming. It means he kind of feels like he's got to play a little bit risky. Has gone out from under that alcove. I think he's going to clear up this wave now and over NIP go. There's a minute until Dragon. They'll be the ones setting up around it. Clearing out vision. Kyle is around, so is down another control ward. And again, Ocean Rift with wards everywhere. Very difficult if you lose vision. So many dark spots, so many bushes to hide in. There's a couple wards there. That's actually pretty significant. There's a second control ward down. Kyle going to try and defend this one a bit more aggressively. Shanji not the best target. Does get jumped on. The gravity field does a lot of work. Tarzan eats a big chunk. PP God gets a stun. TP comes on through. And Shanji has got teleport. Maybe forced to burn it. Anyone's Legend managed to wrestle. They back into control. Void Seeker interrupts Shanji reset. Look at where the control wards are for the side of Anyone's Legend. 1, 2, 3. This whole quadrant is really, really annoying now to deal with. Mom is summoned. They're teleporting in on this. Okay, Shanji into the backline, gets a charge. Remember, they've got the execute now on Smolder. Flandre tries to get out to safety. Huge Tempered Fate. The redemption doesn't get a big value. They're hoping not quite enough rage for the execute between worlds. Doesn't get the kill either. Flandre can look to teleport back in. And NIP threw everything in the kitchen sink and get no one. Arcane Storm burned. That's about it as far as the ultimates on the other side. Mom, Tempered Fate, between worlds, nothing works. And the HP bars are significantly worse. Ocean Dragon's up. I think Anyone's Legend. It's their fight to lose. NIP are going to have to play this one with 2 of their health bars at half HP. Shanji about to have that Cassante coming for the flank angle. It's going to be dicey. Into the back line. Aki tries to get onto Hope. Forces a knock-up. Hasn't been able to ult freely. Cyclone Part 2 is decent, but Kai'Sa still gets 2. Shanji into the backline, tries to Hope, just does not give a damn. A triple kill to the Kai'Sa, whose killer instinct is pure lethality this game. Soul secured. Anyone's Legend are surely winning game 3.
And it came in episode 3, but make no mistake, this episode is a new hope. 8-1-3. The old LPL Championship AD carry has really come alive here. I'll leave again.
There you go. He had a great Star Wars sign. I shouldn't have doubted him. There he goes in. That's no moon. It's just a battle station in the form of a Kai'Sa. I don't know where. It's your X-Wing squadron. You've got to find some way to deal with this absolutely ungodly strong Kai'Sa. Yeah. Aki tries. He really does.
He does, but it's at this point in the game, you don't have the gold to try and punish a Kai'Sa diving into you, because they don't have to dive into you. They have the range, they have the Blitzcrank hook, and as soon as that hook lands, it all falls apart. You need a perfect team fight from NIP, and this is far from it.
Yeah, and this is after, again, they had half their health bars popped on their front line. They tried to make the big play in that bot lane, don't get any kills. Really, really problematic. Flandre was their main target. Got to escape, got to teleport out. Tempered Fate, despite catching 3, wasn't followed up from. Atakan still not taken. I just don't think it saves you this game. Again, you have still got Smolder. You have still got scaling. It is an angle. It is something. You do have phenomenal scaling. Hang on. Hook goes through after Tempered Fate. They're going to try and pick up the Blitzcrank, but again, they just can't get it. And Shanji, wall charges to the wall. That's a bit of a bold one. Kyle went through the wall, will likely die here, does so. Smolder summoned. They get up, pick off Shanji. Taken low, but not down. Has a healing shrine to pick themselves back up. Doesn't have a teleport, but can look to reset regardless. They've got the man advantage for 30 seconds. You still have got damage. You do have that for NIP. The problem, of course, is until the Kai'Sa is dead, life is hard. Baron was taking the back end of his Tarzan, looking for Aki. We'll have a Warrior Trickster, not yet used. Flandre goes in, gets interrupted on the W, had to flash away, because there is an option to execute. This Cassante, even with the Ocean Soul trying to burn down, does go down. They've got onto Hope. Hope burns as well. They've got 3. Atakan now unavailable. Tarzan, he's trying to get a lot of value. Big stun from PP, got onto the wall. Shanks is shanked. Knifed at the back. The Zhonya's buys some time. It will not save his life. On the other side, Shanji throws down the Steadfast Presence. NOP are low, but they get 4 into Ocean Soul. That's what they wanted in the last play, but they break the Baron. They do it into Ocean Soul. They'll get Atakan. I don't know whether it saves them the game, but it is an objective bounty, and that is still the danger this team offers. If Leave gets the executes rolling, Hope has a much harder time. It starts with Flandre's W being interrupted. It starts before this with the fact the Blitzcrank is out of the equation, and Hope at this point is not the same when running away, when the front line is already dead, when there is no disruption. You can still pop this Kai'Sa. Ocean Soul only matters if you get chance to heal. It doesn't matter if you are being exploded in a second flat. And they get 4. Huge moment. That goal discrepancy suddenly going right back to manageable. They've got withdrawals. They can look to trade a bit forward. Tempered Fate onto multiple members. Where's the angle for Hope? Looking to get some angles in. Kyle gets executed. The Blitzcrank dying. Sequentially now. A lot harder. Still got withdrawals to up. If they get the mid lane tier 1 and the gold, they're only 1,000 apart. There is, of course, still the issue of the Ocean Soul. It is a long-lasting buff. It will be a difficult buff, but if there was going to be a comp that manages it, Burst to Aurora, a fed Wukong, and a scaled Smolder would be one of your better options. Flandre shoved into a wall. Mum comes flying on through and will surely burn out again. Doumbé goes across the veil one more time. Doumbé will now be forced to withdraw. Aki into the backline, looking to get some more threat. Trying to clear out the turrets, and they do so. Tarzan goes flying on forwards, but Smolder's still untouched. Hope nearly burning out, doesn't quite. They will get some withdrawals, and PP God and Shanty now try to back away. They get multiple kills. They do have Shanty into the backline. Flash! And the heroic charge does the work onto Hope. There is no keeper's verdict required. The judgment, though, is death on Kai'Sa. 3 for 4, but the 4 were withdrawals. You get the tier 2. The gold lead is back in NIP's favor. Smolder has Infinity Edge. He's got a Vamp Scepter. He's got a Last Whisper. Leave at this point has to die. We've been talking about it for Hope. He's at 4.5 items. If you can get onto this Smolder, Hope can annihilate him. But if it's just front to back, if it is just this Cassante is not tanky into this many items, into this much damage. Yeah, you're gonna get some withdrawals, but Aki at this point is happy to trade with his life. Gets a lot of damage. Hope stuck at half HP. The keeper's verdict and the steadfast presence is so obnoxious at this point of the game. You finally shut the little dragon down, but then Shanty's, well, if I'm gonna die anyway, let me flash. Let me bring Hope down to size as well. Gets the pick off, will eventually fall. Who picks up the kill? Was Shanks. It's the withdrawal though, remember, so not as much gold. And IP now in an excellent spot. So, L Dragon in 25 seconds. Anyone's Legend do not have control over the river anymore. Do not have vision control anywhere you care to mention. For so long, they were the ones who were getting control wars down everywhere. It felt like this Blitzcrank was proving to be an absolute menace. He's a much more known quantity now. Tarzan at level 14 is not the same champion anymore. Shanty going to be jumped on. There gets a hook. Steadfast Presence comes on down, but the Tempered Fate buys time. Mom, summon. Sky Splitter down. Flandre gets hit by a Mega Scorcher Breath. Super Scorcher Breath, I apologize. And a sneeze as well, and a chew. And IP off vision, playing around all the while. Anyone's like saying, look, we can look to try and shove down mid. Baron spawns in 20 seconds. They can buy time. Shanty went forward. Tarzan down to very low. Flandre caught on the other side. Just about alive. It's not the best between worlds. The keeper's verdict knocks Shanks away. Can teleport back in, but that's another set of huge ultimates NIP used and didn't get the kills this time. Problem is, do you need the ult if Smolder can keep doing that? Ocean Soul buys some healing, some time. Redemption will heal people back up. Away we go again. Cyclone still up from Aki, can threaten. Hope needs to be very, very afraid. If he steps forward too far, Redemption will heal people back up. Where is the Wukong? Still not on vision. Flandre looks to step forward. Big W from this Kai'Sa who can threaten. They're going to leave through the magical journey. W lands. PP God gets hit. Elder Dragon is spawned, and NIP this time don't secure the critical picks. Flandre on a control ward is now a flanking threat again. Feels like anyone's Legend might have just found a great starting spot onto this. Shanty into the backline. Jumps forward onto Shanks to get as much value as they think they were hoping. Pulls away again. Buying time. 6 seconds for Leave to have ult up. Aki's got his. And anyone's Legend, despite the ult discrepancy, don't feel safe enough to start this up. Aki resets. Trying to hunt for any potential flanks. And the tension remains palpable. Trying to catch the reset. They catch him. Oh, not quite. If they caught Flandre there, that might have been an absolute breakpoint. Shanks could probably have teleported in. And there was no Smolder there to absolutely secure the kill. But at this point, gold means very little. Baron and Elder up. A split of objectives would not really lead to the end of the game, you feel. Instead, hook onto Aki. But it's just the clone who laughs his way out. Hook down. First one. Swing and a miss. All ults back up and available. Vision controlling the river is NIP's. Even Legend have at least got some wards down in their own jungle to find some ways to interrupt. Keeper's Verdict away, knocks away Tarzan. That means there's no one here to get the smite. NIP secure Elder. Phenomenal Keeper's Verdict from Shanji. Flash from PP, got to try and find an angle to try and get onto Shanji. Continue to try and hunt forward, Tempered Fate, force flash, but that's a flash Keeper's Verdict, sorry. Heroic charge. Flanger will then flash out from flash on the top laners. PP got burns his, Shanks burned his, but Victor without flash. Very, very exposed. Baron we go. Elder is on for 2 minutes. You have to play into that. Your Ocean Soul will not save you from the double execute. Smolder plus Elder. 4 items complete. Nearly 400 stacks. Leave is quietly, not really quietly, more just outright eclipsing this Kai'Sa, who's at 5 items herself. Hope 5 and 2, gone to 8 and 3, has picked up some kills. The problem is, I just don't think it saves you in the same way it might have done earlier in the game. You have to come and fight. Tarzan, flash, ult, could look to flip this. You steal Elder, you steal Baron here. Game's right back on. Hook lands into the backside. It's going to be the Baron secured by Smolder. They kill off PP, but in the backline, Aki goes! Huge damage. The burn not quite enough on the Tarzan gets away, but now Shanks is remember didn't have the flash. You lose your support for the Victor. The people who traded flash with each other eventually die in the fight, but now Elder and Baron a minute with both. LIP have lost so much of their damage in that mid lane. Shanks is not here. Flandre cannot stand and deliver, cannot tank. NIP emboldened to step forward with 6 scrubs, with Baron. The first inhibitor falls in a matter of moments. How far do they want to chase? They've not got any waves anywhere else. Anyone's Legend have to clear the wave. Mum comes flying across Flandre, left burning, has to run away. Hope down to half HP of a single sneeze and a scoop of Scorcher Breath. They're onto the Nexus turret. Anyone's Legend have to pull the trigger, now it's all over. Hope in the back, but it's still a steadfast presence. Hope dies today. It is not a new Hope. It is the Empire striking back. And the Ninjas in Pajamas will find their way to series point. It fell over. Ocean Soul secured. Fights an absolute disaster. And despite the discrepancy, Smolder comes online. The Kai'Sa is answered. And the late game team fighting. The cool heads win out. Elder, Baron, 6 scrubs. And the lights go out. they lowered the amount of they reduced the increments in which the execute increases, basically. So it takes longer to get to higher levels of execute. But yeah, Leave did 45% of his team's damage. 276% damage per gold. Holy shit, son. That is mental. Oh, I forgot to mute. Whoops. I do need to mute this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Onivia, I forgot to mute. Oh, hang on, I gotta do this. Yeah. I do have to mute this, I am very sorry, because all of this music is frustratingly copyrighted. Sorry, Amber, I wasn't paying attention. I am at this point. I don't know how deep am I? 7 games deep. I'm quite tired. It's been a long day. I've been up since 6 a.m. How long? We are 7.5 hours into a stream. It's quite a lot, guys. Quite a lot. Do we have double best of 5s tomorrow as well? We do. Oh man, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Well. NIP, understandably, in themselves. MVP. How many games are there in total? Well, it depends. It's best of 5s, right? It's 2 best of 5s. Maximum 10. Minimum 6. Early one Shanji vote. It was a good game. I could see the Shanji angle. Okay, let's run some ads. In preparation for next game. And face this food. Get myself some water because I'm going to need it. We'll get ready to go. Okay. I'm gonna run away. Get us some more water. Let this room cool down. It's getting kind of hot in here. I'll be right back.
Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content.
Hi folks, I'm back. I need some water, what I'm doing. I return, I have water. So. The ninjas who find themselves in pajamas get away with absolute murder. And we go again. Oh, we've got the Ronin Panda versus the ninjas. On our way into game 4 of the day. Had zero engage onto Smolder. Well, they did have ways to threaten him. But it involves Cassante, Volibear, and Kaiser all flying forwards at once. Preferably after Kyle found a good hook. And you still got ways to stuff that because Poppy W exists. So you could do it, but it involved being a lot more proactive than they were in the late game. So there's a couple times when NIP failed to make the plays themselves and were down a lot of ults. I'm thinking around that Elder initially. And anyone's legend were too cowardly and didn't pull the trigger. And don't get me wrong, we always said, look, Smolder hits a certain point, this game is going to be very difficult. But I think anyone's legend should have won that game. I give credit to NIP for how they came back, but it was a cavalcade of failures. Because Atakan into Baron, into shutting down Hope multiple times. Not good. But anyway, draft's about to come on in. So, to game 4 we go. NIP on red side. Worth keeping our minds on that one. I need to head over to this and just turn off the social slideshow for a second or so. So it's not blocking the bans. Pantheon, Nocturne off the table. Vi as well, the 3 remaining AD junglers, bluntly. There is no Lee Sin. Has Xin Zhao been played? Xin Zhao might well be first picked here from anyone's legend, actually. Viego, Wukong down. I think this is a Xin Zhao first pick, isn't it? Last remaining AD jungler, otherwise NIP will pick that up very fast. On R2, you would imagine. Well, what do you know? I know the game of League of Legends vaguely. Right. At this point, what are you looking at? Aki, your jungle pool's getting quite limited. You have to look at something AP. Sejuani might be pretty valuable. Oh, Sejuani's already banned. So you might want to look at a Maokai here. If Maokai's not been picked. No, it's not. So Maokai, I think, becomes really valuable. Jax. That's going jungle. Shanji's a great Jax.
But this is a really sad time for Shinzo, who hates that matchup. Lulu with Shinzo is a good combo. We've seen this already. Empowers a diving bruiser to do a lot of work. And Lulu can often be a really big option. If you lock this in with something like a Zeri here, you're pretty happy. Otherwise, this becomes a Zeri Jinx ban, and you don't have a lot of options here. Jinx, yeah. Okay. So hope go for the Jinx. Fine. It's a little less frontline. Aphelios immediately locked for leave. Okay. So Thresh becomes a good ban here. What else? Sona possibly. Seraphine possibly. This Jax is a flex. It can go top. And again, you got R5. I think you ban Maokai. Whereas over here, Ornn, fine. It's a good option for Flandre. There have been some rumors of Lulu top again. Galio, okay, yep. Good onto Jax, great with Rakan, keeps the Aphelios safe. I think you ban Thresh to stop that lane pairing bot. It's also quite good into the Lulu theoretically, because Lulu doesn't outrange the hook, hates being hooked, can get run down with that. Silas. Yeah, honestly. One of the last remaining seriously good AP mid laners. I think that's fine as a ban. Rakan's already picked. Can't go Thresh. Oh, what am I talking about? Not correct. You absolutely... I just tell you, I'm tired. Rakan's already locked in. What am I talking about? Rakan Aphelios, not exactly the greatest combo of all time. It is, however, very good engage, and it pairs up well with the Jack. So, you know, I'm absolutely talking up my bum. Sorry about that one. Swain here into Shinzo is pretty miserable. Lulu's not going to have the most fun with it. Karma would give you more shove. The shields are pretty good. Okay, so it's going to be a Karma solo lane. It's going to be a Karma solo. Now, is that top? Is that mid? Jack's still a flex reminder between here and here. Talir, I think, makes sense with the Shinzo. Can be really annoying for Jack to deal with because he does a lot of hopping around and you don't block that much with your counter-strike, so very good value. Can threaten Aphelios as well, who's very immobile, so your seismic shells can be really valuable. So I think Talir is an option. I think Gnar, Talir would be my choices here. Gnar can play into the Jacks, okay. Okay, yeah, Gnar, Talir. Okay, so this is fine. The idea is you have Shinzo go forward with the Lulu empowering. Talir turns up as well. You get Jinx excited. You run people down with that plus Lulu empowerment, and the Jinx becomes your hyper carry with Gnar as a kind of flex option in terms of split push or team fight, depending. If you lock in the Kennen, it's not a great matchup for the Gnar. If you get stunned at the wrong point, you get run down. Maokai instead is the call. That's still strictly a flex. Are we doing Jack's jungle? Are we doing Maokai jungle? Both are fine. Strictly, we tend to see a lot of Jack's jungle into Shinzo, and Aki used to play a fair amount of it. It's not a good fun. It's a very rough matchup for the Shinzo. You have got this backing you up, but now you've got a lot of pick CC. Rakan plus Jax following up on a Maokai ult to let Aphelios empowered by Karma kill people. You've got kind of matched enchanters now. Bit better map play from the side of anyone's legends. But while we're surfing our way out of champ select, I need to stop that one and bring ourselves back over to where is this one? Bring our volume back up. Right, guys. Okay, so if we go, NIP at series point. Anyone's legend looking to bring us to silver scraps. So, are we lane swapping? Leaving PP got head topside, and again, Jinx Lulu will win the shove into an Aphelios Rakan. You just don't have the same kind of lane prio. as double ranged. It's not fun. You are going to try and lane swap this. Karma, theoretically, should have shove into Shanks. Conqueror on the Jax. Nothing super surprising here, I don't think, in terms of our runes. Phase rush on the Talia, so wants to be able to run away from people a bit more. And I think when you've got a lot of people running for your head, the Jax, the Maokai are all empowered by a Defiance. That empowered Karma E can be really, really annoying. So, yep. Oh, Grasp of Felios. Sorry. What am I talking about? I thought that was Lethal Tempo. You're right. Huh. What am I talking about? Nothing surprising. ... Yeah, no, you're right. I blanked on that. I didn't do my due diligence. I think maybe I just thought it was this. But no, double grasp. What this means, grasp has been nerfed on ranged. It is not what it was last Worlds, where Ahri was running it mid lane. It was that obnoxious. But it theoretically allows you to scale Aphelios even more. You don't get fleet healing, but it allows you to get more resolve options in. So things like bone plating, potentially into some of the nastier trades. It allows you to go or overheal with when you've got Severum as well. Can feel pretty good. You can look at Revitalize, plus and second winds becomes options as well. You get to kind of do quite a lot here. But yo, I got blindsided by that one. And it does mean in the mid game, once Lee's gotten a few of those procs, the Aphelios plus the Karma plus all that front line becomes quite hard to just burst straight out, because he just has a lot more HP to work with than you'd expect. So, Aki doing what he did last game, which is Wolf start, path top, just in case Xin Zhao does a level 3 play. And then we'll reverse clear towards the bot side. And we'll have that Scuttle Crab up. Again, you will eventually beat the Xin Zhao in a 1v1. Early on, though, Xin Zhao's still Xin Zhao, and that can be a bit obnoxious. And it helped defend your top side from potential early ganks from Tarzan, who honestly hasn't had the greatest series. Not being the Tarzan that was first place All-Pro, he's been very mortal this series, I think it's fair to say. Nice help picks into Glitterlance combo. Puts Leave a little low. Needs to switch out the Calibrum. Can look for a 3-weapon switch if you can do a Moonshot into Infernum. You can look to Duskwave that. There's another help picks into Glitterlance. Nice proc. Start to clear out the wave with the nice rotation. Purple-blue. Gravitum Infernum. Does feel very nice. So, Reset's coming on through. It's going to be back for a cull, I'm assuming. Hope stays in the lane. Okay, and that means Leave decides he's not going to reset. We're going to try and match the resets. Doesn't happen. Leave. Burning through Gravitum first. Understandable, because you can do a little bit more with some of these other combos. Duskwave into Gravitum. Infernum with that AoE can help you shove the wave a little bit easier. Nice Binding Eclipse. The slows afterwards, puts Hope in a tricky spot. Nice combo. Kyle comes on through and offers a Whimsy, I think is the shield, isn't it? Barrier pop by Leave, who does not have Rakan, who left mid lane to go see what was going on. A little bit there in that 1v2. Yeah, Glitterlance help picks. Whimsy is the speed up and shield, so yes, it is. There we go. And Polymorph is your other option on those. Oh, Leave. Leave. No! How could he miss those minions? Trying to get them AoE Binding Eclipse. Does okay there. Kyle holding the wave. That's really obnoxious. PP God walks up, throws a quill at him. Shanji being bullied a bit by Na. It happens. It's a tank matchup into Na, who gets to just sit there with Merc Treads and not care about Maokai all that much. Doombeat roamed up top here. Looks like they're going to lane switch this one around a little bit. There is the Mantra Q. That's Soul Flare is the name of Mantra Q, as opposed to Inner Flame is just base Q. They've got different names, you know, depending on whether you've mantraed them or not. I know Mantra W is renewal. PP God will grand entrance away. Teleport behind. They want to play this. Aki's come on over. Got a double counter-strike angle. Finds the engage. Flashes out of the seismic shove. Kyle flashes in trade on the other side. There is a route from the Chompers. As PP God in danger but gets to battle dance out to safety. Flash for the Mantra Q! And Doumbé gets the kill. Nature's Grasp comes on down. Prevents Kyle from Shanks from finding a decent angle. This tree, though, now being attacked, gets slowed down. Polymorphed. Turned into a little snowman, but now Flandre nearly at Meganar. Looks for a route onto Leave, who's still got Onslaught and Crescendum to work with, so can do a lot of work. Heals up. Shanks flashes on forward himself, and now Shanji in danger. Doumbé gets a shield. Hope in danger on the other side. Flash away. Hope cleanses. Would just about die, but can't quite do it as Leave is healing on up, but it ends up being an additional kill back. But all the while, the grubs are happening. Shanks in danger, gets knocked up, but flashes away. Has no mana. Tarzan has respawned, and that means PP got down to dry. Doumbé gets hopped on twice this time. Grub secured, but 3 kills in the extended play. Goes to anyone's legend somehow, some way. Everyone flashes. Everyone flashes. And the respawns are enough to bring anyone's legend a couple extra kills. That was very, very close. Let's have a look again. So it starts with Aki finding a very good pair of counter-strikes. Hope puts down the chomp to prevent Maokai from coming in straight away. And they get pick off Tarzan right as things stick off, and that feels pretty good. Peak got Atlantis out, and they get the kill onto the jungler. Great news. Now, they keep trying to chase here to get some more. Aki's going to step back to go do grubs, and it means you're still playing 4v4 here. Shanji gets caught out on the re-engage, and Doumbé forced Hope to back away. All the while, Leave is trading up with Flandre. And then they basically think, okay, we can go in on this Gnar, and they can't quite get the last auto off. Gets enough healing there with the pot, and the tree healed up a fair amount, doesn't go down. Hope cleanses and just about stays out of range of, again, that last auto and a bit of healing. Kyle gets a huge amount of value in the later plays here. The Whimsies are huge. That Soul Flare going wide, also big. And some really clutched flashes to avoid the re-engages from NIP means they lose 2 additional kills. It's very nice. It's just messy. Still get double objectives here. So it's not the end of the world. Shanks, though, going to step on forward. He's got to shove on to Leave. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. There's Chompers on top of him. He's just dead. And they get another knock-up. And PP God's going to go down. That's double kill to Hope. NIP punished on the extraction from objectives twice in a row. That's a big, big deal. So, 2,000 gold lead to anyone's legend. Most of which is now in this Jinx. That's half your lead. 1,000 odd gold is down there. Big kills. So basically they try to leave after the dragon, and Shanks just roams up. Wall rides his way up nice and fast. Leave. Tries to sidestep the seismic shove. Can't. There's Chompers waiting. Stunned up for forever. And that is not what you want to see. Shanks gets chunked there. Shanji trading up with Flandre. Gets a decent ult off in trade, but Flandre, I think, is just going to get the solo kill here. That's just a dead top laner. Sap Magic ain't going to save you. And Flandre picked up another kill. This is looking more and more like a game 5, folks. And it'll be blue side victories every game once more. If that happens. Well, again, we said last game it felt pretty over. This is probably a better team comp to play from ahead. 203 Lulu, who's going to get towards Enchanter items early. Enchanter items are so valuable. Do not underestimate the value of a Lulu with gold. Flandre hits 6. Shanji tries to Bramble smash that one out. Can't quite. Wants to clear this wave, basically. Gets ulted. And it's just dead at that point. Ults himself to no avail. Trying to clear out the wave. That's an overplay. You can see the NIP fans not pleased. Of course, Shanks has been put behind a bit in mid lane. He's got a load of assists, but kind of as a result has dropped a few waves to do it. 20-odd CS lead is fairly significant. I think if this Karma gets Saros into full AP, it will still be pretty problematic for the other team to deal with. Problem, of course, is that most of your damage is supposed to be in Leaves Aphelios. And he has got to face down a Jinx that's quite significantly ahead of him. Eventually, your Jax will manage the Shinzao really well. Eventually, Karma will empower that, and the Aphelios to be really, really annoying. It's a lot harder, though. if the threats on the other side, particularly this Jinx, are managing it, especially with the Lulu behind them. The DPS is only low. Aki and Leave don't hit lots of value. I think Doomby will be an additional half a threat, right? You spike pretty well in the mid game with it. And you will eventually become that kind of extra enchanter that you need. And the engage is still really nasty to manage. Aki. Got Blasco now. Got a counter-strike to work with. Pops out. Man, topside. Flandre is 2 levels up on Shanji. It is a lumberjack now. Nice TP to work with. Hope. Looking for a rocket. Here we go. Observers know what they're talking about. Here we go. Not quite the kill, but denies the reset. Flandre has flash. How aggressively does he want to play this interrupt? Not that aggressively. Okay. Demolish proc comes on through. Another plate will come on down. Claims the minion with the W. All the while, Tarzan gets grubs. So it'll be a split of 3 for 3. And that's always nice when you're running with an R and a Jinx. Threat the side lane. Threat, if you get excited, you can do a lot of damage to turrets. Jinx always one of the better turret takers out there. Leave. We'll start this one up himself. And of course, because they've run Grasp, will get access to Demolish. So with Severin Crescendum as the next rotation, demolishes those turret plates in more than one fashion. Holy moly. That's a lot of work. You're resetting on vision there, Leaf. Be a bit careful. 40 seconds until Dragon. Do NIP want to play this one? They could afford to give it up and play for turrets instead. Don't know how easy it is for this Maokai to get Grasp this game. Not into the Gnar. I feel like maybe Aftershock might have been the bolder call. The correct call. Rocket! Second interrupt. And that means Leave is not resetting before this Dragon. That might even give first turret up to anyone's Legend. Which would be really nice. Yeah, I think that has just done it with Shinzao around as well. The reset forced off Leave is big, but they're going to rotate multiple members top. Trying to jump on a Flandre. He's got Mega Gnar coming. I don't know about this, guys. Counter-strike doesn't land it. They flashed away from that. Shanji hasn't taken aggro till just yet. Renewal's going to come on down, and they do get the shutdown going onto the Jax. That's pretty nice. Hang on. How did Jax take aggro at the end of that? That's really unfortunate. A 1-for-1 is not what you wanted. And obviously Jax got the kill, but that's really frustrating. Just teleports up. Oh, no. Bit of a disaster there. You can see that one in the replay. Maybe didn't have a ward cooldown to jump away. I think at that point, someone just needs to drop aggro and have you be able to leap strike to him. Maokai W dropped aggro. If you do it from too far away, you do drop aggro, and that's kind of okay to a certain extent, but Jax then eats the wrong end of it, and the Gnar still gets a kill. Turret is saved with the teleport, and now feats of strength have gone the way of anyone's Legend because they picked up that first turret alongside the Martial Mastery. Those early kills going across. Pepper Guard gonna get jumped on. Grand entrance is over the wall. Flandre's going to keep running at him, though. I don't know about this. We'll be able to battle dance out to safety, I think, because Doomby is here. Gets a shield. Nars. But misses his boulder toss. Dragon was also secured with anyone's Legend as well. So in the end, I think anyone's Legend just in a great spot this game. Jinx off the races. Mikhail's already on the Lulu. Locking down this Jinx with the cleanse already on her is going to be very, very hard. Ghostblade first on the Aphelios has been the first item of choice of late. Gives you more move speed. You do get lethality from your scaling in the mid game. It means you hit really hard. It was a very squishy comp still. Won't be that much armor built up. So that goes making a lot of value. Shanks eats a Mantra Q, but Doomby flashes out. It's gone towards the Malignants. Because you do ult so much, you get a lot of value out of it. Here comes the teleport. They're trying to jump onto Flandre again. Aki at half HP. Not really that threatening, but they've teleported Doomby down. They want to try and play for this turret, but that means they're racing because it's a tier 2 topside. I don't know about this, folks. I really don't.
Flandre gets the ult to the wall, but here comes the re-engage. Flandre gonna get charmed, flashed up, but there's the turnaround ult with Shanji. Nature's grasping that one. Shanji gets the kill. This time there's no trade, but the tier 2 is still gonna fall. Rocket comes across, gets a kill onto Jax with the rocket from downtown. Third kill for Hope. Again, the kills aren't clean. They get the tier 2 topside. Leaf's gonna be on the wrong side of the wall. Tarzan is waiting. Shanks doesn't want to take turret aggro though, so Leaf does get out to safety. And Leaf chooses the correct path out. Still, 2 turrets for 1. You go 1 for 1 in the kills because the rocket claims another. It goes to the Jinx as well. That is rough. Hope is going to be such a problem this game. Looking like an Infinity Edge second tier as well to go alongside the scaling of the Unital Wild Arrows. I need to sneeze. Oh no. But now I've said it, I'm not going to sneeze. I'm just sit here waiting with bated breath, quite literally. Okay, so 2 minutes till dragon. Be second dragon for either team, not that big a deal. The Herald could earn you mid lane turret, and that would be a big deal TM. Let's have a look at this. So basically what's going to happen here in a second is Aki takes a lot of damage, and it's all a ruse because PP God's waiting on vision. Shanji ults, PP God ult, Flandre tries to flash away, does not, dies, and it's looking all good. Now Aki gets shielded by the Karma, and then watch the rockets. Woo! Splashes off Doinby to kill the Jax. I wondered, now the Herald goes through mid lane, gets the tier 1, tier 2 falls straight after. Tarzan feels empowered to go forwards. Rocket goes wide, but that's 2 turrets in mid. All the while, Nas splashing bot. Oh, that's 6,000 gold now. Well, 5.5. This is looking like a very challenging game. That one grub fight going so wrong has cost them so much, and they fumble a tower dive top. They fumble a tower dive bot. Give up a load of objectives. That's not great news. And of course, all of the gold going towards this bot lane. The Lulu is so strong at this point. Empowering a Jinx that is also strong. And that duo, if you do not kill the Jinx in one go, Lulu keeps them alive. Put all your attention to killing the Lulu. Hang on, don't quite interrupt. Oh, Aki. Can't quite follow up. He teleported for that as well. Can Shanji look to interrupt anymore? Can't. How much license does that give anyone's legend to keep shoving? Because I feel at this point, what happens is NIP say, cool, we're not playing for this tier with this dragon. We want to get this tier 1 top. Leaves going up there. We give that up. Doinby needs to be a bit wary. If they find the wind becomes lightning, they can jump that. Hang on. Doinby going to be in a spot of bother and just dies. Yep. That is not a tanky Karma. Does not have Seraphs for another 5 stacks. Just needed 5 stacks for that extra shield. And now Shanji's being jumped. This game is a wash. Lee's going to keep shoving. They were never going to be able to defend this inhibitor turret anyway. Shanji keeps running away. It's a bit of speed up from something. Inhibitor's going to go down. Nar keeps running after them. I think they can keep chasing that one. How long until Doinby respawns? Leave. Got a Sentinel turret down. Does get a tier 2. How far can this Aphelios go? They're going to lose 2 inhibitors off this, though, which is really rough. All the while, the Maokais continue to be run down by this Nar. That's hilarious. W to the wave, yeah. Whee! Stops to auto a rose. Aki. Oh boy, getting jumped on. Hops away. Polymorph. Shove. Dead. They hadn't left. They had not left. I'll give Leave some credit. Got a couple turrets, but you've downed 2 inhibitors. At least it's only second dragon. It could have been a lot worse. We've seen games at Soul Point by this point. What a rough game state. So, Doinby spotted out. Wind becomes lightning, comes on through. Over they go.
Lulu empowers, Rocket comes across, Tarzan picks up with the Crescent Guard to deny the attempted save from PP God. There is your second dragon. And Atakan is now live, and you could force that as anyone's legend. There's not a lot you get to say about it. You've now got at least 2 items on Karma, who's completed the Seraph's Embrace that wasn't there in that last play. Again, 5 stacks off, by the way. And the Collector on top of the Ghostblade. Leave at this point has actually got quite a lot of burst. Problem is you don't have it in jungle, which is really problematic, and you're not miles off what will likely be another rapid fire of the Hurricane, depending on how Hope is feeling this game with the Zeal in inventory. And if Jinx hits 3 items while you're at 2, it feels kind of sad. Teleport coming on through. PP God now in danger. May need to burn the quickness. Does so. Tarzan gets the knock-up with the 3 Talon Strike regardless, and the Rakan is just dead. Plucked out of the air. Has no feathers in his wings anymore. So, we head on to Atakan. There's no contest. There's no way you fight this one. You have to get this up, and what's going to happen is Leave is going to try and shove for mid. There is no Weaver's Wall on Shanks, but he can come down and try and clear out the wave, and does that. So Shanks gets enough value there to stop that attempted trade from happening. The waves are at least shoved. The problem is top lane. Flandre, Hope, Kyle are escorting a wave into the final remaining inhibitor turret. And the game is very challenging right now. You're fighting on a Sun Sky on Aki. Do you all in and try and break the Atakan withdrawals? You may be forced to. Okay, Flandre knocked up. Not to much avail. Shanks off to the side. Looking for a potential angle in. Doombi. Mantra Q. Let's get some value as Aki counter-strikes away. Doesn't quite get the root as the seismic shove comes on down, and Doombi does not enjoy the damage. Will shield themselves. And we return back to where we came. Knock up onto Tarzan, who may be forced to ult here. Actually does so. Crescent Guard comes on down. The fight on the other side, though, leaves Jax dead, and Tarzan survives more than long enough. Battle down tower. Shanji left out to dry. The tree becomes a snowman. And they lose 2. There's your front line gone. The Jax is jaxed. No longer appearing in this movie. All inhibitors down. Atakan's up. They might just look to try and end it. This might be the most dominating game of the series. They're on to Nexus turrets. One goes down. Shanks, kind of low. So is Flandre. Leave. Finds an angle. Could do a lot of work, but he's already burned the ultimate. To no kills coming on through. Again, the damage is not bad, but Hope is shielding so many people up. The Wild Growth comes on down. Quickness is there. They get ult withdrawal. That's something. Flandre nearly a mega. Decent withdrawal as after Doombi gets a good renewal. They hold on to the game. Their Nexus turret just about standing up here. That is it. What do you do in this game? Rapid fire completed now for Jinx. Blighting Jewel being built up by the Talia as well for more penetration. It isn't Overtold the Fat Lady sings, but she's sure as hell warming up her vocal cords. Hell, we might have heard the sound check. Sounds quite a lot like the screams of NIP fans. It's not been a great game from the ninjas. Secures that one. Pull away. Rocket. Is it going to deny? No, it goes wide. Hope's been really on point with those so far this game. Inhibitors respawning. And right back on in come anyone's legend. PP God is not there. We're shielding Doom beyond the shove. They can just go again, guys. They can just go again. Soul Flare lands. Tarzan eats about 10% of their HP. Oh my days, it's Jinx. So annoying. Weaver's Wall comes across. Not the best I've ever seen. Flandre gonna get hit with that renewal. Rooted in place into the Maokai up, but there's just no follow-up. Aki low. Counter strikes. Hops back out. All inhibitors back down again. Decent chunk. Can't keep following. There's a ward there. That Sentinel turret doing its work. Shanji down to half. TP right back on in. PP God gets to the backside, but cannot get the quickness shoved back onto Hope, which is hilarious, and they do kill the Lulu. 1 for 1 right now. The problem is support for support is not the best trade when you've only got an extra turret standing as Boomy. Run down! And there's nothing left in the tank. Anyone's legend. absolutely eviscerate NIP. Not in play. That's what it stands for this time around, because they could not execute at all. We are going to game 5. We are going to Silver Straits. We are going to a 1v1 side select. Most dominant game of the series. I believe that is blue side every game. Blue side has won every game. We need to change the music. That we do. I need to do this one. Hang on. No, I've got Epic Pen on. That's awkward. There we go. So why can't I click on it? It's because I've got my drawing tool up. Right, let's get it up. Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll play this for now, and in the break we'll play Silver Scrapes. Why did Doby... Timo looks good against anyone's legend. Why didn't Doby pick it? I think it would have been jumped on a bit too much. The problem is you've got a Shinzao and a Lulu and a Talia. There's not like... Timo is short enough range that you just get shoved every time you step forward to try and do anything that's not putting down shrooms. You do okay into the Jinx. Oh, I need to hydrate. Thank you, Grumpy. Oh, no. Where's my cam? Hello, cam? Where's the one? I need to go. I was like, why can't I see him? Because I'm not on the OBS. That's why. Hi. Oh, my days. Well, 9-game day. And a fun fact. Grumpy's Earth wants a fun fact. Okay. Fun fact. Mel and Ambessa are obviously family members. They are both Medadas. And their W's are similar takes on the same idea. Ambessa's W is repudiate, which is to rebuke harshly. It's basically when someone throws something out, you repudiate them. It is castigating. It is basically punishing someone with kind of like just punishment, basically. And then the other side of that is, of course, Meldaby, which is rebuttal, which is a debate form of doing it, where you do that. I'm clearly quite sweaty in here. Oh my days, I need to change my shirt. Ooh. Stress of 9 games. It's quite hot in here. Clearly showing. I'm sorry about that, guys. Ooh. JDG took offense to the podcast. Yeah, I mean, even then, Missing had some interesting games. And Shun's game 2. 0 kill participation, Shinzao. But yeah, if Repudiate is the more aggressive, more warlike option, Rebuttal is the diplomatic, rhetorical version. Man, how that? So Doomby drops aggro now? Oh, and Aki takes it just after. Oh, no. Doomby gonna tank another shot there. I'm not gonna lie. I know they're trying to punish the other side of the map, but the cross-mobbing just didn't work this game. What good picks are remaining? Good question. Sejuani, I think it's going to be quite high priority. The Maokai was used this game. We're pretty much out of engaged sports. Alistair. Braum. Those are probably where we're at. I think Lilia's still up if you need an AP carry threat. Ziggs, if you can find a combo with it. I
think Nautilus already been used. Pantheon, Orianna, Noct. Exactly. I think a lot of these get banned, though, is the thing. Because we're just not seeing Nocturne allowed through. We're not seeing Pantheon allowed through. Braum was picked already. Okay. There you go. The neck is not that one. What else? Do we start getting to all things like Camille, Galio might be an angle. Galio plus an engage option. Kindred. You could do like Calio, Camille, Kindred. That kind of comp. Do you have any other... Lucian Nami maybe starts to be an option if you want to play through lane. Oh, an Esterface! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I missed that one. I appreciate you for doing that mid-game. I appreciate that one. Esterificace. Thank you for all those. I appreciate it. And again, hi. Actually, just do that spiel. My name's Initialise. You may have seen me on LEC. You will have seen me here. I am Nymaera's brother. We cast League of Legends together. We started casting about 5 years ago, doing it from our bedrooms, and now we get to do it a lot more officially. MVP is Hope. Damn right it is. And yeah, if you get the opportunity, please follow us here on this channel, Nymaera's. It's on the YouTube as well. We're over on Onivia's channel as well. So shout out to all those different YouTube options. And on top of that, if you can throw a subscription at my Twitch channel, at Alex's Twitch channel here, it really matters. I'm in the title and Initialise cast, so please do come and say hello over on that one too. I stream pretty regularly too. Thank you for all the shout out in chat. So yes, but we are beginning to get to some weird old draft choices. Game 5, baby. Okay. What a game. And the game is over at this point. I mean, it was such a snowball. Oh, his name is Initialise and he plays Yumi jungle. Please, God, no. Don't make me do that. Which team do you think has more depth in champion pools in the mid ADC? Doumbé definitely has something cooked for Fearless. The problem is, he's tried a few weird things. The Karma and the Lee Sin, neither have worked. And I think Shanks has actually been playing relatively well. I don't think he's been the the difference maker, but there is that. I think Hope and Leave have been trading games to carry. I think it's just going to be a draft thing. Who's got a better game 5 strategy planned? Do we see things like the Draven and the Samira as an angle for bot lane? Because nearly every Mila might be an engage option too. Are you feeling like that kind of composition? I think Sejuani gets value. Sejuani Yone. Sejuani Yone Camille. Camille Galio, Kindred Galio, Camille. That kind of combo is available still. Tarzan could be a bit of a difference maker for better or worse. Yeah, his game 5 history is not exactly the strongest. Okay, we're running some ads. And we're changing the music. You know what's coming up, folks. If you don't, you've not watched League of Legends. Bask in the glory, baby. Let's go. Let's mute that. Let's flick on over to listen to what Doumbé has to say to the Mandarin speakers in chat.
但是我觉得现在我的打团战这
Hope you guys can listen to that, all right?
应该是回到差不多70%到80%吧，巅峰的7到80%。但是我觉得兑现个人实力这方面还是只有巅峰的50%左右吧，还得加油。毕竟年纪也大了，所以操作这方面还是得加油进步，加油努力。我就希望遇到的每个对手，不管我会遇到谁，都会就是跟着你们学习。毕竟我觉得你们一直在打，然后。 就能进第1名，肯定是每个小组的第1，肯定是在那个组最强的嘛。跟每个组最强的对手，想跟他们学习一下。我现在态度就是跟每一个人学习，不是那种什么老学说要教新的选手。我现在态度就是我给自己也是这么说的。我是18岁的刚大职业的一个选手，要有这个态度，要有这个想法，要有这个心态，才能进步。
Smart, well done, Sam.
我自己给我小组赛的
Tarzan we're listening to now.
10分钟8分吧。 感觉也不是很完美的画面。
No, no one tell Alex. It seems to be fine. Yeah, I managed to. Not quite sure how I did that.
然后也
think the cup got stuck on the
大家一起就挑战着心态，然后打下去比赛吧。
placemat. Slightly awkward. Okay, right, we need to mute this. And, ooh. I'll have to mute that for a second. I do apologise for the lack of sound for a second or two, guys. But I have unfortunately got a slight disaster to sort with as I, sippy cup fail. Oh. Just thought it was only water. Yeah, I know. Apparently 9 hours of broadcast has fried my motor skills. Which is slightly annoying, but hey, here we are. Just put this down for a second. Drain out some of that water or bin this. Right, 1 second, guys. I think I'll just do this manually. Can I do this manually? Where is... Oh, I don't have it. Ah, no, I can't see the... But where, Alex, where is your taskbar gone? How have you lost your taskbar? That's ridiculous. Okay, well, I can't do it manually then. That's very annoying. Go bin this. Back in a second, guys. There we go. Okay. Well. Crisis averted. Water cleaned up. And a mildly sheepish Sam after a slightly awkward moment there. Spilling a little bit of water. Oops. May have hidden it by pressing an F key? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Right. Let's get ourselves Spotify back and playing. I need the... Right, create a safe. And we'll play that instead. Well, mildly embarrassing. Mildly embarrassing. But we're here. Game 5's coming in. F11 does that. Is that what it is? Huh. Quite possible. I did flip the keyboard over briefly just to try and make sure there was no water inside, which would have been awful. There we go. Oh, let's go back to my shop. It's the new system. How do you like this new one? I'm quite enjoying this so far, honestly. I've been really enjoying what we've got. Who are our 1v1 options going to be here for this game 5? Oh, man, that was so annoying. We don't spill again. It's okay. It's okay. It's all fine. We've rescued it. Okay, so. Who have we got? I'm assuming Duenby. He's the 1v1 specialist. He has the weirder champions. Don't be thinking about him being around 80%, but only offering 50%. He's trying to take a new approach of learning from others, especially newcomers. That's really cool. Thank you for the heads up on that, by the way, Laconics. That's cool to hear the interview there. How does Darren do now have a dad bod of taking 2 years off and being a new father? I'm jealous. Some people just have it in them, you know? Okay.
No, so the idea is you do the 1v1 for side select now for game 5. And I think the idea is that this way you don't have to do the side select if you don't get to game 5. So it takes off less time, but we need to go to no cam. Duembi versus Flandre. A lot of specific bans. The Jace, the Rumble, the Cassante, all pretty strong. We know Lee Sin is a Duembi special. Corki's just very strong in general. What's the last ban? Kled would make sense into a Duembi of all people. There we go. What a surprise. What are we going to blam? What are we going to pick now then? Renekton a consideration. Of course, Duembi does just have that ability to play these bruises. Does like him. Renekton v Renekton. Are we getting a mirror matchup? No, are we? Oh my god, we are. What the hell? 2 Renektons? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Amber, can you set up a prediction for Duembi versus Flandre? Oh, it's right now we've got the game 5. That's super fine. Don't worry about it. Actually, game 5 makes sense. Don't worry about it. It's super fine. Do not stress. This is fine. People have not voted on that thing. This is make perfect sense. I apologize. I was a bit distracted. I cancelled that. Don't worry. If we can get a Flandre versus Duembi one, I would appreciate it. That would be well cool. Right. Let's mute that and get back over here. Unmute this as we get ready to go into our 1v1. Why the 1v1? So this is for side select for game 5. That's what the 1v1 is for. We've hit silver scrapes. And as a result, we are 1v1ing for side select. It's no longer regular season where you do it for game 1 side select. It's game 5 because seeding determines game 1 side select. Ignite barrier, barrier ignite. The only inversion, the only difference, the inversion. DNF. Jayo's come out even for the 1v1. Can't blame him. Thanks to the sub-web. Good timing on that. This is a really weird one because, of course, with both champions being the same, it's a matter of skill matchup at this point. Flandre gets Conqueror, but the Ignite back is pretty good. Stops the healing actually on the Q. Flandre, I think, might just die. Gets back. But, of course, reminder, Ignite was burned for that by Duembi. Slight difference in start here. Double Dorans plus single pot to refill on the other side, plus the Doran shield. It's a much more defensive build from Flandre. Gonna get a couple plates here as well. Flandre's not gonna get here on a good timing. I think Duembi gets 2 plates, gets to back off and feel very happy about life. Can he play for 3? I don't know. He might try and stick around for some more. Runs away. Not gonna reset yet. Gotta hold on. Any response on the LCB results tonight? I've not actually seen them because I've been so locked into this. I've just not seen anything. Is it Talon versus MVK today? Should be a fun one. Level advantage to Duembi, and that will matter. That will really matter here. Especially because Duembi is going to be able to go back, get more for his gold here. So unless Duembi overplays, realistically, his stat differential is just going to be different now for the rest of the game. He's just going to have better backs. So the thing is, as long as Duembi keeps it as is, he's kind of fine. Trade W for W. The Ruthless Predators. Level 6 for Duembi in.
What a weird state. Okay, decent chunk, but that is Dominus burn by Flandre for that, by the way. So, this is the showdown mode for the record. Why can they back on ARAM? This is not standard ARAM. You can back, you can buy. There is a ring of fire that comes in at a specific point. I believe it's the 10-minute mark, something like that. You have to forgive me. Doomby's gonna try and interrupt. Oh, he does. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. The item discrepancy pretty huge right now. And the winner is first 2 kills or a single kill when the Ring of Fire comes in. The other way of winning is first turret. If you can kill the whole turret, you win the game. We've seen 1 or 2 of those. Corky in particular has been really good at playing for that. And congrats on the 2 years, Wob. Glad to have you in here for this most auspicious of 1v1s. Flandre, half HP. Of course, he's got the Empowered Rage to work with. So we'll manage to cull the Meek to clear some of that HP up. Where's Aragon when you need him? The Renekton man himself. Gold has actually been evened up a little bit better. Nice trade from Flandre. Gets the Conqueror stack. Really wants to reset soon. Of course, if Doomby gets to trade some plates here himself, he'll be pretty happy. Now gets his own reset off. Wants to be in range. Local go for the gold if he can. Oh, just about. I hope we get a flick over the gold. There you go. It's about a 300 lead to Doomby. Not huge. Keeps faking the resets, wants to try and play for another plate, I think, if he can. Drops the wave, gets to go back. That's Eclipse completed for Flandre. Level advantage currently for Doomby, but I think it'll get evened out. Black Cleaver plus Thornmail. So, very different builds here. Black Cleaver, great at shredding the armor. And of course, the anti-heal, big into Renekton. Of course, the Eclipser with those shields and those dueling moments can be really, really huge. It's more of a bruiser build for Doomby. Especially compared to Flandre, who's currently got an Empowered Rage bar to work with, so it has to be very careful. Doomby backs away from that one wisely. Clears zone wave, slices, dices, gets in range for the heal himself. Drags the cannon over, stack that Rage bar himself, looking for a second reset. I think this would be Steel Caps, which is why Flandre's looking for it. The move speed differential could be huge this game. But between Ignite and the Bramble Vest can be very difficult. You see the Eclipse shields coming on through though. If Doomby chooses his wrong moment, it can be really difficult. Of course, you can break the Eclipse shields with the Empowered W. It can be very huge. Here we go. Ring of Fire being in consideration. Doomby resets just in time. Full steel caps. Nice. Bramble Vest. Oh, is he going to have time for steel caps? It's going to be Circle. Doesn't get steel caps. Goes Berserker Greaves. Okay, 2 very different builds. The double anti-heal is in. But the discrepancy here is you've gotten yourself more attack speed from Flandre. Level discrepancy is not really there. This is going to get dicey. I'm not sure who I favor here. If Flandre can get value out of the Eclipse shields, it's really big. You need to be tanking as much damage out as you can. Conqueror stack faster by Doomby. Has the Empowered Rage bar. Will go Dominance first. Dominance later for Flandre, but the HP bar is not the same. The healing is solid, but remember, you've got Ignite to work. We've got Barrier to work with still. The Barrier comes on through first, and Doomby surely has it! No! Eclipse Shield does wonders. Empowered W does wonders. And Flandre beats Doomby. Anyone's legend have side select for game 5. I thought he'd had it. I thought he was losing on the HP bar trades, and then Eclipse Shield into barrier buys enough time. And Flandre breaks the shield with his own W, saves it till the barrier comes on through. That's an auto away. That is so close. That's so close. Right. Let's go mute this. Bring up Spotify instead. That's what we want. Have I not? I thought I changed over to... There we go. It's a bit better. I'll say hello quickly. Hi, guys. Between 1v1 and side select, it's a big deal. In fact, what I ought to do is quickly run some ads while we can, before we get them in-game. I apologize for the second block of ads because of the 1v1. It does take us a bit of time. I'm going to get ready for draft. We might miss a little bit of draft with that. I do apologize, guys. I really do. But we need to make sure we don't get them in-game. So you might miss a little bit of that if you're on Twitch. It's hopefully fine. We should theoretically be just about done before draft. You might miss a little bit at the start of it, and I do apologize for that. I should have done that faster. I wasn't paying enough attention there. So, that was a very close 1v1. I thought Doomby had it after the early trades, but didn't actually get as much gold as I was hoping, despite getting 2 plates out, actually 3. Didn't get as much value as I was thinking, and obviously the Eclipse value in the 1v1 was huge. Huge. Control M, use the window. Yeah, honestly, I should have just done that. Sometimes, so part of the reason is, sometimes as well, is if I've clicked onto OBS for whatever reason, you don't get, Control M's the wrong thing. I think Alex also Control M for a separate, for like a mic mute, I think sometimes as well. So I get confused whether he's changed his keybind, like his macros. So I sometimes wonder whether there was something else happening. But thank you for the heads up anyway. I do appreciate it. My favorite player is Gala, and I'm expecting the Shy to hard throw the series versus top esports more. Yeah, maybe. I think the Shy's been okay this year. Actually, I think he's actually been pretty solid. Ironically, I think Gala hasn't had the best year so far. I hate to say that to you, but I actually think Gala's been in positions to carry and has not been the consistent teamfight threat I was hoping he would be. I think he and Mako have been a bit off so far this year. I suspect they will be eventually fine. But just in the first few weeks, wasn't sold. Wasn't sold. We'll see, though. We'll see them tomorrow. Ooh, hello. That was a weird moment from the stream. Prepping for draft now. Not in there yet. We probably timed this just about right with the ads, you know? Right, draft we go. Cams away. Game 5. Holy moly, it came all the way here. Anyone's Legend absolutely destroyed Game 4. It was not close. Hope. And PP God got unbelievably strong. Not PP God, sorry. I'm having a moment. Does it really matter right now as the bands keep flying on through? But that Lulu, getting the early kills was a real problem. I think the Nocturne and the Vi make sense. The 2 highest tier junglers alongside that Pantheon. Triple dive options, which Aki would have loved. They are some of his staples. On the other side, Caitlyn from away from home, the Kalista away from home, the Jace away from Shanks and Flandre. It's a good flex pick for the team. Kyle, of course it's Kyle. I had a moment there. And look at all those bans. We are now 46 bans. 46 bans before one champion can be picked. What on earth do we go here? Ziggs, I think, remains one of the few remaining easy sources of AP. I don't know whether you have a good pairing with it, but Varus was not available because, of course, it's picked in game 1. It's out for the count. There is no Varus. There is no Ashe. Another big option. What on earth do you have left? Maybe things like Jhin. Probably start rising up in priority. Last utility pick. Leave plays it. Sets up PP God for something interesting. Seen it a lot into the Ziggs. Twitch, yeah, might have been an option as well. Elise now has to be a consideration for someone like PP God as a support option. Sivir, yeah, may have been a choice too. I think the Alistar is the only remaining top tier tank support. It's locked. Jhin Alistar can be an okay combo. A lot of CC, a lot of utility. Not necessarily the most lane presence. The Zig's likely going to get shove, especially if it does go bot. What do you lock in alongside it here, though? Because really what you want to do is have something that sets up for Zig's ult to not miss. Sejuani, I think, remains as the final top-tier remaining jungler I can think of off the top of my head. Tarzan is a great Sejuani player. Hit the Glacial Prison, add in a Yone, and you can absolutely do some pretty unspeakable things in the background of that. There goes the Akali. Alright, big dive combo from the side of NIP and anyone's legend. Whoever gets hit with the Sejuani ult will have a Yone and a Ziggs ult following up simultaneously. Shanks is an exceptional Yone player. Doinby's Akali, something we see a huge amount of. Could be a flex topside. Elise, I think, makes sense as a ban. It's one of those game-changing, game-warping supports and go very nuclear, bluntly, if you get ahead of the curve. Lilia now being banned, as you are a little shy on top tier junglers. The AP farming option of that Lilia could have been a play. Can often be quite good into the Sejuani as you sort of outplay it. Camille banned out as a good combo with that Sejuani. They don't want to fourth pick it. Do you just ban something like the Galio here? Might even look to pick it yourself. Not a bad combo with the Yone and the Sejuani anyway, for anyone's legends. Another AP jungler, the Brand or the Karthus could be a consideration too. Kindred, a ban, I think, also an option at this point. Ornn instead. Big frontline tank engage. Don't have that many engage options outside of the Alistar left at this point. They can't use the same draft. Oh no. We are in Fearless. Quinn being hovered. We shall wait. I think I might skip on this track, not going to lie to you all. Not exactly what I call Game 5 music, that one. Oh, and I've got... No! Got to pick up. That'll do. Olaf. Oh, my days. They lock that in. Can look to jungle that one, of course. Can look to top lane it, depending on matchups. Shen being considered a support or a top laner. And what do we lock alongside it? This will round out the comp. Strictly speaking, there's some flex available here. Aatrox kind of is sort of like that B tier of top laners. We've seen some people try and make it work to mix effect. Bin lost a game 5 on it versus Thunder Talk only a few days ago. Puts the Shen support. Zac now being thought of. I wondered about that a little earlier on. Some of them are engaged with the dive tool. Can be really obnoxious for some of those top lane options. You've got another big bruiser to go and disrupt for the Olaf. Could straightly be Olaf top and Zac jungle if you decide towards it. It's only a hover right now. We do need to wait. I think it makes some sense. Okay, so you have yourself set up with the Jhin and the Alistar. You have follow-up with the Akali, the Zac, the Olaf. Zac does disruption, Akali and Olaf then have to do a lot of damage onto those backline carries. If your Olaf or your Akali do not get a decent amount of gold, your damage profile gets a lot more limited. On the other side, anyone's legend, I think their comp makes a little bit more normal sense, right? You have Shen to back up this Yone, this Aatrox, this Sejuani. You've got double melee topside to set up with the Sejuani. The Ziggs can follow up on the CC. The combo makes sense there too. I think their comp is probably a little bit more meta, so to speak. Holy moly. To game 5 we go. I'll try and play that one. I'll let the crowd take it for a second here. They're noisy. Can you blame them? Okay. You hold our nerve. Nothing too much happened so far. Shen, big thing here is the Stand United, the ultimate. Allows you to offer shield and teleport to someone. It's an additional global. You've actually got, effectively, 4 globals. Triple teleport plus Shen ult. Shanji gone Ghost and Teleport. Doombe going for the Ignite on the Akali. Anyone's Legend, theoretically, have the ability to be anywhere on the map very, very fast. Shanks finds himself in the lane top. Interesting, they've thrown the Yone top lane. Immediately split this off to have the Shen and the Ziggs be mid into the Akali. Interesting choice. Bit of an adaptation on the lane. So we've seen a little bit of this from the ERLs in particular. I wonder whether this one gets messed around with those new lane swap changes. To keep our eyes on it. Oh my days, hang on, I was backing away for a second. I was about to get some damage down. Hope just about goes down. As the Alistar roam mid gets the kill. Kyle gets that. Flash, Tarzan gets the interrupt there. They get the passive that's cleansed away by Leave. Tries to get something back and does not. It's 1 for 1. Aki now in the jungle. Looking to get onto Kyle, actually, hilariously. Trying to mess around with this jungle invade. The Shen done a lot of work with it. Doesn't have the Shadow Dash available. I think Kyle has just gone very, very deep. Doombe looking to be donated this kill. It's a 5-point strike. The Undertow lands and PP God picks it up. That's kind of hilarious. 2 kills onto your Alistar. Slightly frustrating. play this one away for a second or two. Keep looking. Prepare ourselves for a bit more of this game. Olaf, been a bit weird in the LPL, I think it is fair to say. This Aatrox can be a bit rough for Aatrox. Yeah, it can be. Kyle, not having a great time right now. Not having a great time right now. Over Aki comes, looking for the Raptor gang. Can't quite find it. Shanks will Shadow Dash forwards. We're back away again for a second. Oh, baby. Teleports come flying. As a return of Flandre to this lane. Shank's been left to play this one out. Grubs started up. Sejuani up a lot of farm into this Zach, who's had a pretty tough old time so far. Making things work. PP God. Gonna be ignited. Glacial Prison lands. Oh my days, just about out with the speed up from Nimbus Cloak. Leave though, left out to dry a little bit here. Needs to run away. Just about survives. Tarzan can't run it down all the while. Look at the Olaf! Zig's nowhere to go. Now Shanji has got a bother. Flandre dies as well. Shanji trying to play this one up best he can. Wants to get one more card, and it just ends up being a 2-for-1, I think, in the end. Finally, Shanji goes down, but gets a lot of work done. Somehow PP God is the one with 3 of these early kills. That's a bit frustrating. If he'd gotten any of them on something like the Sakali, he'd be feeling a lot happier. Gold as it stands, still actually 100 in AL's favour, purely off the fact that people like Shanks been doing all right here. Let's have a look at this replay, because the Grubs go down, and Tarzan is 2 levels up on Aki. So they step on forwards, they look for a Glacial Prison, which does land, and PP God escapes. Not quite enough follow-up. And then it still gets a bit interesting as Leave runs away. Tarzan quite can't claim him up, can't quite clean up. And Shanji goes to Ragnarok and rolling into the back line. As Flandre follows the chase and also gets punished, and it's a bit of yakety sax all round, frankly, guys. PP God taking all the kills is not very good. Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's not. Stone. At this point, the game remains pretty even. The issue is that the Sejuani has 20 CS up somehow in this jungle off some of the early plays that Aki's tried to make. Mid lane as well, the Yone 101 up 20 CS on the Sakali, who hasn't had the most fun time in a 1v2 matchup in mid. Yeah, the Jin's a little ahead of this Ziggs, but to what? To an extent that matters? Not really. And the Olaf's doing alright. But you need the Olaf to be doing a little better than alright. Because otherwise I think the Sejuani Yone in particular get really challenging to manage. Especially once you start adding in a Ziggs ult on top of everything. on. There's a bit of Ignite. And Shanji going to be ulting his way out to safety for now, but does survive. And man, what a game 5 it is. Anyone's Legend, I think, now in a position where they could upset a few fan expectations. I think the casters were favouring Ends of Legend. You can understand why. The average level of play has been good when they've not fumbled their mid-game objective setup. So there's a bit of an issue with WE. Is actually doing B, finds a good angle onto this Yone, who just about survives. The Glacial Prison prevents the easy kill. But now the turnaround as Aki steps on forwards. Looks to try and pull back this Sejuani. He's got the Frost Armor popped. Kael, Headbutt Pulverized. Doesn't have a way over the wall quite yet until the Shadow Dash is back up and available. We'll pull the Vorpal Blade back through. How much further do they want to keep going? Force the Flash. Can look for the Stretching Strike. Land it. Can't quite get in range for the auto onto the blue buff after. Now, of course, we end up in a position where NIP, yes, the gold is not too bad, but you really, really, really need the Sakali to be threatening. I just don't know whether she's going to be quite yet. Second set of grubs started. NIP don't want to give 6 grubs to a Ziggs and a Yone, so understandably they're over here and fighting first. First one secured. Satchel pushes one back. Flandre looking for the flank. Leave on the other side. Lands the deadly flourish onto Tarzan on the other side, though. Shen traded out for the Alistair. Akali finally gets a pick. Shanji, though, now in danger. Just about walks out of it. Doesn't have the Ragnarok to work with. Passive from Aki. Shanks flashes forwards. Gets a kill onto the Olaf, but on the other side, the Cell division is swiftly just deleted in general. Eviscerated by Hope, who picks that one up with a minefield. AL pick up 2 kills at the back end of it all. And end up with 5 of the 6 grubs. Oh boy, Doinby left alone up here has perfect execution in a dream. It's going to have to be perfectly executed here. PP got behind. Here to try and defend. So they won't get too much more there. They won't overplay that dive. Ooh, Glacial Prison lands into the Fate Sealed. Shanks! Absolutely breaks their ankles. And suddenly Anyone's Legend are up 3,000 gold. They're going to get first turret. The Satchel can come down, and I think that just broke the camel's back. Oh dear. You needed your pick comp to get off to a flying start. The Olaf, the Akali, we said we're going to need to be strong. They are not. Olaf is losing in a 1v1 to Shanks, who's just gone back for the belly of the Ruin King. Chunked out this Olaf, who's at 70 farm. Okay, nearly 80, but it's just not enough. Let's have a look at this again. So it starts off with Kael getting traded out for PP God. And it's a decent bit of damage in from Doinby. He still has the ult to work with. The problem is, these curtain calls just don't do quite enough. And then Shanji's ult runs out. Doinby's at half HP. And those Infernal Chains force a really awkward retreat from Shanji. They walk across the minefield. Flash from Shanks claims the Olaf. Flandre and Hope claim the Zac. And then at this point, Shanks finds a wonderful Fate Sealed to go through both to claim the Glacial Prison target, as well as the Alistair, who had a shutdown. All of that gold is now in Yone, who's 1,800 gold ahead. Tarzan, in Game 5, on the Sejuani, is 1,400 gold ahead of his tank opponent. This is huge stuff. Everywhere but the Alistair is ahead. And the Alistair that had 3 kills is only 100 gold ahead of this bloody Shen. Not what you need to see. Shanji will go into Ragnarok, but just doesn't win the trade. Eventually, Aki comes on over trying to get on top of the Soul Rebinding, but I think there's going to be a Q3 available. Remember, there's no passive. You've got Blade of the Ruin King. You might be able to say, let's bounce, but I don't think even with your passive on the W, the Volatile Cell's just not enough. Tarzan claims it with the Glacial Prison, and the Sejuani Yone combo is looking to put NIP on ice. It is over. The age is ending, and it is covered in permafrost. don't really know what to tell you at this point. The game, I fear, is over. There's not much more to be done. It was game 5. It's supposed to be close. And again, reminder, NIP came back in game 3, perhaps when they shouldn't have. They could manage it in game 4. In game 5, unfortunately for you Ninjas fans out there, is looking like a repeat of that. This time, Shanks is the one who has been donated so much of the gold. He is a Terra Aki. Flashes, and the flash is gorgeously read by Tarzan. Holds his ult till the last moment. You can't ask for better. Wrap it up. Put a nice bow on it. As anyone's legend will be moving forwards to face off against JDG. All but guaranteed at this point. Anything that's a turnaround, it feels like would be a minor miracle. 5,000 gold. Place has just fallen. You've got 5 grubs. No one's taken a dragon yet, by the way, which is kind of hilarious. Somehow NIP got the feat of martial mastery. They got the first 3 gills. But we're still away off feat of strength because it will have to be over the objectives. And I don't know how quickly they're going to come on through. It'll be a very late feat of strength. Probably dragon into herald, I imagine. It'll be the fast way to do it, otherwise it'll be double dragons. Leandri's coming in second for the Ziggs. Unending Despair already done for this Sejuani. You got Infinity Edge on the Jhin first. Leave is just saying, look, I just have to do damage. I can't play utility game. I have to be able to pop people. And I don't blame him. It's just going to be really, really hard. You need the mother of all wombo combos. You need Shanji to get on top of that Ziggs and remove them before they can get a full combo off. You need Shanks to whiff a team fight. How likely is that going to be to happen at this point? Shanks, a player who has been trying to prove that they are the next great mid laner for a little while now. I think people who've been LPL enjoyers have said Shanks has got it, but hasn't had that moment. He and Cream, I think, were the two that people were really looking at to potentially be the players who can make the next step up. Cream tried it on top esports last year. Kind of got a bit pigeonholed into just Tristana and Yona there, didn't he? Never really managed to be as consistent as people were hoping for. See what he can do this year. Shanks, on the other hand, joins us anyone's legend squad and might just be the best team in the league. We'll see. Tarzan being a bit of a general for the squad. Kyle and Flandre as playmakers and stability. You've given Shanks that ability to be a carry with such good support behind him. That combo with Tarzan has been a fantastic pairing. Tarzan has made sure that Shanks can play things like this Yone and feel like he's being set up for success. Add in Hope, another very consistent carry. And it feels like anyone's legend squad, very, very well constructed. And Shanks step to the plate versus Doumbé, who again is the regular season MVP. This is not a slouch, it's not a nobody, it's not Doumbé coming back for content games. So Doumbé, who's felt really, really potent. Just don't know whether it'll be enough this game. Herald, summoned slightly awkwardly in mid lane. Reminder with the Ziggs will likely be a very hefty Shadow Charges. Aki goes on in, forced to flash out a Hope. Shanks trading off a PP God on the other side. Doumbé lands the Shuriken flip, but it's onto the pig. You don't want to go ball hunting right now. Glacial Prison lands, and Shanks keeps going forwards onto the Akali. Mid lane turret falls. Mega Inferno Bomb puts leave to 10% HP. Doumbé trying to outplay with Shanks. Flash use. Perfect execution part 2, and the Shuriken flip does get them out to safety, but again, the flash is traded. Again, Doumbé doesn't get value. Flandre will umbral dash over the wall. And now Flandre puts the ultimate up. The world is ending. And NIP, I think, ending in a game 5, scraping of silver. In goes Shanji. Kyle can't ult actually in, and this might be a moment for this Olaf. Flandre trying to hop away. Still can't get CC. Kyle now in danger. The undertow just wide, and the Oak Ragnarok will end. TP now back in. This will be Shanks coming on in. It's a bit deep, though. Needs to try and play around Tarzan on the side. Leave just about alive. Shanks low. Would be getting an Immortal Shield Bow. Healing goes down. That's critical. They've overplayed it. NIP might have their moment. Need to get over the wall. They both do. They lose 2. It could have been so much worse. That teleport was not great from Shanks. And a big shutdown coming
over to NIP. It's still a 5,000 gold discrepancy, but you needed those moments. Unfortunately, it's another kill to PP God of all people. Yes, you've got one on the Olaf. Yes, you've got one on the Akali. You would love, love, love for those kills to be spread out to more valuable places. Let's have a look at the replay, because the thing is, it still starts with an excellent start from anyone's Legend. Herald goes in mid lane. Hope has to flash away, but dodges the stretching strikes. And it's left PP got into Doomby in a 2v2. They just cannot win. Even with the ult on Alistair, the stakes are cooked medium rare. Shanks misses his Q. That's the second one, though, so knows where Doomby is, because it stacks that one flashes to try and bait out Doomby, who then flashes in trade. And then the extended play happens, because Flandre finds an umbral dash over, gets a decent jungle to leave, who flashes out himself. You think, okay, this is a good moment. But Aki off vision into the curtain call is threatening enough to get value. They tried to clean off Aki, and it doesn't quite work. They do find to clean him up, but Kyle taking that extra turret shot, and a really awkward stand United means Shanji sees his moment to pull the trigger and gets a lot of value here. Flash away, and then you're going to see this teleport that is just ill-advised. Shanks has no flash, has no ult, and Unbind Soul can't claim leave. We managed to get far enough away, and even with the Immortal Shield bow, there is enough damage here for NIP to get the kill. Unfortunately, it's PP God that picks it up, and Flandre and Tarzan managed to extricate. If they both died, I think we might be talking a different game. It is still, however, a win for anyone's Legend. They sort of go 2 for 2 in the extended. NIP will take it. They're still very much in the driver's seat. They'll be picking up another dragon shortly. They've got the feed of strength. Not much more you can ask for in this game. Kyle dashes away. Glacial Prison lands. Oh, Doomby tries to get out. And the passive with the Soul and Bound gets the kill. Shanks, 7-1 and 4 is a terror. He is 3,500 gold ahead of Doomby, who has no teleport, has no way he can join this play. Atakan now on the board for anyone's Legend. They'll turn it potentially into a dragon after. They're just going to decide against it. Say, look, we'd rather have Atakan. At least on the other side, Aki trading out on that dragon means they can't stack dragons on top of everything else. It's... Hang on! No, wait! Holy moly! It's Ruinous Atakan! I hadn't paid attention! We had enough kills to get Ruinous Atakan in a game 5? No! Tell your friends, tell your family, this was the day that Ruinous Atakan actually spawned in a League of Legends game. It's in a game 5. It's in one that would send you hurtling to a pole position in the upper bracket, through the upper bracket. It's anyone's Legend that claimed it. The Legends foretold that we'd eventually get one. Holy moly, they've got 69 roses. Ain't that a nice old number? And Alex wasn't even here to see it. Ooh, Glacial Prison. And the Leandry's burn brings down 2. Holy moly, the damage is coming on through. They've even got the empowered buff to ensure they kill neutral objectives faster now as well. That's one of the big things you get from Ruinous Atakan. That's incredible. I wasn't paying attention. I was just thinking about how the game was over. I was waxing lyrical narratively, and here we are. Curtains are called. Tarzan takes a bit of a chunk, but the turret falls. In goes Shanks. The fates are sealed. Leaves a little bit to desire this game. This Jhin cannot do it. There are no 3 wishes. Feels like more curses coming their way. It's anyone's Legend. Oh my days. In fact, we might just need to call him. In fact, yeah, but we'll call him now. We'll call him now.
Hey Sam, how's it going?
Have you seen?
I haven't seen, no.
We got Ruinous Atakan.
What?
In game 5.
Are you kidding?
I am not. You're on stream, by the way. Say hello.
Hey everyone, how's it going? I didn't realize that was a thing. We have what?
Oh yeah, anyone's legend just picked up Ruinous Atacon.
I've never seen that.
They have 69 roses.
What?
They have 70 additional adaptive
That
force.
is the first Ruinous Atacon in top tier pro play.
There you go.
Well, thank you for informing. This is a
There you go.
worthwhile call. Hello from the LEC studio.
Anyone's legend are going to be NIP, and it's not going to be close. I'll leave you to it, babe.
Oh my god.
Bye. There we go. Problem solved. We brought him in. You're welcome. Shanji hit with the Mega Inferno bot. Oh my days, they do so much damage. Shanks looking for an angle. It's decent from PP. God, it's not going to buy enough time. Shanks gets headbutted away, so can't get as much combo as he'd like. Actually now, wait. They get a few, but Shanks is doing so much work. Tarzan's going to come flying on in. Flandre going to try and get the passive. They get the momentary reprieve, but Shanji cannot run far enough away to escape the permafrost. And even with the shield, doesn't have enough. Aki dies. Flandre picks it up. It's a bit messy. It is. It's a 4 for 3. Doomby alone survives, but Tarzan's had none of it. It's going to leave Flandre to shove. Doomby can't reset. And they burn everything in the kitchen sink. Every flash, every summoner is blown. And you only go 4 for 3. It's something. Don't get me wrong. Flandre can't stick for the inhibitor. There is that. Leave just fourth-shotted a ward? Oh, you're kidding me. Not good. Really? Oh, no. 0, 3, and 4. It's not even 0, 4, and 4. At least commit to the Jin cosplay. Let's have a look again. So, anyone's urgent, come contesting. They find the initial pick onto Shanji. He doesn't go down. And they keep going forwards, and PP God is actually pretty giga-tanky because he's got so much gold. And it means that Shanks doesn't get to do anything until right now. Doomby flashes over to kill off Hope. The satchel weight isn't enough. And Shanks finally falls, but not before taking other people with him. And this time they just return to sender. There isn't enough in the tank anymore. That's 2 more dead. You've got so much to work with. Thornmail plus Unending Despair on Tarzan makes him such a nightmare. Gets the slow with the Moss Stomper. Empowered Smite, another Permafrost. Aki running. Doesn't quite die to the Unbound Soul passive. Shanji hit with the Infernal Chain. It's not going to be quite dragged back, but there's another inhibitor turret popped. Inhibitor itself falls. Seems like you can just head towards that top side. Finish the jobs the minions started for them earlier. All the while, look at Tarzan. There's the replay happening. That's how the pick happened. Another insane Glacial Prism from Tarzan earns them another pick on to leave. Now he's on the Jin scoreline. 0, 4, and 4. He's just missing a few kills. Unfortunately for him, they're all on PP guard. It is not pretty here. Ninjas in pajamas are being humbled. It is 32 kills in 27 minutes. Who needs objectives? You've left dragons alone for most of this game. And the problem is you've now got a Abyssal Mask on this Sejuani for a bit more a magic resist, and also some shred for that Leandri Ziggs. He's gone Luden's not had to go towards a void staff. He's getting it shredded elsewhere. Reminder as well, Yone does a fair amount of mixed damage courtesy of his passive. Every other auto does magic damage. It is a Sejuani Yone masterclass. 10, 2, and 6 on the Yone. Set up for success. Reminder, AL did a funny old lane swap. He put Shanks to the top side. PP guard, unfortunately meeting the swords of Longinus. And he is about to be crucified. Gets away. The Unbreakable Will buys him a bit of time, but Aki is the sacrificial blob. There are no lambs to the slaughter. Feels like big game hunting now for anyone's legend. They want this scalp flash. Fate sealed. Shanks continues to stab straight through the heart of NIP. A triple kill to Hope, who springs eternal and douses the dreams of NIP. They're heading down to lower bracket, humbled by anyone's legend, who are going to be your legends. They might well be LPL legends, as they absolutely run rampant in this game 5. Ruinous Atacon. That is how many kills they got. That is how fed they got. It is extraordinary. Extraordinary stuff. Excuse me while I mute this for a second or two. Gonna have to pull up this on the other side and get that playing. Extraordinary. Extraordinary, extraordinary, extraordinary. The cameras are all out, and can you blame them? Thanks for coming and joining us, guys. That is a story and a half, isn't it? We are looking at a 5-game series that went all the way, and anyone's legend could have been 2-1 up after that game 3, but NIP pulled it back with an insane late game smolder. Game 4 and 5, that was something different. That was anyone's legend we've known the ceiling of. We've seen some slip-ups. Their WE game loss wasn't pretty. Raised some eyebrows about how consistent this team would be, especially with playoffs coming up against the caliber of teams like NIP. When it mattered, turns out pretty damn high. We'll wait for MVP, guys. I think I'd stream afterwards, but I've now been on air for 9.5 hours. We have done 9 games today. I am, not to put too fine a point on it, fucking shattered, folks. We'll see who the MVP is, and we'll probably call it there. Thank you for hanging. I see you in YouTube. I see you in Onivia. That side selection fight will hold to MB for a while. Maybe it does. We had some questions about the draft, right? It felt a bit solo queue, whereas Ninjas in Pajama, whereas anyone's legends, the Sejuani with double melees felt good. The lane swap to move the Ziggs mid, to stick the Yone into a side lane felt really good. You back that up with a good Sejuani early gank. Tarzan teased them up. Shanks delivers, and when Tarzan was at his best, it was mid lane pairings with people like Scout. He's moved on to playing with Shanks this year, and seems like Tarzan is a bit of a kingmaker, isn't it? Alex said that phrase earlier, and I think it sticks. He is going to make an absolute legend out of that mid laner. Keep your eyes on Shanks. I think he may well be something really special. Thank you all for the follows. It's really, really appreciated. If you can follow, please do. If you can subscribe, please do. I'm Initialise. I cast here with Alex, otherwise known as Nymaera, here on his Twitch channel for the LPL. We do that pretty much every damn day. We'll be back again tomorrow for another huge marathon slog of games. If you can follow me as well, I'm at Initialized Cast. You'll find me in the title. Follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Twitch. Makes a huge difference, guys. The support makes a huge difference. If you can sub, if you can prime sub, throw that Bezos money at us. It makes a huge, huge difference. To the YouTube viewers, thank you again. To Onivia's viewers, thank you so much. NIP, down for the lower bracket. Somewhat humbled after those last 2 games. The early games were not it. The drafts, the macro we had known from them, looked a little bit failed today. Wasn't the same level of that draft is so clever, that macro play is so clever. Anyone's legend, when the early games went well for them, NIP just did not get to answer. The Skarner getting through in game 2, I get what you're thinking. You've got the advantage there in terms of the red side drafts. Maybe you feel like you got an answer, it doesn't work. Punished for the hubris. Thanks for the game, appreciate it. The legend's been a long day. Oh, thanks guys. Appreciate it, Katari. Also, I'm doing be breaking my support's hands for stealing 4 kills and 600 gold shutdown. Yeah, genuinely, if 3 of those kills had gone to an Akali, or an Olaf, or even the Jhin, that game potentially feels very different, because the problem is, you are not hitting breakpoints fast enough to match the Yone, who hit 10 kills. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Leave did, what, 20,000 damage less than Hope? Shanks did double the damage of Doumbé. Even the Olaf, who had a couple decent fights, could not match that. Hell, this Sejuani out-damages the enemy Olaf. Hell, he out-damages the Akali and the Jhin. This is why melee pairings are so deadly. With that Sejuani, Permafrost is an insane amount of early burst. Those are some great, great numbers from anyone's legend. It's not flawless. There were some issues. Look at the game 1. What the hell happened with those redives? Some of the early games maybe cost them a bit. They'll be a bit frustrated by the game 3 lack of decisiveness. But we We'll go again. And here's some of these replays. Shanks just got to solo queue Yone status. We've all had Yones that got to this point. What on earth do you do to stop him? He can run you down for miles, and that glacial prison was absolutely foul. This is the one where it got a bit uglier. Aki's going to go in. He does die, but afterwards, I really think, if Shanji been able to pick up another kill here, maybe things get a little different. If you manage to pick off 2 of the extra players on the retreat, it's not a great stand United. There's no mana on this Ziggs anyway. You pick off the Shen. If that undertow lands, you pick off Kyle. You get to keep running, especially as the teleport comes on through. This looks a lot better. The fact that PP God picks up this kill, disastrous. Anybody else is valuable there. And it just felt like Tarzan could not miss an ult. Those glacial prisons were heat-seeking. A little ironic considering the name, really. Wow, 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 wow. That's absolutely insane. And the plays keep happening, right? I'm curious to see who MVP is. Probably Shanks or Tarzan. In fact, honestly, I'd give it to Tarzan. I think he was absolutely obscene on this Sejuani. Shanks, yeah, had some good moments, but I feel like we saw a couple flubs from Shanks, right? The 2 deaths he had, he's like, whoops. Whereas I think Tarzan literally could not have played a better Sejuani game. That's how good this was. Holy moly. Well, well, well. Let's see who the MVP is. We've got a few options. I suspect Tarzan. Creepy music. I don't know whose theme that is. Better be Tarzan. I kind of agree with you. Here we go. Drum roll. Tarzan with an immaculate Sejuani game. Could have been no other person, I think. But you know what, guys? I am absolutely exhausted. Hi. Glad to see you all. I do the highlights, but I just don't think I can. I am nearly 10 hours into the stream, and I think I might cry. So we are probably going to end the stream here. Thank you very much for hanging around. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, YouTube. Nymaera's YouTube. Thank you, Onivia. Your name is in the OBS folder? That's hilarious. We'll sort it out. We'll get it sorted. I didn't actually know that. I don't think Alex realized it was in there. We'll get that sorted for tomorrow then. That's fine. Thank you, Chris. Chris, for those who don't know, does the graphics for us. He's really cool. We love Chris. Big shout out. But I'll make sure that gets sorted. LEC will be happening very soon, actually. Not so long away. But I desperately need a break. So I'm going to get out of here. Appreciate you all. But to Twitch, goodbye. To YouTube, goodbye. We'll see you all next time. Thank you all. We'll be back again bright and early for another double best of 5 series. Until then, bye-bye.